Come on. There we go. Hey, European. Welcome in. See. I'm not worried. Oh, let me get messages here. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everybody's doing good today. Trying to figure things out here. Hey, Amber, welcome in. Good to see you, hon. Hope you're doing all right today. Have people coming in just tell me Beachy's live. I don't care if he is or not. I'm going to do my own thing. He can do his own thing. It don't matter to me. My niece wanted to see me on live today. I got to find out what she's doing. I'm doing all right. Having a little bit of pains, a little bit of cramping and stuff, but it is what it is. You know, got to stay positive, got to stay focused either way I go. It's the only way you can be. Yeah, I try to be. I try to be. I know I've had a lot of people asking me to come on and do a live. Um, Doing the talk show thing type deal, sitting and just chatting, not really something that I wanted to get into doing too much of. You know, I want to be able to do the CNC work and do the laser engraving, that kind of sort of thing, teaching people how to do the process, how to make stuff, how to build stuff. But with the wrist acting up and the knee acting up, it's kind of hard to be able to sit in front of a CNC machine to be able to do it or build anything out of wood much. But I'm hoping it's going to pick up. I'm hoping I'll be able to do it soon. So hopefully she'll be able to do something here. That's my hope anyway. So how's everybody out there doing tonight? Everybody doing good, hopefully. Everybody had a fun day or enjoying their day. I had a really good dinner. It was going to be on a little bit earlier, but had a few phone calls come through. I ended up having sweet chili, sweet spicy chili chicken. Hey Craig, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a good day. Trying to Niece asked me to go live again today, so I told her I'd do it after I got done cooking and eating. The sweet spicy chili chicken was pretty good, so were the fries that went with it. Nice dark golden brown color. You know, in the UK they call them chips. Oh, it's okay, Swan. That's good. You must have needed the rest though, Greg. I know when I need the rest, my body it'll shut down and I'll sleep for as long as I sleep. Hey Luna, welcome in. So good to see so many people tonight. Hey Kelsey. Yeah, I had to delete that video because of Mateo being shown in diapers. He wasn't allowed to be in diapers anymore. Our YouTube frowns upon it because of I guess their terms of service. They don't want nobody taking snapshots of it and whatnot, putting it on the web. It was really nice seeing him though. I know everybody fell in love with him, especially where he's walking. Hey Flexin, welcome in, bud. Hope you're doing all right. So good to see so many familiar faces, familiar names. I just, I don't know, Kels. What would be a good subject to talk about? Or Craig, for anybody, if they have an idea, something that they got on their mind, want to chat about it. Oh, I know, I'll see them. I'm doing all right, flexing. I'm doing as good as I can, considering I've been dealing with the pain in my knee and my wrist. Oh, you missed the dinner I made, Kelsey. That sweet spicy chili chicken. That was really good. It was the I cheated it though. I used the Frank's sweet spicy chili seasoning. Yeah, it's usually always a hard thing to figure out, especially if you've got a lot to choose from. Thanks, Swan. I sent an image over to Gator so he could see it. Let me see if I can pull it up. See if I can show you guys. I don't know if it will or not, so please bear with me on this. I don't know if it'll show. It may not. There we go. Yeah, the green is killing it. Sweet spicy chili chicken and fries. It came out delicious. I should have probably did a filming of that. That probably would have been a good thing cooking, but it was a simple throw together. I mean, you bake it in the oven. There's really not much to show. No, it is. I took chicken breast and cubed it up, and then baked it for a little while. Put on the sweet spicy chili sauce, and then I've heard of it, never had it. I mean, if you can explain what it is exactly, I don't know. There might be some people in here that have never heard of it. Yeah, the fries came out really, 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 really good. They got that nice dark brown golden color to them. Oh, okay, fried cheese. So almost like cheese sticks, like a mozzarella sticks. Okay. I've had people tell me I'm weird because I like putting vinegar on my fries, but I like ketchup on fries as well. I used to do the vinegar when I was a kid, but I have had it with brown gravy on French fries. I've had brown gravy on rice, which is really good. Even ketchup on rice is good. You just don't want to overdo it because then it gets a little strong. Cheesy chips and gravy. Yep. Yeah, I think it's all dependent on the brown gravy that's used. Like one day I decided wanted to do a new take on enchiladas, so I made some scrambled eggs. I did some bacon strips, nice and crispy, some sausage links, and I put it all in a tortilla shell or a tortilla wrap. Made some white pepper gravy, put that on the bottom, put the enchiladas in it with the egg and the sausage and all that stuff inside of it and the bacon. Sprinkle some cheese on top and then topped it off with some more white pepper gravy and baked it in the oven until they were nice and toasty and done. And it came out awesome. It was delicious breakfast. Just a breakfast enchilada is basically all it is. You can put whatever you want in them. Oh, you could if you put your mind to it. Anybody can do anything they want if they put their mind to it. You just got to want to do it. Yeah. As far as cooking, I basically self-taught. I taught myself how to cook. Stint of my mom's seasonings with salt and pepper growing up. So when I went out on my own, I got myself a spice rack and learned the different flavors. Hey, Duke, welcome in, bud. Good to see you. You want to jump into the live, Duke? Give a shout out to anybody? I can send you an invite link if you want. Oh, okay. Well, I decided to go ahead and set it up as a dual stream just in case you wanted to join or somebody else wanted to join me. All right, Flexen. I'll have to check that out after. Sure thing, Duke. No problem, man. Anytime you want. If Swan wants to join, she's welcome to, too. I could send her the link. All right, bro. Bear with me a second, guys. I don't know if this is going to cut out or not. Come on. All right, sorry about that, guys. Had to send the link over. Hey, bro.
What's up, man?
Good to see you, man.
It's good to see you too, bro. How you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm all right.
You might want to turn your volume up a little bit.
Yeah, give me a second. Oh, I think it's all the way up. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's just a little quiet.
Yeah.
This
Well,
is Duke Luke Garage, Kels.
Hi, guys. How's it
He's
going?
awesome, dude.
Well, I mean, maybe. Sure.
He's just like us. You
If you
remember how
say
your
so.
grandfather used to be all about the cars and stuff? Duke is the same way.
Here, let me take you on the tour for those that don't know. There's one.
Yeah, you still got daylight out there. He's Central Time. Man, that's a beautiful
Mountain
car.
time. Mountain time. There's my brother's Dodge.
Nice. I love those older vehicles. They're freaking
That's a
awesome.
74. It's a 360 auto. It needs a new transmission though. And this just needs actually restored.
Nice.
And then There's Irene. That's my 70 Ford Custom 500. There's the Taurus. That's CJ and Kendra's car. There's my Mustang 79. There's the Lincoln 78. Ranchero, the 69 Ranchero's right there. All hiding out in the front yard.
I think that one there's my favorite one.
This one?
Yeah.
This car and I have a lot of history together.
I always love those fins on the back of it.
Old Yeller and I
Now, is that the one that had the fuel tank under the tag? Or was it the tail
the
light?
fuel tank's right here.
Under the tail light. Yeah.
Well, the 55, it was up here. The 56, it was up here on the tail light.
Wait, let somebody drive one of them today, one of the millennials. They'll never find it. Tell them to take us up, put some gas in it. They'll get to the gas station and be calling you.
Hey, Swan. Hey, Swan.
Sweet.
Yeah, her and I are both from Oregon.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car, man.
We're out in Montana now, but we're going to be heading to Colorado soon. As soon as I have a motorhome.
Well, when you're on your way to Colorado, hopefully you film some of the trip down.
Oh, I'll film everything. I'm going to film it all. You'll have to excuse the mess,
Swan
guys.
saw your Oregon plate.
Yeah, Swan, Oregon, man. Born in Portland.
Wow, beautiful,
Grew
man.
up over by Salem. That's my 75 Mustang 2. My 68 Ranchero. That's the 79 Mustang Rock Crawler. Well, we're going to turn it into a rock crawler. And then that's my 67 Ranchero back there.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
And I mean, it's a mess because I've been stashing stuff. And, you know, my landlord, he owns half a block of appliances. So, you know, no room for anything. And trying to reorganize and fight, as you can hear, fight everything to get around.
Yeah.
But
not a bad little camper.
Nice. Yeah, this is what I live in. Here's the house. Okay, this is my house, the one I rent. But when CJ and Kendra showed up about a year and a half ago, they actually were living. This is theirs, and they were living in here with their 4 kids at the time.
Wow.
And I was in the house by myself, so I gave them the house, and I took the travel trailer.
Okay.
I don't mind it. I mean, it's kind of falling apart. It's falling apart a little bit, as you can see, you know,
yeah,
but it's still in decent
minor
shape.
repairs, I think.
Yeah, it's still in decent shape. I would like it to be, I'd like it to be a little bit bigger than this, but can you imagine 4 children and 2 adults living in this small little spot?
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's small for me and the cat. Yep.
Yeah, families do it all the time. I mean, I see them on YouTube channels driving across country and whatnot. Some of them are even smaller spaces than that.
For those of you that watch my YouTube channel, that's who I'm going to visit every time I go to the cemetery. And Merican Maker, that's who I'm sitting with when I call you every morning.
Yeah.
Look at that. I can see my front.
Wow. I was amazed at those cars though, man.
That's Todd. Oh, okay. There's more cars. There's I didn't even show these 2. All right. There's the 66 2-door 283, 65 4-door 283. Wow. There's a 66 4-door right over there. You can't see it, but it's hiding right over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can barely see the window right there.
Hey, Amy, welcome in.
Hi, Amy.
I'm sorry to
This is
hear
a
about that, hon.
this is a 57, so everybody knows.
Yeah.
The it's a true.
Yeah, I think the 57 were the only ones that had the wing design like that on the rear.
Yes, yes. The 55 and the 56 didn't have that big of a tail fin
Yeah.
for the Tri
And that's
5.
why I like that one the most
I'd
is because of
open the
that wing.
hood, but I got a bunch of tools on it right now.
Yeah.
But it's a 283 car. This actually does run and drive.
That thing is beautiful though, man. I mean, there's very, very little rust on
It
that
needs
thing at
a
all.
no. This thing is nothing but rust, bro. This is nothing but rust
Oh,
all the
okay.
way across the whole floor. Nothing but rust.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, she's bad. See, here's you
Okay,
can
so the
you can.
camera hid most of it then.
Oh yeah, it was mostly the leaves. I know how to. I took camera courses to do like directing of movies and stuff way back in the day. The whole educating yourself. So I know what people want to see,
Right.
and it's not usually my face or the rust.
I mean, it's still a beautiful car, man.
It is. It is.
I,
She
I will
needs
tell
a
you this much: if
lot
my
of sheet
dad were
metal
alive
work.
today, he'd probably want to be going up to see you.
She's not.
Hey,
She's
welcome
not.
home.
She's not going to be the last one that gets restored, but she's not the first one either. I got all the Fords are headed to Colorado. The Chevys are staying here because CJ and Kendra are staying here for, what was it, 5 years? I think they have to still be here because of CJ.
Wow, I think there's something
Uh,
going wrong with my volume here because I'm barely hearing you. I got my volume all the way up. I don't know what's going on.
no, it's because my mic is on the bottom of the phone and I have it sitting on the bed. But anyway, CJ can't go anywhere for the next 5 years. He got himself in a little bit of
Hey,
trouble.
Sarah.
But he and Kendra are gonna hold the fort down while I'm down there building, and then they're gonna come down afterwards, and that's when all the Chevys are gonna come down. Well,
Okay.
maybe the Franklin. I don't know if the Franklin's gonna get sold. The Model T got sold. It's already got a new owner. Unfortunately, I had to let it go. Um, Merican Maker knows most of the story, but I don't really want to get into it because I'm schizophrenic and not medicated, and I'll start screaming and yelling about it, and I don't want to do
Right.
that. Yeah. Basically, you can't trust people. That's what it boiled down to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's okay, man. I figured it out. I worked with it. I mean, the Model T was fun. It's been sitting for over 20 years anyway. It needs to find a new home. It can go to a new home. I'm not sure if I'm gonna let the Franklin go though, because I have too much invested into it, and I can't get that back out of it because of
Let's see
the
if this will do
frame
any
being
better.
broken. You hear me better? Uh-oh. We lost Merican Maker. There he is. And now we can't hear him.
Oh,
There he
that
is.
was a bad idea.
That probably was a bad idea. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
It's
Can you hear
it's
me
just
now?
earbuds and it's not picking up my. I could hear you better on the speaker with this, but then I couldn't speak.
Yeah. I got a few things I got to get tidied up before I leave
Yeah,
here.
it's
Like
probably not having earbuds.
I got to get one of the biggest things I got to do is I got to finish all my doctor's appointments before I leave. Like I got new teeth coming too. Finally, I went and had myself fitted
Yeah,
yesterday
Sarah asking
actually.
the question of what happened between, or by the way, you two. I guess she's referring
Between
to the situation. I keep getting it from everybody that's coming in.
Between who
Just to
two?
give Sarah
You
a
and
little
I?
bit of info, I had stuff I had to do that didn't include him. He got mad, and that's all there is
Oh,
to it.
you're talking about that guy. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. The other one, the one that I won't even mention his name because, well,
I'm
I'm not
not gonna
gonna give him
badmouth
that kind of.
anybody if that's his
No,
modality. That's all there is to it.
exactly. I agree with you. I'm not gonna badmouth him. I'm just not gonna give him that kind of power or that kind of space. I
Yep.
don't know who he is, and I don't want to talk about him.
I do love that Fairlane though. But my dad, dude, my uncle Dana is the same way as you, dude. He collects. He went out and he bought a Beamer for $500, and he tried
A
telling the
Beamer?
guy it was a simple problem, easy fix, and the guy's like, no, no, no. He goes, just give me 500 and
Well,
it's yours. So my uncle took it home. $30 later, the car's purring like a kitten.
you
Fired
want
right
to
up.
know a fun fact? Want to know a fun fact about Duke Garage and Beamers? Up until
What's that?
about 10 years ago, I thought that stood for British Motor Works. I'm not playing, dude. I don't know foreign cars. I don't know foreign cars.
Oh, my uncle, he was good
I
with
mean, you see them
everything. My
everywhere in
dad was the
England.
same way, dude.
They're everywhere in England, so you would think.
My dad went to school for airline mechanic,
Really?
and I guess it was right before I was born. He decided to drop out after my mom was pregnant with me, and he had like a few months to finish, but he just decided to give it up, and he went working for this one company called Moeller Manufacturing at a plant up in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
He worked for them from the time I was a kid, from '76 all the way up until we moved to Florida in '91. And one of the guys that he worked with told him if he ever left the place would shut down. Sure enough, the place shut down after he moved to Florida.
Ford 500 out front. That's been since 1976.
Nice.
It's only ran once since 1976, and that was just outside in the tent back in.
I mean, that's quite a collection you got there, man.
Oh yeah, that's just some of them, bro. There's more down the street. There's more in that building right behind me.
Right?
There's more around the corner. There's probably about 20 in Lockwood, and yeah, a lot, a
Well,
lot.
I mean, you had me write that song for you. 87 cars all across his lawn.
Yeah, they're all over the U.S.
So
I have a
not just
few.
across the lawn, they're down the street, around the corner.
Yeah, I got a few in Nevada. I got a few in Oregon.
I'm pretty
I got
sure
a
if you
few
could
in
get away with it,
Idaho.
you'd probably have some parked on the roof too, huh?
If I had room.
I've always been fond of the older pickups, like the step sides. The original Dodge, the original Ford,
Yeah.
Chevy, all the
I'd
dome hood
I'd go with something
pickups.
old like that if I could. I just, right now I'm not allowed to buy any more cars,
Yeah.
or I would. I mean, hell, you're gonna laugh when I tell you this. I already have like 4 cars lined up in Tennessee that I'm gonna go get after the move. I mean, I just got
All
five
right, Craig.
acres. I need to fill it now.
All right, bud. Get you some rest. Hope you'll be feeling great in the morning. I'll
See
catch
you
you in the
later,
morning.
buddy. Oh, that's Craig, right?
Yeah.
All right. See you
Yeah, he's
later,
got
Craig.
now that's not a very interesting podcast.
Yeah, that's
And
who.
sorry to say, he says it's not very interesting podcast, but if you actually give it a listen, it is actually quite interesting. You get some pretty good detail and info on some stuff.
Yeah, I
He's pretty
pop
good.
into new channels now and then. I mean, I might be subscribed. Like, who was it that I popped into? I popped into somebody's live. First
Yeah.
time I ever actually went into their live feed. Had been subscribed to them for like a month.
Hey, Captain Farron.
Never watched. Never watched any of their stuff. It all started with Bryce's channel.
Take it
I
easy,
Spider
Craig. Good
Garage. It
seeing
all
you again,
started
bud.
with him. When I found his channel by chance, everybody was telling me to subscribe to everyone. So I'm subscribed to like probably 1,000 different people. I might be exaggerating just a little bit, but it's just a little. I'm not playing. So,
Yeah.
I'm so far behind, I can't keep up. I had to create a second channel just so I can stay on top of the ones that I like.
I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, I don't know if you remember Captain Perrin. Yep. He's joining us
I
in here
remember
tonight.
Cap.
Captain, I don't know if you've seen any of Duke's cars. This man has some awesome looking vehicles.
What? He wasn't in here? Should I show them again? Here. We'll go out front now. Let me get my stuff.
You know the older stuff was the better made stuff.
Yeah. I mean, grab
I
the
still get a kick
keys.
out of it because years ago, I would say
Oh no, I'm locked in.
back in 1996, I was riding with my mom in a 77 Thunderbird, and this Nissan came out of nowhere and rear-ended my mom on State Road 33. Pushed the engine into the driver's seat of this Nissan.
I can tell you when
We got a
they
bent
left.
license plate and a scratch on the bumper of the T-Bird.
I got into a wreck with the Lincoln the other day.
Yep, I'm a Vulcan.
Hold on. I did. I got into a wreck with the Lincoln the other day. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait a minute, the gate doesn't have rust on it?
That's the damage that I caused. No, we have a dry climate, bro. This is a dry climate. We don't get rust like you guys do.
Yeah, but all the cars are rusty. You gotta have a rusty gate to go with the cars.
No, the 57 is rusty because it's not from here. The rest of these cars aren't rusty.
Man,
Where are the keys? Come on.
talk about a blast from the past. When I saw that
Here's another
DeLorean the
channel.
other day, that was amazing.
Greg Biffle. And then you guys should check him out too. Bill's pretty cool people. I like him.
And it's some awesome looking vehicles.
See, this car was a thrash together a couple of years ago, and I actually never finished it. It's been parked for almost a year because I got in trouble with it. None of the interior is done. It's only got some of the paneling work.
Captain's asking if it's a Mercury Capri.
Not really ape, but she's my fun little fox body.
Wow.
Look, she even has one of those
Yeah,
jam
you know the
style
best thing about those is those are the
That's
easiest
actually,
ones to fix because it's got that distributor cap.
I'm telling you what, I didn't think I would like it, but no, it's not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Now, I'm not a mechanic by any means, but I could probably fix one of those engines.
Yeah, this is just a little
Is that a
302.
Holly or a
Nothing
quad or
special.
junk?
No, that's Holly. Watch
My
your
dad used to
ears.
call it quadra junk or a Holly.
No, I don't do the quad drunks. I do Holly. I won't even do Edelbrock. I'll do Edelbrock intakes, but not their carburetors.
Mercury Capri LX. Wow. Yeah, I like those older ones because you don't have to worry about the electronics in them. It's just everything worked based off the distributor.
Nothing works on the electrical except for all the electrical works. And if that's confusing enough for you, then good, because I don't like this car as far as the electrical is concerned. This car actually, whoever had it before I did, screwed the electrical so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, so bad. So I have to buy a new wiring harness. That's $650 of wiring harness that I have to buy.
Holy jeez.
It all is there and it all, but then again, none of it works. I mean, the turn signals work, the headlights work, all that works, but none of the dash stuff works.
Still sweet.
That's what sucks. Taxi.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one a few times.
This is my personal taxi. There's my taxi's phone number. Good luck getting somebody to answer it though. That number's off.
Hometown Heroes Cab Company. Awesome.
Yeah, that's the name of my original cab company, is Hometown
Fair
Heroes Cab
from
Company.
here to there.
Yep.
That's awesome.
That's the name of the
DC cab
company.
Or does that say BC cab?
Yep. Styled after DC cab. I had to get permission for that.
Yeah, it's still worth it. Hey, Henry, welcome in. Got a friend of mine on here, Duke Luke Garage. Check out his channel, guys. Wow.
That's a 79 Fox Body Mustang. The same thing as the Mercury.
Yeah.
I would like to have them.
I will say it does
Mercury
bring back
Capri,
memories,
to
though.
be honest. Yeah.
Duke Luke.
This one's called the Imposter because it's got the wrong hood scoop facing the wrong way, and it actually doesn't do anything. And that's actually the 87 to or 88 to 93 spoiler. And then this is my 69 Ranchero. As you can tell, I am a fan of. That was one of my heroes right there. Greg Biffle was one of my heroes. It's so sad that he's his estate is being sued the way it is because everybody screwed him after his death.
Yeah, but you know what's great about having those old cars, though, Duke?
Yeah.
If an EMP burst were to hit anything in this country right now, everybody that's got all these newer, updated vehicles, they're not going to be able to start a damn thing.
This one would survive. This is points. Those ones are electronic ignitions, so those ones could end up dead in the water. But this is points. You're not going to kill this.
Yeah. And those are easier to fix, too. If an EMP hits, all you got to do is make sure the ignition's off and nothing's going to fry.
Well,
all the newer stuff, because it has to have power to the computer on it all the time. Anything that's in it, if an EMP hits it, it's going to fry everything.
I wonder how much my neighbors would hate me if I started that one up.
I wouldn't own a Tesla.
I'd own a Tesla, just so I'd have something to wipe my ass with all the time.
If I ever own an electric car, it's going to be one that I build myself.
Ooh, I probably shouldn't do this, but
Nice.
oh, that's not working again. Dang it.
All the gauges are frozen?
Working. Nah, just damn radio. It comes and goes. It used to work all the time.
Yeah.
Now it just comes and goes.
It could be a simple fix.
Yeah, I think it's just a power switch, to be honest. Yes, she still purrs. She has some issues, but she purrs. I've actually driven this out to Oregon and back.
Welcome in,
She's
K
done the
Killer.
1,912-mile round trip not this last April, not last month, but the April before. And I drove it out to
Right.
Oregon and back. And then,
Kind of gives you a taste of nostalgia, though, don't it?
yeah.
I mean, for the people that were born in the time we were.
Now let's go out back to see if Cap's still here, so you can see the one that everybody wants to see, the one that everybody loves.
Yeah, Duke, if you like nostalgic stuff, you ought to see Swan Song's channel. She's got a
Oh,
lot of
I
old
watch the
stuff she
channel
puts
all
on
the time.
hers.
I've seen a better portion of her stuff. I just don't tell her that I'm there. I troll a lot of different channels that nobody realizes.
I don't have any old cars, Henry. I have a 2005 GMC Sierra pickup and a 2011 Ford E350 shuttle bus. That one's still my favorite by far.
Oh yes, Old Yeller will always be the number one.
Well, I tell
She
you
will
what,
be
if
the
I had
one
that
that gets the
car, I'd be
most
sanding that
views,
thing down.
despite how shitty of a condition she's in. She will still get the most views. Go over to my shorts and you'll see me drive her out of the driveway. She was parked right there for a little while.
I just love the nostalgia, though.
Oh God.
I mean, I know
Yeah.
the car was before my time, but it's still a beautiful vehicle.
Another 302. Actually,
Yep.
that's a 289.
That's what the Thunder Chicken had in it.
And then another 302. That's the police interceptor 302.
I think the biggest Ford engine I ever had was a 351M.
The Lincoln has a 400 in it, but I don't like the M's. They're not good motors. Oh, it's
Oh,
not over here
my
anymore.
dad swore up and down the M series was the best. He hated the Windsors.
No, man, I'm telling you right now, dude. I'm telling you right now. These Windsors, these 351 Windsors, that 351 Windsor that's inside that Ford 500 from the factory pushes more horsepower as it sits and has more torque than that Lincoln does. And that Lincoln
Really?
has the 400 in it. That was the other thing is somebody's like, oh, I'll put a big block in it. I'll put a big block in it. They were talking about my brown Ranchero, which is a 302. And they're like, oh, I'll put a big block in it. And I'm like, well, what's big block? And they said the 400. And I laughed at them. And I said, that's not a big block. I said, that was a poor excuse of an engine and just something to fill engine bays. You want a Ford engine? Get a 350 Cleveland, not the M.
Well, isn't a 400 basically a 350 engine just bored out a little bit more?
It's the same thing as the 351M.
So it's not really a bigger
The
engine. It's the same
351M
size.
and the 400M, the reason why you walk up to any Ford from the 70s that has one of those motors, they'll say 351M/400M, is because they're the same motor, man. There's no
Yeah.
difference in the two of them. There really isn't. It's just you want a good
That full size
351.
Bronco I was telling you I had, the one that we jacked up, it had
Yeah,
a 351M in it.
yeah. You want a good one though. You get yourself a Windsor. Those babies, they'll last for days. That 302, 225 horsepower from the factory. That's
Nice.
more than what that Lincoln has. And it's almost 100 less on cubic inches. The older, the better, though. I mean, if you really want to talk engines, right, let me tell you what 1971 is the year that you want. You don't want any other year. 72 and newer, they lowered the compression ratio on this is not just Ford, this is everybody. They lowered the compression ratio because of the fuel crisis bullshit that they
Yeah.
said that they were having for the last 50
Um.
plus years. Anyway,
Yeah.
so they lowered the compression ratio on all those engines. Every one of them, man. They're junk. They're junk engines. I mean, you can still get good ones from the 70s, but 1971, that was the last good year.
Right.
Everything was high compression back then.
Yeah.
Everything was high compression. Like my Ranchero, even as a two barrel, it's still 9.5 compression ratio. That's stock, dude. Imagine if I were to actually do something to that engine. That thing lays rubber for days. Of course,
Sweet.
there's factors
Not
behind it.
not to
There's no
interrupt
weight.
you, Henry. Henry asked a question. He's like, if you put shade cover over all the oceans, lakes, rivers, will the sky still be blue? Yeah, it will still be blue.
Yes.
It's because the oceans look blue because the sky is blue, not the
Yeah.
reflection of the light off the oceans. It's the
Yep.
atmosphere, all the
And
gases and everything give it that blue effect.
yes. And you know why the grass is green and the sky is blue?
Never really gave much thought to it. I know they say
Well, if the
chlorophyll
sky
makes the
was
grass
green, you
green.
wouldn't know where to stop mowing. There's your dad joke for the day.
That's a good one.
But yeah, that's not just everything. Yeah, I got a small. This is just some of them. This is just some of them. There's a lot more. Lot more. I mean, like my shelves. If you were to just look at my shelves,
Yeah. Well, I remember building those models when I was a kid, man.
there's Old Yeller.
No, Michael, you asked me that
There's
yesterday and I didn't. Yeah, I like that. I like that real old one. I actually thought about building. My dad has a he drew up blueprints for a dragster. You know, the real long bodied ones with the real fat slicks on the back of it.
yeah.
And he never got to build it, but I still have the blueprints. And I'm hoping one day I can take his blueprints and actually build it.
Anybody know
Son,
this
you're
car?
welcome in, hon. Good to see you.
The Tommy Boy car.
Michael, we don't talk politics, bud. Sorry.
Oh, I kind of did talk politics a little bit, but not much. I just talked about how the fuel crisis is a problem for the last 60 years. We're in the middle of a fuel crisis since before I was born.
Yeah, I remember the 80s.
Yeah,
They talk about fuel crisis, had people lining up at the damn pumps, and you were allowed 10 gallons of gas at most.
yeah.
And it was what, nickel a gallon back then? 10 cents a gallon?
Uh,
Something like that.
like 40 cents or some crap like that back in the 80s.
Oh,
I
okay.
got my
I
dad
remember
in
it being a
trouble
little bit
once.
cheaper. Maybe it was because it was Rhode Island right near the ocean.
Well, yeah, I'm going based off Oregon prices, Oregon was kind of expensive back then. It's still expensive to live in Oregon. Hence the reason why I'm in Montana. Otherwise, I'd still be in Oregon. I miss being out there though. I do. I miss being out there. But too rich for my blood. Plus, there's people out.
Oh, he's not in Oregon.
None of you guys.
He's in,
Huh? I'm in Montana.
yeah, Montana.
I'm originally from Oregon. I was born in Portland, grew up over by Salem.
Okay, that's where Swan's
But I've been
from.
out here.
Swan's
I've
from
been out
Oregon.
here. That's why Swan and I have had our conversations in the past. Is because I
Nice.
know where she's at. I mean, I don't know exactly where she's at, but I know she's in Oregon. And I'm a fellow Oregonian. We're both Goonies. We're both from the great state of the ducks and the beavers, where we spend most of our time in the water.
Michael Bud, please stop talking about presidents, politics, and all that crap in here. This is the only warning I'm going to give you. Any more comes out of you about politics, I'm going to immediately ban you from the channel. You will not be allowed back.
Here, I'll tell you something about politics. We're the ones in charge, not the politicians. They're representatives. Just like the guy at the door of Walmart, that's a representative.
Yeah,
They
I
work
just try
for
not
us.
talking about it because
But anyway, that's
people
as
get
far as I'm gonna go.
mad over it.
Yeah. Screw them. Screw all of
I
them.
respect everybody's opinion on it. I just
And
don't
I
want
really
anybody
mean,
fighting.
and I really mean screw all of them. And I don't care if you have socks on or not.
As far as I'm concerned, the only politics I'd like to talk about is the ones where they're taking them out to a ship in the middle of the ocean and then sinking that sucker
You know what you get
with
when
no
you have
life rafts.
You know what you get when you have 100,000 politicians at the bottom of the ocean?
Good start.
Yep, a good start. Hey, you know what happened?
No idea.
You got to learn how to swim. Too
Yeah,
soon?
we got a great group of people.
You know what you get when you cross the Atlantic with the Titanic? About halfway.
Well, see,
Too soon?
I had an idea years back that I had proposed about that wall they were talking about putting in. The hell with the
What wall?
wall, just dig a trench like they did with Panama. Go from one side of the country to the other, and then fill that sucker with alligators and piranha.
What, around DC?
No, right at the borders.
Oh, right at the borders. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fill it with alligator and
Like what I'm
piranha,
going to do.
saltwater crocodiles and stuff.
Like my. I don't
It'll
think
do
they
two
survive
things.
on
It'll
the
keep
north
the
border.
illegals out, and it'll feed the crocs.
They would need some electric blankets went to the north border. It gets a little, bro.
Yeah, have you seen some of the size of those crocs they get, especially like down in Australia? Wow.
Yeah, they get pretty big.
They had one.
They get pretty big.
They pulled one out after it killed somebody. It was huge. I mean, the croc literally swallowed the whole person. So they killed the croc and took the croc out so they could at least get the body out of it. Dude, they found a Pennsylvania license plate inside the belly of the croc.
That
How does a
doesn't surprise me.
crocodile eat a Pennsylvania car in Australia?
One bite at a time.
I saw that and I was like, good grief, where did that croc come from? Was it a zoo kept animal and they turned it loose in the wild? Is that what happened? Or
I am a crocodile. I will eat you. Come to me.
but there was this I was watching the documentary, it was this waterfall they had in Australia. And people would literally go across the waterfall and walk because there was like a ridge that you could walk across. And they would always tell people, be careful, watch out where you're walking, and they had signs posted the danger of crocodiles. People ignored
Sorry,
it.
I gotta keep that on. It gets too warm in here. I'm gonna miss
Biggest
the
one,
air conditioning.
I've seen some pretty big ones out in the water, but the biggest one that I've ever took with my mom, my dad, or not my mom, my dad and my two brothers, we all got it and taped it up for the game warden. It was 6 foot long, was the biggest one we captured.
I've never seen an alligator in real life.
And things they look mean, and they can get mean.
I'm
The
sure they
second one we
can.
caught, we
I'm
taped it
sure
up at the
that
mailbox.
scream like a little girl.
Oh, when we taped that second one up, the 3-footer that we caught, we taped it up at the mailbox after taking photographs of it, with us each holding it. The game warden come out and picked it up, and he turned around, and he looks at us, he goes, "You guys can't be doing this." He goes, "Let us come out and do our job." This is when? After they eat our dogs?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah, Michael, I've had gator tail before. It's not
There's
bad.
hey, look, man. There's a lot of things I've done that was crazy in my life, but walking up on something that's dangerous and can kill me, that's not one of them.
Yeah. Well,
I've
see,
done prison tours that could kill you. I won't go near alligators.
Captain Farron's from my area.
Yeah.
He used to live about a half mile, 3/4 of a mile from my house, right around the block. So he's
I've
seen
only
the
been to
alligators and
Florida.
the deer we've had
I've
out
never
here and
really.
all this stuff.
I haven't been to Florida in probably. God, that was like almost 20 years ago. I want to say about 20 years ago was the last time I was there.
It,
But
it
I
it's
mean, I
changed
never
quite a
really
bit.
got to stay. We were truck drivers. What it wasn't something that you don't get to really actually venture around when you're you know load here and load there. But I got to
Spring
see
Hill, I
some of
have
it.
no idea. I'm close to Lakeland, if that gives you any idea. I'm not in Lakeland, but I'm close to it.
I got a trivia question for you guys. Which city has the most skyscrapers in the world? In the world?
I think that'd be
Which
Tokyo.
city? God, I wanna say you're probably right, but
I think it'd be Tokyo.
probably what is it? Hong Kong? I want to say Hong Kong. I'm probably wrong though. Don't look it up. Well, I can't. I'm using the phone that I look up everything.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother to look it up, but I think it's Tokyo.
Is it? It's it might be. Is it Tokyo? Oh, it's Hong Kong. Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I was
All right.
close.
I figured as much. I kind of figured as much because I've been to China. Well, let me rephrase that. We had a layover in China. I really didn't get to see China except from the air. And I'm telling you what, Hong Kong, that thing, that city is almost the same size as Oregon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean most of those Japanese cities are Hong Kong, Tokyo, Taiwan. I mean, China, Japan, they're having population crisis, so they have to build the skyscrapers to get people housing.
which building has the most stories in it?
Yeah, they do a lot of bigger things over there than we do here. We're downsizing to make things smaller, and they're upsizing to make things bigger.
Which which building has the most stories in it?
The tallest building in the world,
No, no, I didn't say the tallest building. Which building has the most stories in
the library.
it? I figured you'd catch on. Yeah, we the same age, man. We know all those old jokes.
He's doing pretty good actually. He had a wreck on his go kart. He wrapped it around a tree,
Ooh,
and he thought he had a concussion. He gashed himself on the cheek and everything, so he's gonna have to get the welder out and do some more welding on the frame because he broke the frame.
bummer. I broke my
And
welder.
it didn't snap where the weld was.
I broke my welder.
Well, I have 3 welders currently, but he's supposed to get one of them. I'm giving him the big one because I got my 2 smaller ones on my bus. But
Yeah.
one of them that I have is a MIG TIG stick. And it's also got a spool gun, so it does aluminum, stainless, and carbon, all three.
Oh
I
wow.
have a TIG welder that's separate from all those that runs on 220, and I have my 110 220 plasma cutter.
I just have the 110 MIG welder. It's a Lincoln. It's old, but I tell you what, it still works pretty damn well. Up and did
Yeah.
till about like 2 weeks ago.
Well, Lincoln
It
makes
finally took
makes
a
damn
shit
good
on me a
welders.
couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lincoln's
Lincoln
one of the
welder.
manufacturer of welders. It's also Millermatic. Miller makes a really really good welder. They're almost comparable to Lincoln. And then you get the cheaper ones like Chicago Electric and stuff like that. No,
Yeah,
Henry, I don't sell tacos out of my bus. I'm going to be turning it into a machine shop. on
I'm
wheels.
telling you right now, man, Lincoln Welder, that's actually one of my favorite welders out of all of them. Um, I've had mine for, God, well over 30 years. Um, it's due for a new handle. That's what's wrong with it right now. It still works fine. Still looks almost brand new, to be honest.
Yeah.
I never leave it outside. It always stays. It's the only piece of equipment that I have that always stays inside. Everything else outside. I don't care. Not my welder. my yeah, my
I know
welder.
this.
It's down the street inside the storage unit because I don't
Nice,
want it out
Michael.
in the
That's
weather.
cool.
We get a lot of snow here. Well, we used to. We used to.
Yeah. That honestly, that's the only time I enjoyed actually doing any welding was in the wintertime.
American boats. I used to do
Summertime, the shop would get 140 degrees or hotter.
yeah. I used to build blue water or not build. Um I used to work for blue water boats out of Springfield, Oregon when they moved to Salem. Um blue water boats. Can't remember the name of the actual boats, but I used to put their they were just little ski boats, but I used to put those back together back in the 90s. No welding though; they were all fiberglass. He's probably talking about big boats though.
Yeah, I got I don't just have welders either. I got a plasma cutting torch. It's a 110
Who just
plasma
ripped
cutter,
ass?
and it actually cut through quarter-inch plate with no
Him?
problem.
My cat just ripped ass. Yes.
Yeah, sometimes hotter.
Yeah.
I started back in 1997 as a welder, and I worked all the way through 2010 for 3 different companies as a welder. And I just got sick and tired of the breathing in the fumes and the vapors, and coming home with just covered head to toe, just dirt and soot and oil and grease and everything else. So I was like, I need something different. I ended up working for Sam's Club, but building
Sorry.
masts for
My
drilling
cat.
rigs.
My cat right here. He likes spankings. I don't know why.
He got that look
My
in his
bro
eyes.
my brother got him started on that years ago, and so on occasion I sit here and I just out of habit for 4 years.
Yeah. I'm just blowing up my phone.
No, I don't have a water jet maker. I don't have anything
Oh,
like that. God, I wish. That shit's
yeah. I mean,
expensive.
back when I was in school, uh, throughout elementary, middle school and high school, I was basically woodworker. It wasn't
I
nothing that I could make out of wood.
I did welding most of my life. Um, I worked for AgriCorp, Agri Systems. That's on the other side of town. They do most of the silo structures and shit like that.
Right.
And I worked for them for God, I want to say 20 years. If I wasn't working for them, I was cooking. I either welded or I cooked. I did a lot of cooking, but that was mostly for fun. I had fun cooking. I did a lot of cooking. Ooh,
Right.
boy. You want to talk about politicians? You want to talk about politics? I fed they were here in 2018. There, that's all the politics we'll talk about. And no, I
Yeah.
didn't poison them because, well, I mean,
No, Henry, I don't
Secret
have a water
Service.
jet.
But yeah, I, I I've I've served some very very big names. But I mean, again, I'm in
Yeah.
Billings, Montana. All the big names come through here.
I mean, I have, as far as tools I've got besides the lathe or the welder, the plasma cutter, I've got CNC machine that's a desktop CNC machine. I have a desktop lathe. Both of them can handle steel. And no,
Oh,
I do not like sushi. Sushi is not cooking.
I never can find any good though. That's the problem. I mean, I'm in Montana, so what do you expect?
That was my friend Gator Squatch. He knows I'm on a live.
Where is
He's
Gator? How come he's not in here?
no, he's dealing with some stuff in real life.
Oh yeah,
He's trying to take care of some stuff that he's got going on.
yeah, 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 yeah. My daughter and I have been going back and forth. I'm glad she's out there and here because I'm pretty sure both of us would have killed each other by now.
Yeah,
Hey, here's a good idea. Let's both be schizophrenic and both not on medication and both get mad at each other. There's a great idea.
depends on
That's
what you
what I
need
thought.
engraved, Michael.
I still take care of her, I still do what I need to. It's just that, man, I tell you what. Well, American Maker, everything that's been going on out there. My daughter, but we got into a fight last week and it cost me my phone.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Makes for a fun
I,
time, when you're schizophrenic.
I will tell you
Makes
this
for
much. I've got these molds coming in, and I'm getting ready to do some castings, resin castings. But I'm doing two special ones. I came up with the idea to do it because one is a representation of my mom and one's a representation of my dad. And what I'm going to do is mix their ashes with the resin and pour it in a mold so that each one can be mounted to a plaque that I can
Hold
mount
on,
on the dashboard of my vehicle.
My French is a little on the rusty side. Hold on, I got to see what he said.
I think Ann asked, how are we?
Oh, they did. Oh, good.
D'où venez-vous?
Yeah.
I will never go Boost Mobile ever again, Henry. I was with them for 20 years. They screwed me over on my last phone, and I'm never going back to them again.
I've been using Straight Talk since they started.
Yeah, I'm with Spectrum now. I haven't had any issues.
I use Spectrum for my internet until I leave here. Well, we'll still have the internet here, but when
And
I leave, I'm going with Straight Talk's
and
mobile
Francois,
Wi-Fi.
parlez-vous anglais?
Do I speak French?
No, I was
God,
asking Ann
not
if she
not very
spoke
well.
English.
Yeah, not
Parlez-vous
very
anglais?
well. It's been a long time. That's like we're talking almost 30 years ago, man. No, actually, that was 30 years ago. Bummer.
My French, un petit français.
Yeah,
I haven't really spoke French since my grandmother passed away.
I can't remember the last time I needed to speak French.
And I'll be surprised because when I was a kid, I learned French in seventh grade because they had to take an elective for a language, and I figured, I'll speak French.
Yeah.
And then I went over to my grandmother's house, and she was speaking with my Aunt Peggy, and they were having a conversation, and I happened to walk in while they were speaking French to one another, and I understood what they were saying, and I made a comment because my Aunt Peggy looked at me, and she's like, bonsoir, comment ça va? I said, ah, bien, mais comme ci, comme ça. And she looks at me, my grandmother looks, I was like,
I had I had a great uncle that was like that. It wasn't French, it was
no, Henry, I
Cajun
learned it in
French.
school in Rhode Island.
It was Cajun that he would speak. But it was
Oh, yeah, the
it was
Creole French.
yeah. I always got a kick out of it, man. I never understood what he was saying though.
Oh, one of my favorite shows is called True Blood. It's a vampire show with is based on the Sookie Stackhouse novels. It was in
I
Bon
no
Temps, Louisiana.
I I I'm not sure if Henry's asking you or me. I didn't learn. I learned French in Oregon, where I was in school, um, mostly from watching movies, to be honest.
Right.
But no, no,
Hello, Ann.
I'm not
Welcome in.
allowed in Canada. I haven't been allowed in Canada since 1998.
Oh, as far as languages, dude, I've got so many people. If I meet somebody that speaks a foreign language that I don't know anything about, I ask them to teach me whatever they can teach me.
I just tell everybody the same thing. I speak every language except for Greek.
So you know Lao or Thailand?
I speak every language except for Greek. Try me.
Yeah, I grew up in Rhode Island, Henry. I live in Florida now, though. But
No,
when I was working at GMF and also at Integrated, I used to work with this Asian guy. His name was A. So I'd ask him, I was like, because he told me he's from Laos. And I was like, can you teach me the language? And he's like, hey, he goes, I don't know why you want to learn it. It's a dead language. Nobody speaks it anymore. And I'm like, well, because I want to learn. I love languages. And he started teaching me. And I found out, sabadi is like saying, how are you? Or good morning or good day,
yeah,
whatever.
see, that sounds like Greek to me.
And then in Lao, it's savaidi. Instead of sounding with a B, it's a V. And then
Oh
the
yeah,
numbers, nung song sam, si ha, hok, he, te, sip, sao. If you want to eat something, is ginkao, which basically is like eat rice, eat food.
hmm.
Saying see you later, you can say pakanman, hangaman.
Yeah, that was an
You got
ongoing joke from when we were
uh,
growing up. Was
yeah,
everybody ever because of dad dad's been all my dad, he's been all over the world, so yeah, my mom, they knew languages from everywhere, so I would always joke, be like, oh yeah, I speak all the languages except for Greek. So somebody
actually,
would
Henry,
speak,
there is a an earbud setup that you can buy that actually translates all languages. It does 150 different languages. It just doesn't
you
get
know,
all the dialects and slang,
yeah,
so you'll get the gist of the conversation.
but yeah, we used to say
It's
that.
not Starlink.
And
I
then
forgot what they call it, but it's you put it in and you're having a conversation
Starlink.
with somebody and it'll actually translate it as they're speaking to you.
I keep turning this on and off because it's a tin can in here.
Yeah, I remember. I had somebody teach me how to speak Cuban, and then somebody taught me to speak Mexican Spanish. Kind of find out there's differences, and then I met somebody from Peru who was teaching me how to speak Peruvian Spanish, and that's different. So it's
Yeah.
like, wow.
I have such a horrible memory that it's hard it's hard for me to know to learn anything like when I took the courses to get, this is over 10 years ago, when I took the courses to get my certifications in electrical, plumbing, masonry, and carpentry for residential homes. I had to take it twice, man, because I have a horrible memory. I mean, the weed
Yeah,
doesn't help, but the schizophrenia is the problem. I have so much that I put into my brain that a lot of the stuff I don't remember anymore because I keep adding to it. And so that's one of my biggest frustrations is now that I'm doing the mechanic thing again, it's like I have to reteach myself all over again. It's annoying.
Austin, that's Duke Luke Garage, 1978. He's got a channel on YouTube. Feel free to check him
I,
out.
I'm nobody. I'm a figment of your hallucination. I was never here. I'm
Yep.
just a ghost. Ooh.
Oh, dude, I got this guy that comes over every once in a while, and I know a little bit of magic tricks and different card tricks and stuff. And of course, I can't do it on here because in order to be able to do the magic trick, I have to face the card to you guys to see it, and that would
Yeah.
it would show it to me. But I surprised the hell out of him. I had him pick a card out of a deck and memorize it, and then I'd take the deck and I'd hold it right up here to my forehead, and then I'd tell him what his card was just by mental. A little bit of mentalism. And he turned around. He's like, "Dude, how?"
Did you see the question that Henry asked? Are you serious? that that's a redundant question, right?
Neuralink?
Yeah.
No, probably not.
No, have you seen the movie Wall-E? Have you
Yeah.
seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
Wow.
go that route.
Wow.
Have you seen
Wow.
Fallout? Did you watch the Fallout series? Yeah, I'm not trying to go that route either. No.
Yeah.
Here, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you how I think about electronics. What I think about electronics. I want you to point out. I want you to point out the electronic vehicles. Point out the electronic vehicles. Yeah, you're not going to find any around me. Nope, not even the Taurus. It's a 96 and I don't even own it. I won't drive it. This phone, that's the closest you'll get to me and technology.
Yeah.
Don't
Most people don't
ever
realize
expect
with
me.
technology the way it is, anybody can tap into it. And it's like the
Yeah,
Teslas
that's
and
the.
stuff that everybody's talking about. Oh, would you go on a Tesla?
Do
No,
you
I won't own a
realize?
Tesla.
Do you realize that if I was actually a good enough hacker, I could start making Elon Musk do whatever the hell I want him to do because he's stupid. I don't
Oh, it's
care
got
how
nothing to
much
do with
money that
living in a
man
red
has,
neighborhood,
and I don't
Henry.
care what kind of knowledge he may think he has, and I don't care how much money that man has. He's a complete moron. Stupid.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
Stupid.
getting a hold of my dad's old Corvette. He had a 1976 Corvette with the T-tops. That bitch would do
Oh
120 in
God,
the
I
front
would
end and
love
start
that.
coming off the ground.
I would love to have an old 60s vet, like a 63, dude.
Yeah,
63 would be the
63 is my
best.
favorite one, the rear split window.
Split window? The split window? Oh God, that's such a beautiful car. I like that body style though. The 50s vets, yeah, they're all right. They're all right. But the
I think
63 body
anything,
style,
the ones from the 80s up, they're ugly. They're shit. They're not like the old fashioned ones.
the only reason why I would own one from the 80s is because of the 18. Other than that, I wouldn't own it. And honestly, I'd yank the power plant out of it and put an LS in it.
Yep. It's like
That's the
recently watching the A Team all
oh.
over again.
Just so everybody's aware, the LS, it would be turned back into a Ford version because the
Yeah.
LS is a Ford motor. I don't
Was
care
like
what you
with
say.
the
I was there when it happened. I was
I don't
alive.
know, Swan. I couldn't tell you if you took an allergy pill today.
Yeah. That's all the LS is a GM version of the Windsor because they're the ones that bought the blueprints to Windsor in 1997 when it went up. And then the LS was born.
Yeah.
And they can't make a good Windsor block. But you know what they can do? Turn the LS into a Windsor block. You know, they make all the adapters for the LS to make it a carbureted, points driven car or engine.
Nice.
GM makes that. It's because they have the Ford blueprints and they still can't get it right. Those motors are garbage, man. They can't make it 250,000 miles without having to be rebuilt versus
Yeah.
my actual real Windsor that's got over 1,000,000 miles on that baby from the factory. Well, I mean, since the factory, I should say. It
Yeah.
didn't come with 1,000,000 miles from the factory. I would have never bought it.
Yep. Henry, I haven't been a baseball fan since Nolan Ryan, Mark McGuire, and Bo Jackson played baseball.
A 69
And Ken Griffey
fastback.
Jr.
Uh, I have another 69, and it's not even a Ford. The other 69 is the big version of this car.
That's an awesome model.
That's my L78.
Well, Henry, to sum it up, I went to play baseball when I was in high school, and a coach told me I was too fat to play, and then let the fattest kid in the school, because he was a senior, get on the team. So
Ooh, the steroids
I wasn't a
era.
fan of baseball
Oh
after that. It
yeah,
ruined my
that
joy
was
of the game.
during the 80s, wasn't it? Wasn't that during the 80s?
The steroid era?
I didn't watch baseball. Yeah, I didn't watch baseball, man. Baseball wasn't my thing. That was my grandma's. I was a football guy.
Oh, I used to love it, man. And then when
I used.
I went to try out for baseball when we moved to Florida in '92, and the coach told me I was too fat to play, so I ended up hating the sport after that. And then find out this kid that was like 3 times what I weighed was on the baseball team, and I was pissed.
Yeah, I sucked at baseball. I got hit in the face a lot. Can't you tell?
Well, the only reason I went to tryouts is because when I was in PE, we were playing baseball in PE, and every time they'd pitch, I'd hit the ball and knock it clear out of the playground. Where
Oh,
they held the
95
PE
to
at.
2003. Was it really? Was it really that recent? Wow. Where was I?
No, it
95
was
to
in the '80s
2003.
too,
Where
but it
was
was
I?
primarily back in the
Mm.
'80s. It was mostly football players that were on steroids.
Oh, he's talking about baseball.
Yeah.
Oh, that is right. I was in high school when that started. Now I remember.
Yep. Yeah, I would think you
Uh,
graduated around '96, wouldn't you?
yes. Well, I was supposed to graduate in 97, but I actually did graduate in 96. I was supposed to go to 97, but I was a step ahead of everybody else because, well, I wasn't diagnosed with schizophrenia until about 5, almost 6 years ago. And with that hyperfixation and that multiple persona thing, I mean, I don't have multiple personalities, uh, but I do have that multiple persona thing, multiple
Uh,
interests. And so, yeah, I was all over the map. I was all over the map. And I graduated a year before everybody else was supposed to graduate,
yeah.
just because I was done. I mean, not to mention I had a cocaine habit when I was 16 and 17 years old. So I completed two
No,
years of
Henry.
school in 1 year.
I was 185 pounds and I could hit the ball. I was really good with playing baseball. The coach was just a jackass who let the seniors go before anybody else, and he's calling me fat as an excuse. My PE coach literally told me to go for tryouts because of playing baseball in PE. Welcome back, Austin. Yeah, I kind of missed the old sports, and then I got into basketball for a little while,
Oh
but I
man, I
wasn't good
was
with basketball.
horrible at basketball. My dad
Okay,
tried to get me to play basketball when I was in grade
with
school.
basketball,
Oh,
dude, here's the funny part. I used to be able to sink anything outside of the 3-point range. I could sink it. I could go full court and sink it every time. Get me up inside that 3-point range, free throws, layups.
yeah,
I was awful.
I was
Couldn't sink a
horrible with
layup
basketball.
or a free throw to
I was
save
great with
myself.
football. I was excellent with football. I was excellent with soccer. I sucked at baseball. I took a lot of hits to the face with baseball. I didn't know how to duck. And then basketball, God, I sucked at basketball, man. I was horrible at basketball. Um, I just, it wasn't, I don't know. It wasn't something that interested me, to be honest. And that was my thing is I came from that mentality that if it wasn't interesting to me, I didn't put my time into it. I just didn't. It's just like all the drama and all that stuff that they try to get you to do in high school. Yeah, didn't care. Home ec, Didn't care. I already knew how to cook. Man, I was already when it came to cooking, I was already at a restaurant level before I even made it to
Right.
junior high because that's what I grew up. Man, I knew how to roll silverware before I knew how to walk because of my family having a restaurant.
Yeah.
That's why I
Austin, I
stayed.
actually don't have a dream car.
That's why I welded for over 20 years. Is because I hated doing the restaurant life. I loved cooking. I just didn't like doing the restaurant life. I loved to cook.
Captain says his favorite car is the Vega.
Really? Really?
Captain Farron, he said his favorite car is the Vega.
Not a bad car. I mean, if you like small, compact, little four bangers, I mean, they're great cars.
It's all good, Henry.
Um, the Monza was the same car, for the most part. They're all right. I'm not. I mean, I like small cars, but I'm a V8 person. I
Yeah.
like muscle,
I mean,
even though I
as
don't
far
have
as my
any.
favorite
I
car
don't have
goes,
any
it's one
muscle,
that runs.
but I like to have it.
My favorite car is one that's going to run.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My favorite car is the one that runs and drives and goes down the road and works. Has those things that nobody uses called turn signals. I don't even know why they add those to the car anymore. It's like nobody
Yeah.
uses them.
I mean, I do like the older
Oh,
vehicles
here's
because they're
another one.
easier to fix.
Here's another one that everybody loves to do is you don't have to wear your seatbelt. They can't pull you over for it. That's another one that everybody loves to say. Are you retarded? Have you seen the signs that said click it or ticket?
I tell you, last week, I don't know if I told you about it. I freaking saw a DeLorean, dude. Fully
Yeah,
restored, and the guy actually put the extras to make it look like
we
the
have
one
a
from Back to the Future.
we have a guy here in town, right here in Billings, that's got like five of them, four or five of them. One is an actual Back to the Future's replica car. The rest of them are just regular DeLoreans, never been modified.
Nice.
We have somebody here in town that's got a one of the actual real Eleanors from the Nicolas Cage movie. It was one of the ones that was in it.
Gone in 60 seconds.
Yeah, the Nicolas Cage version. Because there's two. Um, there's a guy here
That's
in
because it
town
was
that
a
has one of those.
Volkswagen.
Um, oh, Sirocco. Oh, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but that's the way we always pronounced it.
I got to pick on
Oh, I
people, though, about the
love those
Volkswagen thing.
things, dude. I love
Germans
those. We
actually
had
did
one.
make a decent car.
We had one when I was in high school. It was me and a couple friends of mine that had one. That thing was so ugly, but it was so fun to drive. It was an ugly car, but it was fun to drive. Of course, I mean, a lot of those cars from back then were ugly.
Tell you, the first vehicle I ever learned to drive, 1984 Pontiac Fiero, 4-speed on the floor.
Oh God, I hate those cars. I hate them. I have a bad experience with a
That
Fiero.
was the first
My
car I ever learned how to drive. I was 14 years old when I learned to drive it.
my ex wife's brother had a few of those, and we actually it caught fire while we were driving it. I mean, don't get the wrong impression. I'm not like, oh my God, I can never get in another one again. I just like, yeah, that was a horrible experience. You'll never see me get in a side one of those ever again.
Oh, the Shelby Mustang. My freaking dad had one of those, and he kicking himself in the ass every day after he sold it.
Uh hmm.
He had it painted up all white with blue stripes down the middle.
What year Shelby Mustang?
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. All I know is this sucker was sweet.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
would love to have
two-door,
a Shelby. I would love to have a Shelby.
and that thing would freaking hum.
Those things are expensive.
He'd fire that thing up, and all you hear is that thing is going.
Do you see that kid that just found Steve McQueen's? Well, it wasn't Steve McQueen's car, but the one that he was using when he was putting around. Um, while he was filming Bullet, he was using a '67 Shelby GT 350, I think it was. It was somebody else's car, but they were using it for like running errands and whatnot, and learning, the
Yeah.
rhythm of the car. But
I'm wanting to say
I
is the
didn't I
one
didn't even know about this car until recently. But
I'm
some
wanting to say
kid
my
just
dad
found
had a
that car.
'66 Shelby, but I can't be 100% sure.
Oh, that would have been nice. Those were the handmade ones.
All I know is that after he sold it and we moved to Florida, he started kicking himself in the ass because he said the value of it alone, he got screwed.
A Ford Maverick. Oh God. Well, I mean, could have been worse. Could have been a Mustang too. Oh wait, I have one of those. I shouldn't talk shit. Actually, those Ford Mavericks, they were good cars. I'd own one.
Here's the one thing funny: I've never had transmission issues in any vehicle I've ever owned.
Ooh, I'm horrible with automatic transmissions. I
I've
blow them
blown
up.
up 2 motors,
I don't blow
and
up
both of them were
motors,
due
but
to
I
oil
blow up
pressure. And the funny
transmissions.
thing is one of them, the first one was a '97 Ford pickup. I don't like the newer stuff. The
Yeah,
newer stuff is too easy for
2010 to
somebody to get
2013
into and
Shelby.
change things
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're good looking cars. They're good cars. To each their own. I'm not into the newer stuff. I really ain't. I mean, a lot of
My dad
a
had
lot
all
of
kinds of
people
cars growing
appreciate the
up, dude.
newer cars, but I don't. I don't.
My mom, she was
I'd
a
be
huge
thick
fan
about
of the
it.
Monte Carlos growing up through the '80s. Everything was Monte Carlo this, Monte Carlo that, and it always had that. It was still a metal roof, but it had that cloth canvas top over the back of it. I
Yeah.
hated that shit.
I'm a firm believer, man. If you can't fix your car with a Leatherman, you shouldn't be owning it.
But my dad had
I'm also a firm believer that all the engineers that's come out to build cars since the 1970s has only been out trying to out engineer the person before them instead of actually caring about the consumer.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Henry. All the newer stuff that's in it, it's also easy for the people to track you in it. The older
Yeah.
stuff,
On top of the
it's
fact
more
that
reliable.
if you want, I tell you what, and it's because the younger generations that's created all this newer stuff wasn't paying attention when the older generation was trying to teach you something. All right, I tell you what,
Yeah. Well, all the computer stuff they're putting in it, and now they're working on self-driving cars. I will never own a car
everything
that drives
that
itself. You're asking
everything.
for a death trap.
I don't know where I put my Leatherman. Anyway,
When a car drives itself, that means somebody has to have it programmed by Google Maps or whatever map service they're using. And if they're wrong, you're gonna die. Especially if they're doing construction on a bridge and they
you
tear the
see this
bridge
car?
out and it doesn't update on the map. You're going over the bridge.
You see this car right here? If
Yeah.
I were driving down the road and something were to happen and I had to actually stop and work on it, I could fix everything that I need to fix on it with that right there.
Yep.
I don't need anything other than this right here to fix everything that's wrong with this car. You
Yeah, it's
need
the
a
best thing.
computer. You need a computer to work on those newer stuff. That's why I won't own them.
I've seen the inside of a Tesla, Henry, and I don't like it. I
Oh,
do not like the
I'm
electric
not gonna
cars.
lie.
There's too many
Those
computers, too
things
much
were.
stuff that can go wrong.
I
And
broke the seat in one of those.
I
Those things
actually
are
have a
actually pretty snappy. They're
I've got a
pretty
design up
snappy.
here for an
I'll
electric
give it
car
that.
that I can build myself.
But the Tesla, not efficient.
Yeah,
Not
I'm
an
not going to go with
efficient
the
car.
Tesla.
It's a waste. It's a waste of product. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of product, and it's a waste of energy. That's
Yep.
everything about Tesla.
Well, the Tesla battery,
Electric cars have been around for over 100 years. They've been around for over 100 years. That shit started over 100 years ago. They shut it down there. They'll shut it down now. Soon as Trump is out of office, Tesla will be going back down the shitter. Promise you that.
yeah. Well, Google's trying to do that self-driving car, and they use a lot of them out where they're at right now. But like I said, the issue with that is it's got to be programmed with a map. And if they're doing construction, decided overnight, and they rip out a bridge, and it's not updated on the map that there's no bridge there anymore.
Austin's asking about the hypercar. I wonder if he's talking about like a Prius.
I don't know much about a hypercar.
The Prius, I will give the Prius its credit. That was a good design. That was a good idea. They were smart thinking about that because they
Yeah, the
didn't make it
hybrids are
just
okay.
electric. They didn't make it just electric. They made it to where you could use both. My one of my neighbors that has a business up here, she's been driving the same Prius since it was brand new, and that thing is a wonderful car. Wonderful car. Another friend of mine owns a Tesla. He can't drive that thing out of this state unless he goes directly south. Any other
Henry,
direction out of Billings, and he has to recharge it unless he goes south. And that's only because the borders are like 45 minutes away.
yeah. Henry's saying the future 2030, 2050 ain't going to be that bad or scary. I'll be honest. I mean, 2030 is right around the corner, but I don't see myself living to be to the 2050 era.
I'm hoping to
I'll be
make it
surprised if I
to.
do.
I'm hoping to make it for at least to make it to my 90s. I would love to see myself make it to the 90s, but
I literally watched a video of a guy who created a flying car, dude.
oh shit, that's been around for a while too. There was a dude back in the 50s that was creating flying machines that you could
Yeah,
stand in no bigger than a washing machine. This is real stuff, dude. I am not talking shit. This is real stuff. This is
I'm
what our
50 in.
government does. Because he refused to sell to the US Army, they killed him. But yeah, it's real stuff. And what did he use to make it to fly? Magnets and water. That's what he did. This is real stuff too, man. Straight up flew up in the air with it. And all he used was magnets and water. But because he wouldn't sell his idea and because he wouldn't sell to the US government, they killed him. Just like the dude that back in the 80s. This happened in the 80s. The dude that created that machine that created clouds. I was alive in the 80s. I remember the crisis, the drought in Maine. I
Yeah,
remember it. And this dude showed up out of nowhere, pointed this device at the skies, and ended a 3-year drought. Ended it in the matter of on the news. You know what he did? You know what our government did? They killed him.
man.
And they haven't been able to recreate that technology since because they killed the brain that made it.
Yeah, they do that
Just
to a
like
lot of people.
it's just like
Like
that's the
anything that
whole
could
reason.
benefit the population, they bury it as quick as they can.
Oh yeah, that's why the I won't. American Maker has had, and I have had this conversation. That's why I will not rise against this nation without an army, and I won't raise an army using anything but me campaigning around in a vehicle. Because if I use the internet, I'm going to disappear. You know, there was a guy just 3 weeks ago that was going to try to do what we're actually legal to do, and the
Yeah,
government just took him out. They just arrested him and charged him with a bunch of bullshit.
yep.
A YouTuber.
I
That's why
remember
I
Haley's
won't.
Comet when it came through in the 80s.
Oh yeah, I remember too. I
That was
was
an awesome sight.
you remember when Mount St. Helens blew up?
I don't think it's going to be coming back in the 30s though. Maybe the 50s.
What?
It's like once every 75 years Haley's Comet comes by.
Yeah, I think so. Chitty chitty bang bang. Yeah. No, we're not talking about Dick Van Dyke though. He's not the one that created the flying car. And it wasn't a
Was like
flying
that one
car.
they
It was
kept making an issue of it, the Atlas 3, saying,
yeah,
"Oh, it ain't normal. It's not normal. It's a rock
yeah.
floating in space."
Oh God. Oh yeah, that asteroid that came through. Yeah.
And it's not the
No,
one that
they
I thought it was going to be either. There was one
I
that
thought it
passed
was
by
gonna
the
be
planet back when the power grid was being implemented, and it damn near knocked out the power grid when it came by the planet, and it was like twice the distance it's supposed to be passing Earth again. they're expecting when it passes this next time around, it's wiping out all the electronics on the planet.
I was living in Portland when St. Helens blew up. Swan. I was living in Portland. I don't remember much of it because I was honestly I was only 2. I just turned 2. Um, but I seem to remember that it was snowing in May.
I mean,
That's
I'll
what I
be honest, I
remember.
wouldn't mind seeing 2076 and what it's going to be like in the future. That'll put me
I
at 100
want to
years old.
see what is it? 2062. I think it's 2062 that I want to be alive for. I could be wrong on the year. I might be a few years off, but that's when we're supposed to have first contact. I'm still waiting for Zephyr Cochrane to show up, and I currently live about an hour and 15 minutes away from where first contact is supposed to happen.
My
But
thing is wanting to see the future. I'm wondering if it's going to end up winding up being like the Bill and Ted crap.
I'm hoping for Star Trek. I really am.
You know, everybody wearing them big puffy suits, or if it's going to be more like Judge Dredd, or no, what was that one? Not Judge Dredd. The Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone were in it.
Oh, Demolition Man. Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. I'm wondering
Yeah.
if the future is going to be like that. Be well.
Be well. I'm going to treat you all to Taco Bell.
He's sitting there. There's no toilet paper. He doesn't know how to use the seashells.
You don't know how to use the 3 seashells?
I tell you what, if it's what I think it is, and you got to put your butt against the wall and rub down, no, I don't want to use seashells.
That's
Give me
gonna
toilet
hurt.
paper any day.
That's gonna hurt.
Give me the toilet paper any day.
Does the
not
sound
only hurt, but who else has been using them?
mean anything to you?
You know, it's not only going to hurt, but who else is using them?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Give me a second, guys. Stare at the ceiling.
I'd be doing the same thing as Stallone. I'd be cursing out the dang meter on the side. Use my
Right?
fine 1 credit. And the sad part is that's the future. Everything's going to be digital.
I don't want to see the future like that. You know what I'd like to see the future be? What it was like in the 1800s?
Yeah, I'd love to see it go back to the 80s. Simpler times, easier times, not so much technology corrupting the youth and the mind
Not
of
so
the
much
children.
cocaine either. Can we cut back on the cocaine too? The 80s had a lot of coke in it.
I mean, I've literally had arguments with people that are in school teaching kids how to do things, and they're saying handwriting is the worst thing that they could be teaching a kid. I don't think so, because they're stopping and they don't realize all of our founding documents and everything that made this country, it's all written in cursive.
Yeah.
So if they
How are you
can't write
supposed to
it and
read
they
it?
can't read it, how are they going to
Are we
understand
doing
the
another
documents?
situation to where only the elite get to read it? Is it another thing like it was 2,000 years ago, where the ministers and all that were the only ones that were allowed to read the religious stuff? So the politicians are the only ones that's allowed to read the founding forefather stuff. Well, I hate to tell you guys this, but I'm a direct bloodline from our founding forefathers, like direct bloodline in my family tree. I'm directly related to those people. So those people, as you're disrespecting my country's forefathers' wishes, you're disrespecting me at the same time. So, and
From
I
my
don't do
understanding, we're
disrespect
the
like
only
everybody
country that's
else.
eliminating cursive handwriting.
I know. It's because they're trying to take over. It's because it's not actually. I mean, I know that we're not supposed to be talking about politics, but just so everybody's on the same page, the guys in DC, they're just puppets, guys. Just so you're aware. The Middle East is where the problem is. How do I know? Why did our gas prices go up for something that's happening in the Middle East?
Yeah.
We're sitting on refineries. We're sitting on our own reserves. There's 5 refineries just within 20 miles of me. 3 in the city. Just
Yeah, and that's not
3
counting the
within
100-year
the city.
reserves they've got stuck up in Alaska.
Why Why is our oil prices going up? Oh, that's right. It's because we sold everything to the Middle East. The Middle East, again, is running the show. They own all the gas stations. They own all the convenience stores.
It's all big
Anybody
business.
paying attention? I've been paying attention for the last 50 years, and I haven't even been alive that long. Anybody else going to pay attention?
Yep.
They make rules, they don't enforce them.
No, and it's
We
like the
have
news
an
media.
illegal
They only report what
immigration
they
law.
want to report.
Do you know that our illegal immigration law has been in effect since the 1800s and nobody has enforced it since the 1800s?
Yeah.
Because somebody with a secret agenda and their own agenda went into politics. I'm going to change the world. And then had their own agenda and made a rule and then didn't enforce it. I mean, it's like, let's talk about Biden for a second. The whole time he's been a politician, he's done one thing,
Yep.
and it wasn't a good one.
And the worst part about the immigration thing is if you go to another country from the U.S. and you're there illegally, they'll throw you in jail. And some places will execute you.
I know. That's how I get back to the U.S. every time I leave. Well, I don't do it anymore because I'm no
That's
longer
why
a
they
criminal.
require,
But
most
I
countries
am very
require a
much an
passport when you
ex-con.
travel.
Very much an ex-con. And see, this is why I speak the way I speak and talk about what I talk about. I have experience from both sides of the fence. Not only am I an ex-con, but I also have a degree in psychology. I also worked in the political field. My best friend still works for those guys. My oldest sister still works for those guys. I know what's going on. The hyperfixation, the what's the other one? Not just the hyperfixation, but the hyper awareness that comes with the screwed up brain. It's like the people with autism usually have extra strength, or sometimes you'll find people with mental disorders that are super heightened in something else. Like, I mean, look at Stephen Hawking's or whatever his last name was. Yes, I understand he very much could walk and talk prior. And if you weren't aware, yes, Stephen Hawking could very much walk and talk back in the day. Back in the 70s and 80s, very much could walk and talk. He ended up with a disease, but it made him super smart. He was super smart from it. I'm not saying I'm super smart. I'm not saying that at all. It's called the hyperfixation and the hyper awareness. It's called
I think we need to go to Swan's house, Duke.
Bullshit. Do what?
She's making turkey burgers and homemade fries for dinner. I think we need to go to her house.
Potatoes? I want
taters. Love me some taters.
Love me tater. Anyway. But yeah.
They used to crack my daughter up when I do that voice.
Yeah.
You're making some taters. I love me some taters.
Anyway.
Happier than a tornado in a trailer park.
Yeah, I can't do voices like you do. You can do voices. I'm just
like this voice very, very much.
You know what I can do though?
That's because he is the Duke of Earl.
You take hits like a bitch.
I make myself sound like an old
hold on, I'm not dying, I promise.
Get the voice sound like an old man.
All right, I'm fine. It was a joke. It was plain. It was fake.
Yeah, I've literally freaked people out with the different voices that I do. Especially when I get the voices deep.
I can't do voices, but I definitely will throw you off guard. I'll switch gears faster than you can blink.
I think the one that spooks the most people though is the robot voice. And then there's not like when the voice is going like that.
Do it again. For the ones in the back, do it again.
Which one?
The robot.
All the voices sound like this. Not hard voice to do.
That cracks me up.
I had somebody come into a chat one day and turn around and says, "This AI." Yeah, we got buzzed and we gotta hurry up and get out of here. They've caught on to us.
I just know how to.
I wouldn't have a problem playing any role in any movie.
I don't think I could do voices if it was a movie, but I'm definitely schizophrenic enough to make it interesting.
I did one for Schwan the other day. It sounded like this here. She knew exactly who the voice was.
I'll even take my.
Is that got a foot?
Anyway,
I spent New
how
Year's
long
Eve
you want to
talking to
do
my
this?
neighbor in a Scottish accent.
Yeah.
He wanted me to go over to his party. And for the whole
Sean
night, I didn't
Connery.
speak in the Scottish accent.
Hot
That is
shoulder,
goats.
you say?
That is goats.
Sean Connery.
Yep, see, Swan got it
I'd
good.
be better if I can't do it, man. I don't have my teeth. It makes it hard for me to enunciate words. It really makes it hard for me to enunciate certain words.
That one always tickles me right here when I do that one.
I wonder if
I try all different kinds. It just takes practice, takes time.
did I tell you how I lost my teeth?
I don't think you did. I remember you saying something about you hit your mouth or something on something.
Let me show you. Hi, on. Let me see if I can climb over the top of all this. Ow. Ow. Okay. So back in the day, I was changing the front end of one of these cars. We had unbolted it from the actual frame. There's it's 2 bolts. It's 2 bolts. And we unbolted the struts and we just lifted the car up and the whole front end came with it. All the brand new parts. It had 180-pound per square inch, brand new springs, brand new struts, everything. Took it off of one Fox Body Mustang and was putting it onto another. This is 20 years back.
I know that hurt.
My dumbass took the tire off and put the jack underneath the disc brake because I didn't have a big enough jack. And I was trying to get it to where we bolted the frame up, but then we were trying to jack this part back up to get this to come in. And as one of the threads started to come through here,
ABC.
the jack went that way, and then the strut came down and hit me directly in the face right here and knocked out all my front teeth. Pierced this. I had stitches, man. I'm surprised it didn't break my face, to be honest. It took out my teeth.
I should say you're lucky you still have a head.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're right
the
about
force
that.
Of the pressure of that, I would have taken somebody else's head clean off your shoulders.
Let me show you something else. All right. So you see how my head has a little bit of a cone right here? All right. Well, see, I have a steel plate that goes from here to here.
Yeah.
It's 3 steel plates. That's from a car accident. That was when I was 14, 14, 14.
I mean, the worst thing I've ever took into my face was a bodyboard caught me right
Yeah,
in the
14.
chin, and when it did,
Yeah.
it literally just split that whole chin wide open. I was like, oh my god.
I was with a friend of mine, and they had a an old '67 Impala that was um, clapped out, but still ran and drove. And we were fucking around out in the field, and my buddy was driving, and he decided that he wanted to go out on the road. So I was like, all right, let's go for it. You know, being kids,
Wow.
being dumb. We went out on the road, and he got that baby up to speed, and then a deer jumped out in front of us, and he didn't want to ruin the car because I mean the body itself was still good. It was clapped out. And so instead of hitting the deer, he drove off the road and hit the tree instead. And well, you know, no seat belts, no windshield. Can
Wow.
you imagine how far I flew?
I think probably the craziest thing I ever done as a kid though would be like having roller skates on and then grabbing hold of a bumper to see how fast you could go. It
Oh,
wasn't
that
the
happened
smartest thing in the
so
world.
many years ago, bro. I was God, that was 34 years ago that happened, man. It's all good now. I can laugh about that shit now. I mean, the
Yeah.
cars, sadly enough, the car got
Oh, and the
destroyed, but
stupid stuff we used to do on our bicycles as kids.
oh yeah, yeah. My exact words, I'm not lying, bro. I mean, I don't remember saying it, but my buddy said it. He said my exact words as I
Hey,
came out of
Stan,
the
welcome
car,
in.
the steering wheel stopped him, but I didn't have any of that. I just went. I mean, we didn't even have a windshield, man. So I just kind of like just went for a fly. And he said my exact words was, "Look, Wendy, I can fly." I don't remember
We
any
had
of it though.
we had this one guy. I think it was Hurricane Gloria when it went through Rhode Island. We were all living in an apartment complex on South Street, and he was our next door neighbor. Well, the hurricane came by, and him and my dad went out looking for a keg. They figured we're going to be stuck in the house for a while. They wanted to go get a keg, so they took his van out and they found one. They
Yeah.
come back. My dad set it up with a bucket of ice in the hallway, tapped it and everything. And then all of a sudden, somebody turns around and Glenn's got this bright idea. He's like, hey, y'all remember the movie Mary Poppins? And we're
Oh
like,
God.
yeah. He goes, come watch this. He grabs an umbrella, walks out the front door. The wind's like, his hat literally flew off his head when he opened the door. He stands out there and he takes the umbrella and he goes, it looked like a damn wine glass when he got done with it.
That's funny.
He was trying to fly like Mary Poppins. That thing just shot
Yeah.
straight up. It looked like a cup, a wine cup.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just
Yeah.
crazy
That was a
stuff
good.
like that that people used to do. Somebody were to do that today, they'd be calling the cops and say, hey, you got this crazy guy out here doing something stupid.
I hit a cop car once on my 10 speed. I was coming down the hill, and the dumbass decided he wanted to stop right where I was getting ready to turn. I don't know why. I come around that corner and he just looking right at me. I'm looking right at him. And I'm just flying down that hill and he stops right in front of me and I crashed right into the fender. Another time I got to go flying.
Oh,
That
and the
was
other thing we used to
that
do,
actually honestly that that time that was when I was in the 7th grade, and that following summer is when I got into the car accident.
you remember when you're a kid, you'd pedal a bike real fast and then you'd lock the back tire and then slide so you could skid mark the back
Coastal
tire.
brakes. Yep.
We were all doing that one day, and one of the guys we were with had a 10 speed he was doing it with. That was the last event we did. He was hauling, I mean, really hauling. And all of a sudden, he locks his brakes. He hit the front brake instead of the back one, right over the handlebars.
My shoulder,
He,
this shoulder
his face ate
broke
the asphalt.
broke this shoulder on. Hold on.
It was so funny, dude. He hit that brake, and you hear him. He just screams like, ah!
That right there. This bicycle right here
Wow.
Broke this shoulder 23 years ago in Dallas, Oregon, over by Salem, Oregon. For why? Because back then the brakes were good, and that baby will stop you
Nice.
dead in your tracks. Again, I made the mistake that he made. I hit the front brakes. I went over the top of the bicycle and straight out into traffic and hit a car.
Yep. One of my uncles,
Broke my
from what my
shoulder.
mom had told me, bought me a bike when I was a kid. I guess he bought it when I was 3 years old, expecting me to ride the sucker. It was a Huffy, the old-fashioned banana seat
Oh God,
Desperado
I'd
with the
love to
rope
have that
design on it.
Huffy.
I had that thing all the way
Man,
until I moved to Florida, and then my brother
you know how
decided I
much
didn't
those
need it
things are
anymore.
worth right now? One of my other guys that I bullshit with in a different algorithm, they're all Mustang guys. He just picked up an original 19, what was it? I can't remember. Something from the early 80s. I can't remember what year it is, but it's from the early 80s. An original Huffy, still in perfect shape, and it cost him almost $1,000 for that bicycle.
Yeah. My Huffy was in perfect shape
They
when we
worth
moved
money.
down here. It had a tear in the seat. That was it, and it lost the tassels. But everything else was still perfect on it. My brother Chris decided, since I was over the age of 18 and I didn't need it anymore, he threw it in the frickin' duck pond we had in the backyard.
They, how well do you know your bicycles from the past? Because
Oh, wow.
I've seen
That
one of
looks like an old
those.
Schwinn.
That's a red line. So you're close. You're pretty damn close.
Yeah,
I
see,
mean,
I never had
they're
any
owned
of
by the
the
same
expensive
companies.
ones.
Yeah,
My uncle,
yeah. That's
back in 1990, 1991, he gave me a 10-speed mountain bike that he had for
I can't
years.
remember what year that one is.
And we brought it
That
to
one's
the new
like
place we were living at, Providence, and some jackass from the college stole it. And we found the kid. We told the cops about it, and the cops like, "Can you prove it was yours?" I'm like, "My uncle knows the serial numbers on it. He'd have to tell you." And they never would verify it, so they let this kid get away with stealing the bike.
that sucks.
Typical Providence police department.
We had one of those kids in Oregon that was like that when we were growing up. He was always stealing everybody's bike, but he was dumb because we lived in a small town, very
And
small town, like less than 20,000 people, small town.
I've
You
got an
weren't
uncle that
stealing the
still lives
bike.
up in Uxbridge.
Yeah,
You know, he still lives up in
you weren't stealing the
Massachusetts.
bike
Well,
and getting away with it. Not in that
his
town.
buddy posted this post on Facebook that I happened to see, and it was an apartment complex, and I'm like, man, that place looks familiar. And I kept running over in my head trying to remember where I'd remember that apartment complex from. Come to find out, it was 431 South Street. I used to live there.
Yeah.
You'll never guess why it was in the news and on the media. ICE raided the
Chop,
place.
chop, chop.
Yeah, they sent ICE in. They raided the apartment complex, 431 South Street.
Oh man, I'll
Providence,
never.
in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Welcome back, Captain.
Hi, Captain. I'll never forget when ICE, well, I'm pretty sure that was what they were called back then. Back in the 90s, they showed up in an apartment complex that I was at in 90. No, that was in 2001. That was in 2001. Or no, it was in 2000 is when this happened. But they showed up at an apartment complex in South Salem that I used to live at, and they raided 3 apartments that were connected together. That some family from Mexico came up, and it was just started out as a couple of them, and they ended up with almost 75 people in 3 apartments.
Wow.
We had to clean that out, dude. That was the most disgusting thing I've ever had to do in my life.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Oh, no, I don't think you
It's
can.
crazy.
I don't think you can imagine how bad it was. They were dirty. They were way dirty. Like they weren't using the toilet dirty.
Hey, Duke, you realize we're almost on 2 hours here?
Well, I mean, I'm
I've never
sorry.
seen you stream for more than
Can
10
we?
minutes.
Uh,
You having a good time, aren't you?
I'll ramble on. To be honest, I'll ramble for. If you allow me, I'll talk your ears right off your body.
Oh, I'm just glad you're having a good time, man. I
Well, I
love seeing
mean,
the smile on your face. I love hearing the cheerfulness.
you think I am normal. I mean, I don't spend my entire day yelling and screaming. My schizophrenia is not the same as everybody else's. I mean, it is the same, but it isn't. Like I
Yeah.
don't have the multiple personality thing. I don't. I I can't say that I don't hear voices because I do hear voices. I'm not deaf.
Yeah, but you're laughing, you're having a good time. That's what
That
that's what's
was a
great
joke.
about
That
this,
was a joke.
man. You're enjoying yourself, and it's just an
Well,
amazing
I
thing,
mean,
you know.
you have to understand, bro. I spent my entire life not knowing what was wrong with me and trying to
Yeah.
figure it out and just educate myself, trying to figure it all out. And so here I am, 48 years old, been diagnosed as a schizophrenia for 6 of those years, which explains my entire life.
Yep.
And I just like, well, I just make the best of it, make the best of the
Yeah, and
situation.
most people don't realize, with schizophrenia, a person can go from the happiest go lucky mood to like
Oh, yeah.
that and
Oh, yeah.
go into death row inmate mode
I'm,
in a
I'm,
heartbeat.
I'm, I'm just like Nick Reiner, man. Nick Reiner, he's got the shit end of the stick. They honestly shouldn't be trying him for murder. They should let the poor man go. I'm not saying what he did was right, but at the same time, being the same type of schizophrenia that he is and not on medication, what his dad did was a dangerous thing. You don't go see a psychiatrist, and I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah.
You don't go see a psychiatrist, get diagnosed with schizophrenia,
Yep.
or any kind of doctor and get diagnosed with schizophrenia, and then they don't contact your family or support group. You don't leave that motherfucker without a support group.
Yep.
Ask me how I know.
Oh, I know. I
You have
understand,
to
man.
have a support group. When you're
Yeah.
diagnosed with schizophrenia, it doesn't matter what kind of schizophrenia. When they
Yeah.
say that word, you can't leave without a support group of some sort.
Yep.
Somebody has to be there. So
And it helps when you have
that being
somebody that has
said,
an understanding
Nick
of it.
Reiner, Nick Reiner did not leave that doctor's office without his father knowing what was wrong with him. Did he take that shit into consideration? No. You Here's a prime example. My mother and my father. My mother's dad was schizophrenia. Lived with us with schizophrenia. Diagnosed with schizophrenia. You think my fucking parents care? No. They think I'm normal. They talk to me like I'm normal. I'm not normal.
Yeah.
I'm not even on the medications because of the fact that I was diagnosed so late in my life. The medications was the opposite effect. It made it worse. I'm
Yeah.
an angel compared to what I was just several years ago.
Yeah.
Um, but
I
it's a
can actually
dangerous
hear
thing.
you.
You can't talk to a schizophrenic who isn't on a medication or like Nick Reiner was transferring, because I mean every time I had to change, I had to go like almost 2 months without taking the first one so it
Yeah.
could get out of my system so I could start working on the next one.
Yep.
It I mean, it was a dangerous situation. You shouldn't talk to a schizophrenic. If people understood the reason why I stay so secluded is because if I was out there in the real world and people talked to me with the disrespect they talk to me,
Yeah.
I'd kill them.
Yeah. Well, not many places left to hide the
I'm
body.
not saying that because I'm an asshole. I'm saying that because I know what I am. I know what kind of schizophrenia I have. I don't have control over that. And anybody that thinks that I would, they're naive. I'm losing control of it as we speak. Now I got to take a stop and talk about something else because that is a trigger and it will cause me to become something I don't want to be. I'm
Have
trying
a good
not
night,
to be that.
Austin. Thanks for stopping in.
Good night, Austin. Thanks for stopping in, man. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
that's
everybody sees you the way I see you. You know, you're a happy-go-lucky kind of guy.
oh, I always try to be. I
You
always
know,
try
I
to
have a
make the
car
best of
collector
that
too.
situation. I make fun of myself all the time. I joke about myself all the time. I just try to do the best I can. I try to keep a positive attitude, positive outlook. Plus, lately, even with everything that's been on my plate, come on, man. I finally own property in Colorado,
Yeah, you're doing
my
amazing.
own property. I finally get to be somewhere that's where I want to be, and I
Yep.
don't have to worry about neighbors. I
Yeah,
mean, sure, there's no trees, but that's all right. I'll plant some.
yeah. Gives you an excuse to do something back to nature.
I'm happy, man. Of course, I'm happy. On top of that, that car right there,
Yeah,
that car makes me happy because when I built that car, I built it for her.
yeah,
That was her car. She wanted that car so bad.
yep.
She wanted it so bad. And so that's why it got built the way it got built.
It's a
Is
beautiful
because,
car.
well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it still needs a lot of work, but one day she will be fully restored. One
Oh yeah,
day.
oh yeah,
But as now, I built that car for Christy, and everything I try to do is because of her. She's not here. If you know, I don't talk about it a lot. I really don't.
yeah. It's a touchy subject.
It really is. It really is. Anything that has to do with her. I'm still alive because of her.
Yeah.
Twice. Twice.
Well, you know, you always got somebody you can lean on with me.
Well, it's not a pathway that I'll ever go again
Yeah,
because I would be disrespecting Christy. When I leave this realm, I have to be able to look her in the eyes. And doing anything that I was doing before, I cannot. There's not a fucking snowflake chance in hell could I ever look her in the eyes without feeling shame.
yeah,
That's why I changed. That's why I'm doing the things that I'm doing different, and that's why I'm pushing for it. Is
yep,
because when I look her in the eyes, when I leave this realm, I don't want shame in mine.
yep. And you can do it too.
Oh, I know I
You,
can. I want her
you've
to be
got the
proud of me.
positive. You've got the
I don't.
positivity, and you got the
I
forward
can't get
momentum
that from
going
my
for you.
family. I can't get that from my family. I can't get them to say, "Yeah, I'm schizophrenic. Yeah, I know. I'm a 7-time felon. I'm an ex-con. But you know what else I am? A fucking hero. I stopped this goddamn fucking airport from catching on fire because of one asshole that tried to burn it down, and I stopped him.
Good deal.
I'm a fucking hero because I started a cab company that people need to be employed, so I gave them a job, and I don't charge them anything to use my company
Yeah,
just so they can have money. And we don't charge what Uber charges. You know why Uber doesn't exist here? It's because I fucking undercutted them.
yep.
$10 a ride from address to address, anywhere in Billings, Montana.
Yep.
$10.
I thought about doing that, but my truck is just not good enough to be able to do something like that here.
Oh, my car gets horrible gas mileage, man. Are you kidding me? But it's worth it.
Oh, I get good gas
Every,
mileage, just the size of it and everything. Most people wouldn't want to get in it. I mean, it's not small;
you
it's
gotta
an
go
extended
classic.
cab.
You gotta go classic, bro. You can't use something new. That's what everybody else does. Everybody's Ubering in these newer cars, door dashing in these newer cars, mostly because of the fact that your car has to have blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? I run a cab company and ain't nothing newer
Well, no,
than
the whole thing with
1978.
Uber is they require the car has to be within 5 years of the current year.
Uh-huh. Except for with a company that's owned by somebody, not an AI controlled stupid system, a company that can grow just as big as Uber. If you own anything newer than 1978, you can't work for me. You can't. I won't let you. Any vehicle that's running my cab company's name, 1978 and older. Every
Yeah,
vehicle that's out there, which there's only 3, to be honest.
yeah.
But all 3 of them, 1978 and older. My car is a 74 LTD.
Hey, Rose,
It's
welcome in.
it's actually being used by the X right now. Even my ex, dude, even my ex, I won't let her use the Ford 500. She has a 2006 Ford 500. I actually bought that car 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Um, she needed a car, so I gave her a car. I I mean, it was both of us that originally started to buy it, but then I paid for it when my inheritance hit, and then we split up. And I said, "Well, here, take the car," because her car was broke down. So I just
yeah,
told her to keep the Ford 500. Um, but ever since she lost her recent job, she needed a new job. This is my ex, dude. She's she's one of the biggest reasons why I went completely nuts. For 10 years, this woman drove me nuts. And I'm not saying like, she did things that was like, oh my God. I mean, this woman, the shit that she did, you guys would be shocked that I even talked to her. The shit she did. I know that I wasn't perfect either, but the only reason why I was the way I was is because of the shit she was doing
yeah. How
the
you
whole
doing
time.
tonight, Rose? If
But
you still
anyway,
here.
I still care about her enough to where I was worried about her employment. I gave her a job.
Right?
Said, here's the keys to the car. Use that. Here's what I ask. The only thing I ask is just keep the prices cheap. And here's another rule we have is I don't care. I don't care. Immediate, and you signed the piece of paper. If you're going to work for me, you're going to sign a piece of paper and you're going to read it out loud to me when you sign it. So
Hmm.
you're acknowledging the fact that if you do not pull over for somebody that's stuck on the road, I'm suing the shit out of you because that's not running the cab company that I want ran.
Yeah,
You see somebody on the side of the road, your ass is pulling the fuck over in a heartbeat. Don't give a shit. Who cares if they got a gun? Who cares if they're a murderous motherfucker? Who cares if they get raped? You're not unprotected in my car. Every one of my cars has something that's going to protect you. And I'm not talking about mace. Click, click, boom, motherfucker. Go ahead and try.
yeah. I mean, I'm kind of the same way. If I see
We do
somebody park,
just like the old school cars and the old school prices. We handle shit old school ways. I'll drag your ass out of the car, dude. I don't care. Anyway,
normally if I see somebody broke down, I'll try to pull over the side of the road to help them out, just because I've been there
exactly.
myself.
You have no idea what they're going through. And I mean, seriously, if they are a rapist, motherfucker, hell, I haven't had sex in 3 years.
Can't rape the
Let's
willing.
go. I mean, for me, for my employees, my suggestion is, well, there is a gun on board. Use it.
Yeah,
Every one of my vehicles. Yes, I understand that I'm a felon, but every one of my vehicles have a licensed, registered firearm with a concealed carry permit on board
yeah,
with my record. Every one of them has. That
yeah.
took
But
some. That
it's a
took a
tool.
lot of doing.
It's a
That
tool.
right there took a lot of homework.
Yeah, but it's
That's what I
basically a
talk
tool to
about
protect them.
hyperfixation and hyper
Mhm.
awareness. That hyperfixation, the hyper awareness that I talk about.
Yeah,
That's why I'm able to do it.
Yep.
There's
I'll
tools
be
out
honest.
there. You got to know how to use them. Got to know
Exactly.
how to use them.
Tool. It's a tool, and too many
Everything out
people
there
take
is a tool.
advantage of it.
Every person out there is a tool, and everything out there is a tool. You just got
I
to know
got
how to
people
use
that
them.
give me static because I have a concealed carry and I have a Glock 43X MLS edition.
Yeah,
But the thing I try to make a point of is it's not about owning it; it's about having it and never having to use it.
yeah. I wouldn't. I don't think I would. To be honest, I personally would never use it. I'm not the type of person that's going to pull a gun on somebody. I'm the type
I'm
of
of the
person that'll beat
mind.
your ass for pulling a gun out on me.
Yeah,
I'm the type of person that if you pull a gun out on me, I'm gonna warn you right now. Aim for the heart, because all you're gonna do is piss me off.
yeah. See,
Aim
I'm
for
of the
the
mind
heart,
is
because aiming for this, you're liable to end up killing yourself. This is
yeah.
steel.
But like I was saying, I'm of the mind of I'd rather have the tool and never need to use it than not have it and need it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
I never been in a position, to be honest. In the years that I've been doing this, I've never been in that position. Never. Never have I ever had to be actually physical or even mean with anybody, me or my employees.
right?
None of us. We've never really had an issue. I mean, there's been a few drunk problems, but I mean, those guys are drunk. What do you expect?
Yeah.
You're
But I
picking
mean,
them up to the bar.
I've
You
got an
went to the bar to
AR-15.
pick them up. You know, you just got to know how to talk to them. You got to be cool with them. You got to be cool, and then you just got to seem like, you're preoccupied. If you use the "I don't know where I'm going" method, they
Mhm.
won't bother you. They'll just give you directions and then tell you you're doing a good job. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm only in Billings, Montana. It could be worse. If I was in like something like someplace like LA, LA, like, yeah, I'd be a little worried. It's a different ball game. I'm not in I'm not in somewhere like that. I'm in Billings, Montana. This is Billings, Montana, dude. We don't have gang
Oh,
problems up here. I mean, we have a lot of wannabe gang problems up here. A lot of people that act like they're in a gang, but come on, man, this is Montana. We're outnumbered by the cows.
yeah. I mean, well, back in the '80s, it was a different time too. Because back then, with the gangs, the most they do is pull a switchblade on you.
Free England. Free England! Yes. How about free the world? Not just
Gang.
England. How about we free the entire world of all the morons that seem to think that they're above us?
Yeah, that's like that song I wrote. The human race. We're all one race. The human race.
Yeah.
People miss that fact.
Hey, CJ's home, and he
Awesome.
brought Taco Bell.
He
Not
went
for
to
me,
the Mexican phone company.
though.
Oh, did
I
you see
won't.
the last thing I did on the other guy's channel? Going like this. He has a flip that says, "You see what's happening? What you doing for dinner tonight, man?" All I got was, "Man, don't do that. That looks stupid."
Tally ho, good sir.
Oh, nice Greek fisherman cap. I used to
Or
have
if
one
you
of
wear
those.
if you wear it like this, then you could say you're from the '90s.
Yeah,
When
the
I
newsies.
remember when they were doing that in the '90s.
The newsies, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then and the trench coats. Remember the trench coats?
Yep. I actually have my dad's trench coat. It's
Who's
in
who's who's
here.
who?
Dahmer is Lanka.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
That's probably somebody they're having a problem with over there. I'm sorry that
Could
if
be
you're
somebody
having
in
problems
Parliament,
over there. It seems to be everywhere. I hope. I'm pretty sure they are a wanker.
maybe.
I hope.
You talking about me, Duke, or Duke Rose?
Who what?
Oh, England's prime minister.
I can't see all the comments, so I don't know.
Yeah, Scott said that Keir Starmer is England's prime minister.
Oh, as the prime minister? Oh, that's too bad. I'm so sorry. You know, if the entire population of the planet would just remember that the little guys, no, us, you guys, outnumber every politician and every prime minister or every ruler, you do realize that every country, the the population of the citizens outnumber the other ones that actually run the country. If we just, put our brains together as a world and just took out the people that thought they were, better than us and thought that they were kings and ran the place and just, like put them on their own little island and let them all duke it out because we don't want to be involved. And we just, well, did it the way that Gene Roddenberry portrayed it, where we just helped everybody. I really
Is
think
that
that guy
really?
was from the future. I really think that guy was from the future.
Oh, it's
Because, I mean,
possible.
if you really think about it, Gene Roddenberry is the one that came up with Star Trek. I mean, he didn't
Hmm.
come up with all of it on his own, but he came up with most of it. And I'm using the technology that he portrayed that we were going to be using in 200 years. I'm using it now, the same shit that he came up with in his pretty little mind back in
Yeah.
1985
Well, I mean,
when,
look back at the '70s, the late '60s, early '70s. Zager and Evans. They had that song in the year 2525.
oh God, yeah, that was 1968.
They were talking about test tube babies, all the nutrition you need to be taking in a pill. You
Yep.
know, all this stuff that was before its time, and here we are.
Hi, CJ.
And it's like everything they
You
sang
were on
about
fire
that
today?
song is coming true.
You learned how to run the fire? All right, my brother's home. Just so everybody's brother. You can see the family resemblance. We look identical. We both have skin.
Mhm.
Anyway, he got to learn how to use the fryer today. Woohoo! You're 35 years old and finally got to learn how to use a fryer at Taco Bell. Because all the other restaurants that we've worked at, don't have the same type of fryers. No, they're completely
Okay.
different. They don't say Taco Bell. I'm sorry, but this is Billings, Montana. You can get a job at any restaurant, including the fast food restaurants here, but I promise you, you ain't gonna keep it for very long.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
like I used to tell people, if you ever notice when you go into McDonald's, everybody in there has acne that's on the fry
I,
cook.
I really don't know. I don't go to McDonald's, so
Well, you know why they all have acne? Secret sauce.
is it the Special Wessel burger?
Yeah, those white
Comes
chunks
with
that
the
are in the
Special
burger.
Wessel sauce.
That's not burger fat.
Pound of meat slapped between two buns. That's the Special Wessel burger with
Oh, if
the
I could
best
get my Uncle Dana to come on here, he's got a million jokes.
Wessel fluff. Oh God, that's hilarious. Anyway,
Mm,
well, gentlemen and Swan, if you're still here, you
he's
know,
probably
you know who
listening.
I haven't seen in here yet? I think
Who's
she's
that?
two timing on us.
Amber?
Wow, God, you called it out real fast, didn't you?
He was in here earlier during the stream.
Was she?
Yeah,
I
before you
must have
came
missed
in.
her.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was before you came in.
she
She
left
didn't stick
because I came
around.
in.
No, she didn't stick
Her
around
aunt's
long.
dog must have been dropped off.
No, she goes over to the other guy's channel.
The other guy.
Yeah.
The other guy. Well, at least we're not saying his name, right?
Yeah. Well, he ain't Dwayne Johnson, that's for sure.
Or Kevin Hart. Or wait,
Denise
the other
Sarah,
guys.
he's
No,
possible.
that was Marky Mark. That's right.
Yeah, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. I remember that band from the 90s.
Yeah. You know his brother was in that band?
Yep, Donnie Wahlberg.
Yeah.
So they came out with the movie The Wahlburgers, or the series The Wahlburgers.
Yeah.
He's got that Boston accent so bad. I
Yeah.
loved him when he was in that
And then
movie.
I watched a bunch of Mark Wahlberg movies back in the day when my daughter Reagan was like 2.5 years old. And for like a year and a half, she had a really heavy Boston accent because of it. I watched a lot of his movies because of it.
Do you remember this Spencer Confidential? Remember that Greyhound track they were at the end of the movie?
Yeah.
That was the old Lincoln Downs.
Was it?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That was in Woonsocket. Or not Woonsocket, Lincoln, Rhode Island.
Oh.
Most of the stuff they were talking about, like Walpole and Southie.
Yep.
Walpole was Warwick Penitentiary. It was Warwick Penitentiary, which was in Rhode Island. Oh, guess who's back? He said her name 3 times.
Yes.
It's like Beetlejuice.
Amber Alert.
It's like Beetlejuice.
Amber Alert. Amber Alert. Amber Alert. Whoop whoop. It's now a party.
Uh-oh. What's Scott say? What did Scott say?
I don't know what he said. Hey, look at that. I'm live and I'm not cooking potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
God,
I forgot to tell.
I really did.
I'm going to have to let people know in my rules that there's no profanity in here. I got tired of people spelling out, racial slurs and dropping the F-bomb every time they turn around, so.
I love you too, Amber. I love you too. And I know I'm silly. I work hard at it. It's a daily job. I get up at 4:30 every morning and go through the pamphlet to figure out how I'm going to be silly for the day.
Yep. And he's borrowing a joke I told him the other day, but I told him he could take it freely because I got it off public.
Tell the joke.
Empires were originally run by emperors when the communities were first formed. Then came kingdoms that were run by kings. And now, sadly, we have countries. Guess who they're run by?
Yep. You're not allowed to say that word.
Empires and emperors, kingdoms and kings. Now we got countries.
Yep. That ran by.
Oh, what a shame.
What he said.
We're devolving.
Not what he said, but what he said.
Yeah, and Amber's asking about him. Amber said CJ.
No, that's not CJ. That is
Oh.
That's prune juice right there.
Yeah.
You dick.
Hey, Chris, welcome in, bud.
Yes, that's CJ.
Love you too, brother.
Hey, Chris.
Sorry,
man.
For some reason, every time
The
I do,
same time that you went live, I was already in this one. You just took too long.
Oh, it would, Swan. I've got my OBS set up, but I got to make sure everything is gotten right, and then I can get more than just one other person in here. I can send the link from Video Ninja.
Oh, sorry. Let me do my
Oh, you heard Robin Williams' theory on that, and he's talking about, he says, you see royalty, they're doing this all the time. When you see royalty doing this all the time.
Really? This lady spends all her time cheating on us, and then she comes in here with 2% of her battery life left. Man, that's baloney.
Yeah, but Scott, you're missing a thing here. We don't really talk about politics in here. No politics, no religion, no racism.
Yeah. I mean, he's right, but at the
We try
same
to keep
time,
the
we really don't talk about politics.
we
Sorry
try to
that's
keep the
happening
profanity
there,
down
but
to a minimum.
it's happening everywhere, man. It's not just in England; it's everywhere.
Yeah. It's just
It's
everybody's
the
got their
whole
own
world.
opinion, and it starts fights, and we don't want fighting.
It's like the clergyman that wrote the Bible 2,000 years ago already had it planned out what they were going to do.
Yeah. Oh, have you seen the History of the World
Because if
Part
you
2?
think that was written by anybody else, you're wrong.
Dude, remember History of the World Part 1, Mel Brooks?
Yeah, I freaking love that movie.
He came out with a Part 2.
Heard the Duke was here? Where?
Duke, 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 Duke of Earl, Duke, Duke, Duke of Earl, Duke, Duke, Duke of Earl.
Duke of Earl, Duke, Duke. Hold on. I'm the Duke of Luke, and I'll make you
Welcome in, Uncle
puke.
Irving. Welcome in, Roy. Welcome in, everybody. Doing all right so far. Dealing with some pain, but coming on here anyway. Staying positive, staying focused. And I wanted to share a screen with Duke tonight. I was originally going to share her with Swan, and she was a little leery on coming on, but eventually she'll come on live. When Swan reaches 1,000 subscribers, guys, Swan Song CTG. If you're not subscribed to her channel, please subscribe to her. When she hits 1,000 subscribers, she's going to go live.
I don't want anybody to subscribe to me. I'm lying. I'm just kidding. I want everybody to subscribe to me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dukelet Garage, 1978.
I have a bad valve seal, and so I burn a lot of oil.
Trying to help you out, Swan. I think you're going to do fine. I honestly swear, I think you're going to do fine, Swan.
Okay.
It may seem a little nerve-wracking at first, but when more people come in and you start talking to people, it gets easier.
Donald, brother, you can just call me Luke. It's fine. You don't have to call me Duke Luke. It's just Luke. You guys can. The Duke part was a joke. It was something that my dad started when I was a child. And then Two Sides to Everything, that channel, you guys need to go subscribe to him too. He's the one that started doing the whole Duke of Earl thing. And then this guy over here, he keeps pushing for it. And I just screw it. Roll with it. But it's just Luke. You can call me just Luke.
Yeah,
Not
I'm the
just
dumbass.
Luke.
I'm the dumbass that come up with that one in the future here.
Got 4 more to go. Before what? You're 1,000?
4 more subscribers before she hits 1,000.
Hey, go swing over and subscribe to
Swan Song CTG. Come on, guys, let's get Swan over over her 1,000 subscribers.
Okay, just Luke. Yes, just Luke. Don't forget the just. Oh, sorry. I'm starting to overheat if you couldn't tell. It's the steam.
I gotta do this the right way. It's
Thermostat's not working.
I gotta do this the right way. It's supposed to go.
Yeah? Where in the hell is my fucking child support?
This is in the mail.
It's in the mail. He said it's in the mail. It's Swans is right there. You got to put the app in there though. And it's dash CTG.
Yep.
See that?
You'll recognize her. She's a gorgeous redhead.
A wife? Man, I'm telling you right now, Amber, you don't want a wife, man. Women are crazy. They're weird too. Always picking fights about stupid stuff.
Hey, you heard the joke about Thor, haven't you? Thor being on top of Mount Olympus was talking with the other gods, and he was bored. So one of the gods, I'm going to say Zeus, probably Odin. Odin told him to go down, get with one of the mortal women, and have himself a little bit of fun. So next night they meet up on the top of Mount Olympus, and Odin asks him, says, "How was it, Thor?" And Thor started talking about he did this to her, he did that with her, he did this with her, he did that. Odin freaked out, and he's like, "Dude, she's a mortal woman. She can't handle that kind of stuff. You need to go back down there and apologize for everything you said." So he does just that. He goes down there and he goes, "I'm real sorry for everything I did last night." He goes, "I didn't realize, with you being mortal and everything." He goes, "But you see, I'm Thor." She looks at him and she goes, "You're Thor? You're Thor? I'm so Thor I can't even pick."
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Oh yeah, Munchos are good, especially when
Munchos?
your bag gets like super salty.
Yes, that's her. The redhead.
Yep.
She's also a Goonie. Echo,
Well, I have an
echo,
idea.
echo, 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 echo.
Hey, William, I have an idea, Duke. If they don't ever
What?
come out with a remake of the Goonies movies, I think we ought to make our own Goonies movie. We need to bring the Goonies back. That was an awesome movie.
It was.
My
Have you ever
favorite
done
character.
the hey Swan, have you done the Goonies tour?
Wasn't that filmed up where you are?
In Astoria. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Well, not where I am. I'm in Montana. Oh shit. Hold on. My brother.
My favorite character in the movie was Sloth.
My favorite, I have to say, was Mouth. Anyway, my brother is calling me, and that means I need to call him back.
Yep.
So I gotta go, guys. I love
All right,
y'all.
brother.
Thanks for having me, Merican Maker, my brother. And we should do this again real soon. We
Oh,
should do an
definitely.
improv thing. Like
That's what I want to do.
you keep talking about. We should
Yeah.
do an improv thing. Have them pick it out and then us
Yep.
do it.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get
We
my
got
OBS studio set right. Once I get my
get
OBS studio,
CJ in on it too. Make
oh, I
CJ
will.
here. Anyway, I gotta roll. He's calling me back.
Yep. Catch you
Love
later.
you. Talk to y'all later.
Yep. Have fun, man. So, how you guys doing? Swan, you want to pop up on the live real quick, just to get a feel for it? Oh, always was. I love talking with Duke. He's an awesome guy. All right. I'll go ahead and send it to Bedell. Let me see if I can get it to the Discord. Bear with me, guys. Let me verify that Bedell got it, hopefully. Yes, he did. Okay, so hopefully he'll be in shortly. All right, Bedell, I sent it to Discord. Hopefully it'll allow you to come on in. Yeah, William, how old are you? I was born in 76. Oh, a year older. Love you guys too, Chris. You guys have an awesome channel as always. Hopefully you got the link. There we go. Bedell's coming on in, guys. Chris. Hey, bud, how's it going?
Oh, not too bad, man. Sorry, it took me a minute because I'm on mobile and I was having a campfire or a fire, and then had to turn off the music and this, that, and the other, and my phone's almost dead, so I had to plug that in. So,
All right, no problem. I'm working on getting my OBS studio set up so I can have more than one person on a live.
see,
This whole YouTube thing of only allowing one other person is ridiculous.
well, I have more experience with StreamYard, but like the
Right.
OBS, I know like a lot of people use OBS, but I've been taught more on StreamYard. So I know a little bit more about StreamYard than OBS because I've never used OBS, but I know a lot of people use OBS, so I don't know. I'm not saying like to each their own, but that's kind of the way it is. Like, hey, if you want to go with OBS, that's cool, but I can't give you any pointers or whatever. But
Yeah.
I
Well, I
mean,
know I can
if
use the
you,
Video Ninja to bring the streams in, kind of like you do with the Streamlabs thing.
yeah, I mean, I just know that if you go straight through like YouTube, it's kind of like dog poop.
Yeah,
And
you
I
get
think
hit with
that's what
whatever they
you
give
were
you.
saying. It's like, yeah, you only get like one guest at a time, and it's very limited, and this, that, and the
Yeah.
other.
And for the
But then,
stream
like,
thing that I want to do, the improv thing, I gotta be able to invite people in because I want to pull people from our viewing audience, to either do the improv with us or, say what they want us to act out. And I think that's gonna
I'm
be a
telling
cool
you,
thing. I
like,
think it's gonna be fun.
Try StreamYards. I know you like OBS, but
Well, I don't know
try
much about OBS.
StreamYard.
I'm just trying to figure. I started with Prism and I was like, this sucks. Is like a 30-40 second delay on it. And then
Well,
OBS was like a 5 to 10 second delay.
okay, well, typically with most other streaming platforms, there's always like a 30-second delay. Maybe it's a little bit smaller or more,
Yeah.
depending on what you use, but like StreamYards is like a 30 to 40-second delay all the time.
Now, can you set it
But
up like Streamlabs or the StreamYard? Can you set it up like the OBS?
to
Like
compare
your
the
own
two,
artwork on your
I
own?
couldn't tell you. I can't say yes or no. I mean, it's a similar format, but you can't share like StreamYards to OBS. and vice versa.
I
Because
mean, as far as like
it's
streaming,
like two competitors.
because like with the OBS, I actually have my background image. I have myself where it's just a silhouette of my body. I don't have to worry about green screening anything. I can use the prism lens and different things like that.
Well, yeah, but StreamYard has that too. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know,
know.
Spawn.
Like,
That's what the video ninja room is for. Anybody that's going to be doing anything, they're going to have to be pre-screened before letting them in.
yeah, I mean, I've been around long enough. I feel American Maker just kind of let me in, and it is what it is. Sorry, I'm a little.
Yeah, yeah. It's supposed to be comedy, not porn.
Oh, it's supposed to
And
be comedy night. Yeah, sorry, I'm not much of a comedian.
when I do the improv thing, when I pull people up, it's going to be like reenactment. Like somebody
Oh,
gives you a
okay.
situation and you come up with like dumb, funny things that would be heard. Like I usually use the example of things you wouldn't say on to your first date. You know, that could be
Things
the
you wouldn't
subject
say on a
matter.
first date is like, "Hey, let's go back to my place."
No, things you wouldn't say on a first date.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Like,
normally you
hey, how
wouldn't
many
say
drinks
that
would it
on a
take to
first
get you in the
date.
sack? You know, or your mom. You think your mom will join us too? You got any sisters that might join in? You know, stuff like that. You know, stupid things that are gonna get people laughing.
Yeah, I get
Oh,
that.
did you have a
No,
skunk for lunch?
I was just trying to go along with it, my friend. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. I mean, if you're on a first date, would you expect somebody to turn around and say, "Did you eat skunk for lunch?" You just kind of killed the first date right there, but it's funny.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, who knows how to reply to that? I mean, maybe she has a reply to that, but as a guy, no.
Well, this is the thing. You know, it's situational comedy. It's just something to make laughs and jokes, things you wouldn't say.
Oh no,
But I
no.
don't want to have people
I completely
participate.
understand. I think that would be like funny and hysterical, and it'd
Yeah,
be a great time.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. And I think if I could do it on a regular basis with regular people coming in, I think it could end up becoming a real popular thing. And who knows? It may end up turning into an actual like a network TV series or something. Might even go to the as far as
I
replacing
think
Whose
your
Line Is It
hopes are
Anyway?
set a little too high on that on like the network TV series, but
You never
I
know.
mean, if you can get on YouTube and you can do it and you can pull it off, fuck
I mean,
yeah,
they're making
man,
horror
do it.
movies about killer rabbits, and they're turning all the nursery tales and like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Now they got a horror movie about Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's Revenge.
That was like a couple years ago though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it just goes to show that Hollywood's running out of ideas.
Well, yeah, because the sequels to every movie that they try to do are just trash.
Yeah, I
So
mean, look what they
then
did with the crocodile
these
movies they
fucking
started out
trains,
with.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to mute myself, but these trains, you're gonna hear a train. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I might be missing. Did this thing go back to its no like that? Okay, I must be missing something here.
I keep hitting the down arrow and it does everything else. Oh, there we go.
Oh, William Henry's Green said showed the bumhole on live. I don't know. Yeah, I like trains. I used to have an old fashioned train set, had the metal powered tracks on it. It was a cast iron train set. Actually had a motor in the engine, had the old Wesson train car, Quaker State motor oil. This thing was old. Swan collects a
No,
lot of the old stuff.
I just know when I go live, like on like Mondays and Fridays, every time a train goes by, everybody hears it. And some people complain, some people don't. To me, it's like it's every day out here in the country, I feel.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, that's like living out here and having deer run through the yard or gators or even
Yeah.
snakes, possum, raccoons. We've got it all. Nice. I got
Swanson,
one of those
nice.
in Plant
Twice a
City.
year, I take my daughter to ride a steam train engine. Nice. We got the big boy steam locomotive coming through here. I think like in the next couple of weeks.
Nice.
And to me, it's nothing special. But if I had my kids on that same weekend, I would love to take them because it's big boy, and
Yeah.
why
I
not?
mean,
Like,
stuff like that, it's kind of nostalgia, you know. If you grew up around stuff like that and you don't see it very often, it reminds you, back when you were a kid.
yeah.
One
But
of
the
the
problem is,
zoos we
I
used to
feel
go
like,
to, they had this elephant named Fanny, and we used to go in and give her peanuts. It was the Roger Williams Memorial Zoo, and
yeah.
you could hide a peanut in your pocket and just sit there and wait, and the elephant would flip the pocket up, stick its trunk down inside the pocket, and you could hear it and just suck the peanuts right out of your pocket. We had one guy that was sitting there and he was eating his peanuts, and the elephant snatched the bag out of his hand.
Yeah, but like my problem is like I would probably enjoy the big boy locomotive more because I'm a male and I have three daughters.
Right.
Like I'm not saying my daughters won't enjoy it, but they won't probably like enjoy it as much as say me. Granted, they're like 6 and 7 years old, but
So they'd be
you
more
know,
apt to go to like a frozen on ice capade
yeah,
type thing than to see a locomotive.
yeah. Hey, we went out of the house. Let's go get ice cream. And they'd probably remember the ice cream trip more than visiting Big Boy, the diesel locomotive, or the it's not diesel, but steam
Right.
locomotive, and
Yeah.
so that's kind of like my issue. I feel like it's a small issue, but I'm a guy, obviously, and I got daughters that okay, fine, we may not agree on everything that we like, but I'd like to go show them other things that are different.
Do
Things
the
that
kids like to go fishing?
no.
They don't like fishing.
They like magnet fishing. I've taken them magnet fishing a couple times.
I know my daughter liked to go fishing, but her favorite thing was to go out to the range.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Amber.
Wow, Amber's not a mod? It's probably a good thing she's not a mod. No offense, but
Yeah.
uh, so I've had a couple too many drinks tonight, but just want to come on and say hello and see what's
I got a
up.
I got a couple orange ropes with these neodymium magnets that are like this big around, but I've never gotten a chance to go use them. I got them, and then I had a slip and fall at work and messed up my wrist and ended up with nerve damage and bone damage. I'm just,
Oh, you're talking about magnet fishing?
yeah.
Yeah, so I got the 3,600 pound magnet. It's 1,800 pounds on two sides. It weighs 9.75 pounds.
Oh, wow.
I can get it and show you. Like I
You
got
could
my
pull a
smallest
car up
one
with
right
that thing.
here.
You could pull a car out of the water with that.
So this is my smallest one. I want to say it's like, I believe it's 600 pounds.
Yeah, it's a 600-pound
Just
magnet.
on
That's what I
one
got.
side. Yeah, that's my smallest one. If you want, if you want me to show you the 3,600 pound that I bought probably back in 2020, 2021, maybe 2022.
Wow.
It's massive. It literally weighs 9.75 pounds. And yeah, to throw that with rope it takes a good workout to throw that a couple times. Me and my buddy, a little bit after I bought that, because he turned me on to it, we started pulling up an I-beam after they were fixing a bridge local to me. And we pulled up an I-beam and we had to attach the rope to his truck to
Wow.
use his truck to pull the magnet and the rope off of the I-beam, like sliding it sideways. Because the force of a magnet is like pulling it straight up, but if you slide it, the force is less. But it still took his truck, a Dodge Ram 2500 gas, still took his truck a lot of work just to pull that magnet off that I-beam. Because I was like, dude, if we pull that I-beam out, it's legally and technically ours. And I'm
Yeah, I
like,
watched a guy on YouTube doing the magnet fishing thing, and it was like every 20 minutes he was calling the police department out there because he'd pull a firearm out of the water.
it depends on who you're watching and where they're fishing at. I mean, if you just take like a 600, maybe a 1,200 pound magnet to your local place, you're probably just gonna catch a bunch of nails and stupid crap. You know, I would say like BS, but I don't know if you allow swearing on your channel, so I'm trying to be nice. But I mean, like
Well,
my
if you're
buddy that
dropping the
turned me on to
F-bomb, I try
magnet
not to
fishing,
do it though, but
he was like, hey, we're not that far away from like the local prison or like downtown Chicago where there may be firearms. He's like, oh, I want to catch a gun. Like it'd be so cool. And I'm like, well, yeah, but we're gonna go into areas that we may get shot because we're
yeah.
no
I mean, yeah,
offense,
you
but
never know. I mean, you could be pulling up a gun and the gangster that threw it there is looking over his shoulder and is like, no, ain't gonna let that happen. And then he's gonna plug you, throw you over, and then throw the gun he shot
yeah,
you
I
with
mean,
over with it.
like
So it's like,
you go into an African American neighborhood and you're not African American and you start searching for guns in the river, like, yeah, no. Sorry. As much it'd be fun to pull up a pistol or a rifle or a shotgun out of the river with a magnet, yeah, that would be awesome. But the only time you're gonna do that is normally in areas where the color of your skin matters. I'll put it that
yeah.
way.
I mean, I think the most exciting thing that I would find if I could ever get doing magnet fishing would be like a closed case, like a safe or something, and pull that out and then find money in it. That would be an awesome find. You know, maybe
Yeah,
some
but you
gold
gotta.
bricks or gold bars or something. That'd be cool. Pull up safe and it's got gold bars in it.
Well, of course, everybody wants that, but I mean, to
But I know
find
the
like,
odds of finding that, it's like throwing a needle in the ocean and saying, okay, go find that.
do you want me to grab my 3,600 pound magnet real quick?
Up to you, man.
It'll take me like 30 seconds to grab the
Sure.
case. It's on the other side of the garage. All
Go
right,
for it.
I'll be right back. Sorry, the light. Trying to set my phone down so the light's not blinding too bad.
The only one that I remember being magnetic, Swan, was the 1943 steel penny. I don't remember them ever being magnetic other than that one year. And if you happen to find a 1944 steel penny, then you got some money right there. Because they only made a few 44 steel pennies. They
All right, so
goofed in the
I showed
transition.
you my little 600 pounder, right? So it's hard to do with the camera facing me, but I've
Well, if you hit
got.
that little thing on the screen that says flip, it'll flip it to the back camera.
Oh, there we go. All right, so This is a 1,800-pound magnet with a grappling hook. Granted, I can't separate them with one hand because now they're stuck together.
That's an
That's the
ironclad magnet.
3,600-pound magnet. And if you can see my hand behind it, it literally
Yeah.
takes up to your entire hand.
Yeah, they look like weighs about 10 pounds.
Oh, yeah. You put that near like a computer or something, that's wiping that hard drive. Yeah. Thing's a beast.
You can always bring that with you to the IRS office. My
Hey,
computer's
we
not
don't
working. What
talk about
happened?
the
I have no
IRS
idea.
with me. All right. But no, like with one hand, I think this is an 1,800-pound or 1,600-pound magnet with a grappling hook. Like,
Now, is that also a neodymium magnet, or is that a
yeah, it's a
ironclad?
neodymium. It's a neodymium,
Okay.
but it's only so magnet fishing has actually evolved. So instead of like the dual sided, so that's like a 3,600-pound magnet,
Right.
but it's only 1,800-pound pull strength on both sides.
Yeah.
But lately, granted, it's been a few years since I've got really into magnet fishing. Lately, now they've been doing like cylinder magnets.
Right.
So like this will only do like 1,800 pounds top and bottom. As like a cylinder magnet will do like everything 360 per se.
Yeah.
But
Well, you could always, if you can find a way to run it without it getting water in the power supply on it, you could always go with an ironclad magnet. It'd be half that size and pick up twice the weight.
yeah, but these are meant to go in the water, so I
Yeah.
don't know how ironclad does in the water. But I think that's
That
what you
dude
said
just
is
got
like
banned.
if you could eliminate the water, well, that's the whole point is putting it in water.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know. I'm just showing what I got. What was fun? I mean, that thing is fun to toss, but it takes a lot of energy to toss it. And
Right.
oh, I'm sure most people in the comments will be like, oh, 10 pounds, that's not that hard with a rope and this, that, and the other. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. Do that like 50 times and see
And
how
then,
far you can go after that. And then pull it in. And with the weight that's on top of it, granted, it may just be nails, it may be a safe, it could be a gun, it could be an I-beam like I've caught before, it could be anything.
I lost my
But
flashlight here. I was going to show you my smelter thing. I know what I can do. I got my other device.
yeah, you inspired me. I have a separate can just for cans now. Because I'm gonna start melting my aluminum.
Yeah.
And then maybe one day I'll be able to afford a CNC machine.
Well, what I did was when I bought my CNC, I was already doing the smelting to begin with. So turn the green screen off. Go back to this. And there's my smelter right there.
Okay.
That's my crucible smelter, and of course that little pan right there is what I use to melt my aluminum cans. And then I have all this material here. There's probably about a good 7,000-8,000 cans there. And I just
So
run
what
that tank off of it.
so if you don't mind me asking, what do you use to pull the slag off?
Uh, that spoon right there. And then I use that rod right there to just push the cans down in. But I also have this one, which is an electric smelter. and it runs these little 1 pound crucible and 2 pound crucible, or 1 kilogram, 2 kilogram. That one there's a 6. It'll hold about 400 cans before it's full.
Oh Jesus! So that'll last me like a month. But I was thinking
Yeah,
about like,
but this is my CNC that I was telling you I got. It's just a little mini desktop. There's the
yeah, but
vacuum
I've
hose.
seen you make those coins, and those coins look fucking
Yeah,
beautiful.
but there's the name of it. And then I've got this machine. Ouch. Right here. It's 8x14 benchtop lathe. And of course I have my dust collector for the CNC.
And you're kind of like all into it for like a home. I'm gonna say like homebody per se.
Yeah. But the best part is I'm trying to keep it quiet because my roommate's sleeping. I don't just make little things. I've got this right here. I think you know what that is.
Potato gun,
Air cannon.
kind of the same thing. It shoots
But
a
it's adjustable
projectile
barrel.
with compressed air, right?
This is my back craft room. It's kind of a mess right now. This is my CNC or my laser engraver.
Yeah, that thing is a freaking beast. This is my laser engraver.
That's the head on it.
Yeah,
Nice.
I was given this to me by Shuby last year for my birthday. It's a 5 watt diode laser.
Yeah. And then I have this one.
What a beast of a machine! How many
That's a
watts is
CO2
that?
laser.
Yeah, how many watts is that though?
40.
Nice. Oh, you
40
can
watt
burn some
CO2.
stuff on that.
And somebody was asking about the 3D printer, and I've got that one right there.
Which one is that?
It's an Atom Lab.
Okay. Well, I see you
Custom
3D
design.
printed all like the inserts for the
Yeah.
rails and all that. Because I was gonna do that to mine, but I was like,
Got
man,
my
trying to
heat
3D print
press.
stuff takes so much
Heat,
work.
heat press for my shirts. I got myself a little scroll saw in here. I've got a Cricut 3D cutter or a Cricut machine.
Man, and my girlfriend tells me that I'm like the jack of all trades, but the master of none. Because I got so many different hobbies that I enjoy, and I just go from hobby to hobby to hobby, and then I just
Oh,
let
I
it
ain't
sit
done.
for like years.
I got a vacuum chamber, vacuum pot. I do resin. I do all
Where's
kinds of
the
stuff, man.
where's the still at?
I don't have one of those yet.
Not yet. Oh
Not yet.
man, I feel like that's about the only thing you're missing right now is like a still. Like you can make anything and everything. You can engrave shit. You can make shit. The only thing you can't do right now is just like brew your own beer or your own
Tattoo kit.
cocktail. Yeah, no.
I make just about anything. It doesn't matter what it is. And I've even showed this to people. My piece de resistance.
Oh, all the Steins. Hell yeah.
Well, no, the guitar.
Oh, I was looking at the Steins behind the guitar.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm not much of a guitar guy or a music guy. I mean, I like music, obviously, like everybody else, but
Well, it's funny because the guitar is one that I actually built. I
oh,
made that
nice.
guitar.
What you got enough stuff to fucking sorry, excuse my language. You got enough stuff that you can pretty much make anything that you want to use for
Yeah.
anything.
And then, of course, I'm preparing for an estate sale. I've got this.
Ooh, nice. That almost looks like the Excalibur.
It's all wood except for the leather binding.
Oh, it's all wood. It's not like
Yep.
a real sword.
Nope, all wood.
Oh, okay.
It's like the guitar. I've had people ask me, "It's like, where'd you get a plate of metal that big?" And I'm like, "That's not metal." They're like, "Damn sure looks metal."
Hey,
I have this love for creating different things,
nice. I do
and
too. I don't have that creative mind though. Like I can take something and I can change it a little bit here and there, and that's
yeah.
about it.
But you don't have to have a creative mind to be able to do it. You just got to know what you want, visualize it, and go with it. If you can visualize it, I mean, you don't have to be creative to have that kind of a mindset. And as far as like
Yeah,
the
but
resin stuff, they
I
have
just
molds that
find
you
things
can make.
like say for like the 3D printer. I go to like Thingiverse or Call 3D and I find somebody's object and I increase it and I may change a few things, but that's about it. Like,
Yeah.
but for me to like create an item like from nothing, yeah, no, I can't do that.
Oh, I've done it. You just gotta have an idea of what you want, know your dimensions, and it's like my laser engraver. I did this patch.
Oh yeah. No, I know you were. I think it was last night or the night before. You were talking about like the orange hat and how like you're like known as the orange hat guy. I just
Yeah,
I wanted to ask like, what's with the orange hat? Why do people know you about the orange hat? Because I've known you
I have no idea
for
why they harassed me about it. I was supposed to go hunting with my dad, and I got us each a vest, and I got us each an orange hat so we'd stand out while we're out hunting. And he passed away before we had the chance to go hunting.
okay.
So I continue to wear the orange hat all the time just to honor him. So it's basically
Oh,
a
hey,
memory of my dad.
that's respectable, man. I was just curious. That's all.
Yeah. But with the other guy's channel, people were coming in calling me orange hat guy or orange guy and it bothered me at first because I was trying to get my name out there, but then I'm like, I had my neighbor Tommy and I was talking with him about it, and he's like, dude, he goes, think of it this way. He goes, that's an icon. He goes, they know
Yeah,
you because of the
exactly.
orange hat. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. You know? So I was like,
The way
okay,
I
if
see
they
it
want to
is,
remember me as the orange hat guy, then they'll know who I am.
I never thought about you as the orange hat guy until the other night when you said something, and I'm like, okay, well now I'm just curious. That's why I asked
Yeah.
the question out of curiosity, and
Yeah.
because I'm always like a very curious guy, so I'll ask questions like that, but it doesn't mean you have to answer it. And hey,
Yeah.
you answered
Well, I
it.
mean, even with the channel that I'm doing now, I don't get half as many insults as I did when I was doing coach streams with the other guy. I was constantly getting insults, told that I was fat, that I'm ugly. And one night turn around, I was like, well, I mean, obviously I'm fat. I mean, is that the best you can do for, cracking on me, calling me fat? I'm like, what's your IQ? 5? And then I had somebody tell me I'm
Well,
ugly. I was like, well, I know that. I mean, I didn't get beat with the ugly stick. I fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down.
but that's the thing though, is like there's so many keyboard warriors out there that they will call you fat based upon how you look or your face or the fact that you only show your face and not your body and this, that, and the other. And it's like, come on, motherfucker, get on live. You show your body, I'll show you mine. You know, like, and it's not gonna be like a tit for
Southern girl.
tat kind of thing, but
Yeah, I mean, I grew up being insulted by, I was bullied by everybody. I was even bullied by my own parents. And it wasn't until my dad's deathbed that he acknowledged what he did to me and apologized for it. And I was actually ready to walk out on him. I didn't want to hear it because, in my mind at that time, he was just looking to forgiveness. Because in his
right.
heart, he felt like if he didn't ask for that forgiveness, he was going to hell.
Like I've had a lot
And
of people that don't like my voice the way it comes through a computer because it sounds too high pitch, and they're like, "Oh, well, you must be, this, that, and the other." And I'm like, "No, I've got 3 daughters. I
Aaron
enjoy
Ralston,
I
I
enjoy
have no idea
women."
who Aaron Ralston is.
Yeah,
But
I don't
I've
know.
had people comment on my voice, but here's the problem. Can't do a voice like this. Can get my voice to go deep like this. You sound like famous celebrities.
I just say, hey, you know what? I am who I am. If you don't like
You
it,
sound like a computer program trying to tell you something.
I am who I am. You don't like it?
Yeah,
There's the door.
that's what I
Leave.
tell people. And
If
over the
if you
past
want to
couple
make an
nights, I've
ass
had
out of
people
yourself, I will show you that door and I will force you out that door. Plain and
don't know
simple.
Southern, and he's doing his own thing. I'm doing my own thing, and that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not here to down anybody or put anybody down. The truth comes out in the event. In the end, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not here to hate on anybody. I'm here to spread positive movement, and that's it.
He's got other guests tonight.
But yeah, I mean, when I had Duke come on, I was going to originally start with Swan because she was talking about she's going to go live after she hits 1,000 subscribers. And I was like, "You want to go on?" And she's like, "No, I got to cook dinner." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "How about you, Duke?" And he's like, "Hell yeah, send me the link."
Well, I was in the chat I think it was last night with I think it was your niece.
Actually, Captain, yes, I can do license plates. I can, if I get a plastic one, I can CNC machine it and make any design on it. Yeah, that's okay. He can do what he wants to do. I'm going to do my thing. That's all I got to say about it, Southern. I don't get mad
You
at
must
people.
be
I'm just
streaming
focused
somewhere
on my
else
own thing and being positive. That's all I got to do.
because I'm not seeing the other comment that you were just talking about, but that's all
Oh,
good.
Southern Girl.
No, I see Southern girls, but the other person.
Oh, Captain Farron. Yeah, he typed it a little while
Yeah.
ago. No, it wasn't. I had something I had to do, and he got mad because I didn't include him. And it's not something I want to air out on here. But if anybody has to have proof, I have text messages to show it.
Hey, Southern girl, it's just 2 people that are apparently parting ways. If you want to know more, you can ask them privately, but
Yeah,
I
exactly
don't
what
know.
Bedell said.
I just feel that we're live, or he's live and the other guy's live, and you want to ask questions, fine, feel free, but you're not going to get all that much information, I feel, on air live because people have respect for other people. Well, at least most people do. Not everybody does, but most people do.
Yeah, I have respect for everybody that comes into my chat unless they're talking perverted or doing nonsensical stuff. And I'm not giving them just a temporary ban if they're coming in and they're talking perverted. They're getting a full on ban from the channel, not a temporary boot.
Yeah, well, everybody has their own opinion, and the only thing I can say about
No, Southern,
a
I'm
lot
not
of
negative. All I have to say is the truth comes out in the end, and I'm going to stay true to myself, and I'm going to continue doing what I've always been doing and keep pushing the positivity that I'm doing. The truth comes out in the end. That's all I got to say about that. Liars always
yeah.
get caught.
Exactly. The only thing I was gonna say about that is like there's two sides of both stories, and you can't tell the whole story until you have both sides.
Yep.
Not that people need both sides to tell a story, because that's how most major news networks work. Is they get one side, they just run with it. But if you want to
But
know like the
dude,
whole truth,
but
you
Dell,
got
I
to
had
get both
somebody
sides.
post on here because of something I guess he said. It was a death threat on my YouTube channel. So I reported it to YouTube.
Well, I'm not trying to dig into the situation because I don't know. And honestly, American Maker, I really don't care. I know you enough that I like you.
Yeah.
That's why I asked to join. That's why I'm here, because I like you. That other
Yeah.
guy, I don't know. I saw him a couple times on a co-op stream, and you guys seemed like both cool people. But I still don't know him all that well. But I don't know. It is what it is. You know what? You're I don't know your guys' relationship per se, like friendship, or have you guys ever met in person, anything like that? And nor does it really matter, but it should
No.
matter to you guys more
He got
than
me to go live on his
any of us
channel,
other
which
people.
I was camera shy. I mean, I was scared to death of going on camera. I didn't want to do. I was afraid to do a live stream because of being camera shy. I had that stage fright thing going on, and he got me to go on a live camera, and I started getting comfortable with it, felt at ease with it. But there came a situation that I had to deal with in private that just didn't involve him, and I got accused of being distrustful and disrespectful. But I mean, when you get called at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to sleep, and somebody's like, "Hey, what are you doing? You want to go live?" And I'm like, "No, I'm trying to sleep." That's kind of the opposite of being respectful, in my opinion. But like I said, at best, when you see two people are having a disagreement, don't pick sides. Get to know each person individually for who they are. The truth will always surface, and it always
Yeah.
does. That's all I got to say. Don't take sides. Always view both sides and then go based off of what you see for your own judgment.
Hey, Southern Girl, about the whole D threats thing. I'm not speaking for anybody. I just feel that that was maybe hypothetical. It was the way that somebody interpreted words that came out of somebody else's mouth.
Yeah, I ended up my birthday stream I had to delete. Everything went south on that, and I was a little bit upset over that one. It was a good birthday, Bedell joined in, my neighbor and Tommy and I, we were having a hell of a conversation. And towards the end of it, it went south. Not happy about it, but it is what it is. It's in the
Well, if
past.
you save the stream, you could maybe make some shorts out of it, though.
I was
I mean,
told
that's
delete
what.
it immediately.
Well, yeah, but you can take it off of YouTube, but you could still use that video to maybe make some shorts, like most other people do. I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do, obviously. I'm just giving you
Yeah.
suggestions.
Yeah, I didn't think of that until later, but I already ended up deleting it
Yeah.
because one of the things that happened in there, and I was just going to edit that part out. My neighbor telling me he was doing a gangster thing, and had that New York gangsta accent going on. And he reached and grabbed a little BB gun and he stuck it in his hip. And he's sitting there and he's like, "Oh, gangsta," and all this stuff, and just doing his little. I can't do it as good as he does. Yeah, Tommy was giving me really good advice, all about the orange cap.
Yeah,
Southern knows about the orange cap thing.
it's so hard because you can try to appease everybody, like all of your viewers, but you're always gonna make X amount percent of them mad all the time.
Yeah, somebody's always going to be
And,
don't like
and
what
it's
you have
like
to
it
say.
doesn't matter what you do, you can't appease everybody, and you just gotta understand that. I feel with like social media and especially like YouTube and going live and this, that, and the other, and like not to mention all the keyboard warriors that will criticize anything and everything that you do. It's like, dude, like get a life, grow up.
You know,
You
I
know,
actually
like
started picking on
oh
the keyboard warriors. I'm like, what are
yeah,
you going to do about
it's
it?
just you
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 going to
gotta
show up on my
start.
door?
You gotta start like just weeding those. I'm not saying like you particular American Maker, but I'm just like
Yeah.
anybody that wants to go live or has gone live or wants to go live. This is general advice, and I hear this from like the big YouTubers that I've talked to multiple times is
Hmm.
you just gotta weed all those little weeds out. Like all the
Yeah.
negative comments, you just gotta get rid of them because you can't make everybody happy. Now,
Oh,
you may
exactly.
want to try to make everybody happy, but you never will. There's always a certain portion of your viewers that will talk shit, degrade you, hate you, put negative things in the comments, click the dislike button. They will always do that every time, but you know what? It's more interaction on your videos, and that's what they don't understand. It's like
Yeah.
if they just did nothing, they would
Look at
have
my
more
stream
of
last night.
an influence, but for them to click the dislike button, for them to comment anything, whether it's positive, maybe most likely negative. Like a comment is a comment. It doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative. A like or a dislike, it doesn't matter. It's a click.
Yeah.
You're watching the video. That means you're getting watch hours. So it's like all those haters, all they're doing is literally just helping you.
Yeah. I've
And they
told them
don't
that
understand
before.
that. It's like if the haters just would understand once in a while, if they would just not do anything,
Yeah.
shut their mouth, put their fucking hand in their pocket. I'm sorry, I keep swearing. That's normally my thing, but I try not to because I don't know how you are with swearing. But no, like if
I'll
all
be
the
honest,
haters
I
would
usually
just
do
like
have a potty mouth, but I try to control it on here because even though I've got it set for 18 and older, there are younger viewers that do lie about their age and come in here. So I just try to keep it clean for them. But I mean,
yeah,
I'm
no,
not opposed
that's
to
why I keep
swear once in a
apologizing.
while. You know, it
I'm
happens.
trying not to, but I'm just saying though, like if all the haters out there, the best thing you could do is just do nothing. Click off the stream, unsubscribe, and go watch somebody else that you enjoy. Because you clicking the dislike button, you putting a comment in there, you watching actually helps YouTubers. So,
Yeah.
like, to all the haters out there that don't like it, don't like this channel or that channel or whatever channel, the best thing you can do is unsubscribe and not think about them ever again. Like, it's plain and simple, but people like to be that. I wanna say, like, in control or feel that they're in control or whatever, like, no, no.
Yeah.
Forget all that.
I mean, I
Sorry,
do a lot of
I
different things
went
for
up
different people.
I went a little Vidal rant on that a little bit,
Oh, you're
but
fine, man. That's what it's all about. You know, if it's something I didn't want to hear, I wouldn't say. You know, I wouldn't let you keep going with it. You know, it's everybody has an opinion, and some people have a valid point. And I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, you're wrong because of your opinion." You know, you made a valid point. You know, and that's what people got to realize. You know, it's like if somebody's sitting there knocking you down, telling everybody that you're this and you're that, have they had a chance to get to know you for the person that you are, or are they just basing it off a judgment somebody else is making for them? And that's where a lot of people get their lines crossed is they don't actually get to know both people in the situation. They just go based off of who they think is right and who they think is wrong without, giving time to see the truth actually surface.
well, it's like, that old saying that I know you've heard it. I don't know how many people in chat have heard it, but don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and like I tell everybody, you don't have to take sides. observe, look at both people. The truth is eventually going to come out. I don't have to belittle anybody. I don't have to badmouth anybody because I am who I am. The truth will surface. And if it's something that I did wrong, then I did something wrong. The truth will come out. But that's just the thing. At the same point, you know, if somebody's going to lie, they can only keep the lie up for so long. And I'm sure you guys all know that. A lie will only get you so far. And eventually you're going to get caught in that lie because you have nothing to back it up. I mean, there was literally a video a few streams back when I started. I think it was like the third, fourth weekend streaming with him. He was talking about how genuine I was because he was calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning and I would answer. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm in bed sleeping. And he even said that. He's like, he wakes up, he answers the phone. And I've had people tell me, why don't you shut your phone off? Then you don't have to answer the phone. And I'm like, well, I have a niece who has an 8-month-old baby. If she calls me at that time of the morning, I answer the phone because there could be a problem. And if she needs my help, I have my truck. I can jump in my truck, go get her, the baby, and get her to a hospital or wherever she needs to go. I am here for my friends and my neighbors. Same thing with my neighbor. I have a neighbor right now, Tommy's dad. He's got cancer. And he's battling it. But if something happens and they need me, they can get a hold of me and I can get over there and help them with whatever they need help with.
Now
That's
there
the
is
kind of person I am.
there is a way to put your phone on do not disturb, but then there's a way to edit the do not disturb mode to where like people that are like in your contact list, if they call or text message, it will ring. But anybody else that's not in your contact list or in a separate group list
Yeah.
that you assign, all of them will just go straight to voicemail. It won't ring. But if they're in that said group that you assign or they're in your contacts, it'll all go through. I'm not saying like phones are smart, but I know what you're saying, American Maker, because I'm the same way. Like I used to have my phone on loud 24/7 because I was a business owner for 15 years and
Yeah.
I don't want to miss a lead. And I used to have contractors calling me at 10, 11 o'clock at night, a few of them, and then I'd have a certain few of them calling me at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, dude, like, can I get some sleep?
Yeah.
But I also know who I'm working for and when to expect their calls, so I would adjust my sleeping schedules to adjust who I'm working for, who I'm making the money from, but now my phone is just on vibrate 24/7 because if I miss a call, if I miss a text, guess what? I don't care. Because
Yeah.
you're not paying me. You're not making me money. So I'm not gonna say why should I care about you, but that was my attitude before is these people are making me money, they're giving me money, so I need to answer them at 24/7, whenever they call, whenever they text, anything like that. Now it's like I clock in, I clock out, no F's given.
Yeah.
But there
I mean,
are
I see what you do on your channel with the crypto and stuff like that. I don't have much knowledge of crypto at all.
that I've got some. I wish I had more, but I don't have the time to study because
Well, I like to
like
tune into
you,
yours, JR,
I
and
got
Trade
so many other
Intuition.
hobbies that I want to get involved in that I want to do. Like I was messaging you on Discord before I joined the live. I'm like, hey, okay, I know what you do to like get the aluminum, but what do you use?
Yeah.
Like send me some info because I'm
Oh,
interested now. Because like you were talking about it last night. I'm like,
this is
oh,
something else
I
that I did
want
with my
more
smelter.
information.
Check that out, dude.
Dude, that's awesome.
And I started machining it on my lathe and getting ready to do the borehole, but the machine crapped out on me. So I'm making 2 of them. They're actually eagle rings. And this is a solid copper billet that's made out of pieces of copper wire and copper tubing that I had scraps left over from different jobs that I had done. I melted it down and
Yeah,
made
and
enough
see,
to make a billet.
and for some reason, I don't know why, it just bypassed my mind. Is like I drink enough aluminum cans every day that I could melt it down. I've got copper wire for days that I could melt down, but I was like, what the fuck do I do with all this? Sorry. But I was like, looking at all this copper wire, I'm like, what do I do with this? Like my buddy came over, he's got subs in his Jeep. And I'm like, oh, this is the wire I used to use in my truck. And he's like, oh yeah, that's like double aught zero wire. And he's like, that
Mhm.
crap is expensive. I go, yeah, and this is like 15 years old and it was like $4 a foot. He's like, yeah, it's like $15 a foot. And I was like, well, I got like 40 feet sitting here. And I'm like, I was about ready to throw it away. And I'm like,
And
oh,
I got to correct something
I
I
could
said
just
to you
strip
earlier about
it
using
and melt it
borax.
down.
When I told you to put
Yeah.
borax in the aluminum, don't use borax, use salt. You can just use regular table salt when you're melting down the aluminum. It puts an oxide layer over the top and keeps the aluminum from actually rotting. Because most of your dross that you're going to get on the top of it is actually just basically it's rusty aluminum. It's going to have some of the plastic from the inside of the cans, and of course the charred ash from the paint. But a lot
Well,
of
it
it is
was
oxidized aluminum.
so it was something I was like hypothesizing about. Because like you gave me the idea, and I was like, oh man, I could just melt down these cans. But I was like, then you got the slag, you got this, you got that. Plus, you gotta get all the stuff to melt it down and get the slag out and whatever. And then you were like, and now you just said like, oh, and just let's throw like some normal salt in there. So the
Yeah.
salt helps separate the slag from like the pure aluminum then?
It don't separate it, but it helps to keep the aluminum clean. So
Okay.
when you're doing your final pour after you scrape the dross off the top of it, it'll keep it from corroding too much. Because with aluminum, if it gets overheated, it'll actually create a lot more dross. You can literally burn it to where it creates like a rough, kind of like gritty, almost like sandy textured aluminum. But the funny thing is about the dross is if you take a fire block, a fire brick, something that can withstand high heat, you can take 2 graphite electrodes, put all that dross inside of a bucket, and then hit it with a 40,000 volt of electricity, and it'll actually melt it back down into raw aluminum again. It literally reverses the oxidation process, but it's dangerous,
40
so not
40,000 volts
recommended.
sounds a bit extreme.
Hmm?
So 40,000 volts sounds a little bit extreme in my case.
Yeah,
I know a
but you can
buddy
do the
that
same thing with
I was
it's
in a bench build off and my buddy used it wasn't a microwave power supply, but that's what he wanted to use. But he would put like the positive on one end of a piece of board and the negative on the other end and use like water and baking soda. Can't think of
Lichtenberg
what it's
fracking
called.
device.
Yeah, and we built a bench and I won a competition using that. And I was like, dude, that's so cool. I want to do it. And he's like, yeah, but be careful, it's gonna kill you. And I'm like, yeah, well, every project I do involves alcohol, so no, I'm already out. Like I'm
Yeah,
like
I
straight up,
actually
dude, like it's cool, it's fun, it looks awesome, but I will leave it to you and not me because I get a little too extreme
welcome
on
back, Captain.
something.
Yeah, I
And then
actually
I
built a
have
Lichtenberg
alcohol
fracking
mixed in, and
device.
I'm like, you know what? No, like if there's a 50+% chance it's gonna kill me, I'm good. Like,
Yeah,
nah,
I made
I
a
got
Lichtenberg
kids.
fracking device
I'd
though.
much rather just play it safe.
I made one from a microwave transformer. But see, in order for it to actually work right and to be safe, you have to have some knowledge of electricity as well. And with the transformers, you actually, a transformer basically what it is 2 coils of wire. And in some instances, it could be 3 coils of wire, which is why you have one that has 2 inputs and 3 outputs, or 3 inputs and 2 outputs, whatever. And depending on which side you use, it'll either step it up or step it down. So if you're on the large side of the transformer and put your high voltage into that, the other side's going to come out low voltage because it's the low side transformer. Depending on the ratio, you could have a 2 to 1, you could have a 1 to 5,
ratio. But it basically what it does is as the electricity flows through the small coil, it goes into the bigger coil and it steps up all that voltage. So you're looking at 5 times the power of the
Yeah.
input.
Don't tell me about more power. I'll be like Tim the Toolman Taylor. Power, more power. It's just unfortunate that it's probably only me and you that understand the tool time
Yeah. Well, I mean,
reference.
that's just the thing, I love doing electronics and stuff as well. I can actually I have the Gerber files for a rail gun or a coil gun, I should say. But I have to have they call it a Z or a ZVS amplifier. It takes 3 18650 batteries. It'll ramp it up to 400 something volts, over 600 volts, and it'll power up a series of capacitors along the coil gun. And when you pull the trigger activates each one of the coils individually as the steel billet passes through the pipe, and it's what generates the speed. And some of them can actually get up faster than a bullet can go out of a gun.
All off of 3 18 650 batteries.
Yep.
Dang, that's what my old vape, that's what I used to use is 3 18 650s in my old vape. And it's just been sitting there for years. And I'm like, man, I got like 20 of these batteries. And I know that like these batteries are used in like everything nowadays.
I've got this one here. I make my own juice.
I used to make my own juice. People used to call me and my buddy the chemist because we were like mixing coffee and strawberries and just when you make your own juice, it's not like more chemistry, which it is a little bit, but you know what's in there. There's VG, PG, and the flavor and nicotine.
Yep.
Like that's it. Like there's
And
3 basic elements plus the flavors, and that's it. Like when you make your own, that's it. But the problem is like that nicotine, when you get like 100 ml drop and you put like 1/2 of a drop on your skin, you're nicotine high. So it's like
well,
you always got to be
Chess,
precautious and use
sorry,
gloves and
Vidal.
be.
Chess, the only thing I
Oh
got to
no,
say about that is if you want to take sides, take sides. But I recommend don't take anybody's side. Just wait and see what goes on. You'll find out the truth. Liars can only lie for so long.
the only thing I can say about that is I really don't know Beachy. I also really don't know American Maker, but American Maker seems to always be a true genuine guy. But if somebody's out there bad mouthing somebody that they used to stream with, then words are words. Like
Yeah.
if they want to talk crap about somebody else that they used to stream with, then you got to think about them as a person also.
I just think it's sad that I had something that I had to do for myself, and that was taken as a disrespect.
I mean, it shows the integrity of American Maker right here. That he's never once said anything bad about that other person. Never talked crap. Never said anything. He just said, you know what, the truth will come out. It is what it is. Let it be, and that's it.
I don't have to
That's kind of
badmouth
how he was
anybody. I
like
just let
all
the truth
night.
go, and that's it. The truth always shows itself.
He
So
he
I mean,
never really
you can
said that
either
person's name or put any drama out there. He just said, "Hey, you know what? It is what it is. We went
yeah.
our separate ways. That's it."
But I
And
mean, like I said, the
if
truth
that
always
guy
comes out in the end.
wants to be like that, let me on his stream. I'll give him a piece of my mind.
I've been between different people before in the past, and it's not anything that's happened recent. This is stuff that I went through years ago, where I had 2 friends that were fighting with one another, and neither one of them wanted to give in one another. Each one was saying bad stuff about the other. I stayed neutral party, and then I found out after a while which one of them was the liar because the truth eventually came out. And by staying
I
neutral
I,
party, I
I
didn't have
do
to
gotta
worry
say
about
though
losing a friend.
that Double Night Chess. Thank you. Because you were nice and said that thought you would let us know. So I do appreciate that for letting us know that he's doing that stuff, but I don't think
Yeah, I'm not
Merican
worried
Maker
about
really
it.
cares. So
Like I say, the truth will come out.
yeah, I mean, it's nice that you watched his stream and then you came over here to report it, but it is what it is. I really don't think Merican Maker cares, and
I don't.
yeah,
Honestly, I don't. The only one that I actually cared about was that one guy that come over and started threatening me, and I reported that one to YouTube immediately. I mean, I don't care
yeah,
if somebody's talking bad about me. Truth always surfaces. That's all I got to say about it. I
yeah.
honestly don't care. I grew up with bullies, dealing with bullies, and the best thing to do is just ignore what they have to say.
Well, it kind of goes along with what I was saying a little bit ago about how, like, even in the comments about people talking negative about 1 5 second portion of your video, like, okay, they're keyboard warriors. You know, they want to act smart and be tough and this, that, and the other. But you know what? You just
The
gotta
other night, somebody
you
posted on
gotta
my
get rid of the
channel
hatred.
that I'm gonna be sorry and that I'm gonna be suffering and they're gonna make me pay. So I reported it to YouTube. I don't take kindly to threats. I'm just gonna
You
let
want to
him do what
threaten
he's
me?
gonna do.
Come,
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I ain't out to steal nobody's viewers. I don't tell anybody they gotta be on my channel. They can't be on his. You do what you want to do. It's your choice. I'm not here to cause problems for anybody. I'm here to be me and spread my love, spread my positivity. I'm not gonna hate on nobody. There was a disagreement. There was no disrespect from me, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. If that's the way somebody else feels that it was disrespectful, that's on them. I'm not a person to disrespect anybody. Now, if it was 20 something years ago, before I changed my life around, I used to go from quicker than the speed of light. I would lose my rate. I'd go into a deep rage and I'd start yelling and screaming and hollering just because somebody said something I didn't like. And I didn't like the person I was. I basically was doing the same thing my dad used to do to people. And I was like, no, I can't do this no more. So I changed things around. I made a positive change in my life, and everything's been going better since. Uh-oh, I think we lost Bedell. Are you still with us, bud? Uh-oh. There we go. Welcome back.
Sorry, I
Oh, that
was
was weird.
replying to my girlfriend, but I don't know. I thought maybe it'd minimize, but instead it just closed me out of the studio. So my
Hi, Ann.
bad.
Welcome back. Bonsoir.
I don't know what's going
But
on.
yeah,
I can't hear you. Well, I mean, I can, but
can you hear me?
you're like really
So
quiet.
quiet.
Let
Yeah, I
me
think it's
close
because the
this
stream
real
reset.
quick, and then I'll come right back. Hopefully.
He'll be back. No, I'm not here to take anybody's streamers. I mean, I'm just here to do my own thing, be me. I'm really wanting to do my CNC stuff, but I haven't been able to lately because I've been doing my doctors, trying to do Uber and everything. Bring Bedell back here. There we go.
All right. You sound normal now.
All right, awesome. A lot better.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I thought maybe I could
It was a
minimize the
YouTube thing.
stream, but apparently you can't minimize it. So
Yeah.
beginner's luck, I guess. Found out the hard way.
That's why I want to step away from the YouTube streams. And that's why I was trying to do the OBS, but you said something about StreamYard, so I may look into that. Is StreamYard free?
They do have a free thing, but it limits you on stuff. And to my knowledge, it's kind of pricey. No, I don't know like the price of OBS because I know a lot of people that use OBS and they swear by it. But I feel that's also pricey too. It depends on what pricey is per person.
Right. Well, for me in my current situation and trying to get on Social Security because of messed up wrist, knee, and neck, I got an appointment Thursday, I think. What's today? Wednesday, 13th. So yeah, Thursday the 14th at 2:30 in the afternoon with a doctor for my neck. And hopefully there's something he can do about the vertebrae because I've got my C5 has slipped forward, my C6 has slipped backwards and pinched in my spinal column. And from what I understand, if I'm not careful and hit it just the right way, I could be paralyzed. And I definitely don't want that.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be good.
No, because I
Much
don't need anybody
rather,
wiping my butt but me.
I'd much rather live in pain rather than be paralyzed. But that's me.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I
can't get I can't get the eye surgery. LASIK is what they call it
oh yeah.
because I have too many scars in my eyes and my vision's also bad enough. They're like, "How many
Yeah,
scars do
having
you have in your
astigmatism
eye?"
in both.
Yeah, well, I have the stigmatism too, but they're like, "Well, how many scars do you have in your eyes?" I go, "Well, about 60 plus in total." I was like, "So many in this eye, so many in that eye," and they're like, "How do you have so many?" I go, "Contacts plus accidents and this, that, and the other," and they're like, "Well, we probably can't help you, but let's scan your eye and see." And they scan my eye, and like 20%
Yeah.
of the way through it, they're like, "Nope, there's already way too many scar tissues in your eyes that we can't help you." And I was like,
This one
"Okay."
here, I'd gotten a piece of steel in it. And it was at a point that I could actually see the steel floating right there in the middle of the eyeball. So they took me to the doctor or the optometrist, and the guy's sitting there. He's like, "Well, we got to dig it out." And then he's sitting there. I got my head pressed in that little thing like this here, and he's saying, "Hold still." And I'm holding still, and I'm looking, and he's going like this here, and his hand's going like this, and I'm like, he's saying, "Hold still, so I can scrape this out." And I'm like, "You're the one who needs to hold still, not me." Getting ready to go in
Right?
with his pick to pick out the piece of steel, and I'm like, good grief, he's gonna slice my eyeball in half before he gets the piece of metal out of it.
You got
And
the
then he
shaky
scoops it
hand,
out.
and the only thing that you're worried about is me blinking my eye. Like, come
I
on
was I
now.
was sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, well, if I move my eye quick enough, maybe I can catch the movement and it'll look still. And that way, there when he's digging in, I can still keep it where the pick is at. You know.
Yeah.
Good to hear you're doing well, Knight. But yeah, a lot of things are crazy. And the other one, I don't know why I've got astigmatism in this. I've never had anything in that eye, but it's got a football shape to it as well. And I tried asking them because everybody says you'll know if you have an astigmatism because you'll either see a diagonal line, a horizontal line, or a flat line. And I don't see any of those. I get halos.
So, do you know how bad your vision is?
Yeah,
Like,
it's bad. I got trifocals,
positive, negative?
negatives, I believe.
But do you know how bad it is? Like, negative what? Because, like, my eyes are. So I have negative 9.7 on my right and negative 9.5 on my left.
Yeah, I think I got
And
my.
the last eye doctor I talked to, they said at negative 10 you could be considered legally blind. And I go, well, Okay, that makes sense why when I take off my glasses or I don't wear contacts that I can't see anything.
Well, I know I'm not legally blind. That much I do know. But
Well, I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying like I'm almost close to being technically legally blind, but
let me see here. Florida Wildlife Conservation, motorcycle endorsement. I thought I had it. I guess I don't. Oh well.
all right,
I
double
know
night.
my nearsightedness or the reading portion is like minus 125. And then the second one, I can't remember what that is, but each eye is different and they never can find the exact pinpoint to get it perfectly clear.
Right.
It's the weirdest thing.
No, I thought about removing double night's comment, but I don't think I'm an admin or a mod. But even if I was like, you know what? Whatever.
Oh, you're talking
Fuck
about
it.
in my channel?
Yeah, on YouTube.
I can make you a mod if you want. I trust you. I know
Even
you're
if
not
I
the kind of guy that's
was,
going to go in there
I
and just
was
start
just
booting
reading his
random people out.
comment, and I'm like, we don't want that negativity here, but it's really kind of negative, not negative. Depends on how you take it. I read that and I'm
Oh, you're
like,
talking about Knight? His last comment?
yeah,
I'm not going to sweat it. I'm not, honestly. I had nothing
I
to do
know.
with any of the trolls. I mean, I
To
do
me,
my
it
channel and I
to
don't
me,
have
it's
trolls
like putting
coming in.
more fuel on the fire because we've kind of already tried to stop talking about it, and I just read his comment and I wanted to bring it up and I don't know, engage with the
Yeah.
public, engage with the people, but I don't know.
Yeah, guys,
It's
I'm
your
not going to
stream.
hate on them.
Hey,
So can we just
hey,
skip
man.
that topic, please?
Yeah, it's your stream, not mine. I'm just here as a guest.
Yeah. I mean, we
And
just skip over that topic.
I keep swearing, and I'm trying not to.
I had a person coming in last night in my chat. I don't know if you remember when you came in last night when my niece was live with me.
Yeah,
We had somebody coming in here and start saying that I was inbred and sleeping with my niece, and I'm like, you know what, banned. I'm not going to tolerate that. And then we had somebody else, and I gave them like 20 warnings to stop with the negativity, and then they started talking about positive toxicity being too positive, and I'm like, there's no such thing as positive toxicity. There's reality, and there's being positive. If you're positive to the point where when bad things happen, keeping that positive focus, saying, I know I can get out of this. That's not being toxic. And it's like you have a dream that you want to achieve. Like my niece said something about she's thinking that her dream job would be, either a heart surgeon or a brain surgeon.
right. Yeah, I remember that from last night.
And I was telling everybody, if she wants to, she can achieve that. She's just got to stay focused on her goal. It's not going to be an overnight thing, so she's going to have to do what she's doing. She's working at racetrack. Eric, am I going to have to ban you from the channel? Seriously?
Come on, Eric. Be nice. Be positive. That's all you gotta do, man. It ain't that difficult.
I didn't ban him, Captain. I try not to ban anybody. No? So I look like an orange. That must mean I have great appeal.
Sounds like it's I'm not even gonna say it, to be
Eric, it's
honest.
not a yoga ball build. It's the Buddha figure. I am at one. I am enlightened.
And you know how many people worship Buddha? Millions.
That's okay. Eric's one of the ones that doesn't realize that trolling in a channel is building me my watch hours. Thank you, Eric.
And it's funny because I was just talking about all the trolls a little bit ago. It's like, hey, you comment,
Yeah.
you
And I hadn't had
dislike,
any I
all
haven't had
that.
any trolls
Guess
in here.
what?
Ask Swan, Captain.
All it does is help build the channel, Eric. So keep going
But it's
on
funny,
with your
you know.
little PP energy. And all it does is
The
help
whole
him
time that I've been
even
doing the
more.
stream since I started with Duke and then brought you in, I hadn't had a single troll until now. That is
Well,
the weirdest thing. But the one we had last night was going off on my niece and being negative towards my niece, telling her how to raise her child and do this and that. And I kept telling him, I was like, she's a good mother. She takes the baby to the doctors all the time. The baby's in perfect health. I mean, Mateo is an awesome kid. And they kept degrading my niece because the baby was on the floor. And I'm like, it's her house. It's not like he's at Walmart licking the floor at Walmart. You know,
right.
he's at home.
But that's what I was kind of saying earlier. Is like it's those little keyboard warriors that you can
Yeah,
engage with from time to time, but other than that, it's like a fly on the wall. You just smack it, get it out, and that's it. Like,
yeah.
don't worry about it. Like, because there's gonna be a lot of negativity and some positivity, and you just gotta focus on the
I had somebody
positivity.
the other day telling me I was running a racket, so I pulled this thing out.
Okay.
My electric fly swatter.
I've had one of those.
Just call me the fly executioner.
I got the salt gun in camo version. So does that make me a killer? Because I kill flies with a salt gun. You know, like
Hmm. Uh,
people will say, "Oh, it looks like a gun. It's got an orange tip and it shoots salt. It's not gonna kill you." Like me and my buddies have
yeah.
sat here and shot each other numerous times. Yeah, it kind of hurts. It kind of stings, but it's salt. Like it's not gonna hurt you in a
Oh, I spelled it wrong.
life-saving manner. Oh, you put a P instead of an O, but whatever.
Yeah. Who was it? I spelled it wrong. He's got a channel here on YouTube as well. He's a really nice guy. He hangs with a bunch of guys on, I think it's Mondays and Friday nights. They do Crypto on the Rocks. Great group of people.
Monday is out of the line. We talk a little bit more serious about things that happen in everyday economy, things like that. Friday is Crypt on the Rocks. It's kind of all bells let loose, to put it nice. We can talk about anything and everything and
Yeah.
do drinks, shots, whatever. Do I have hair? Yes, I have hair. It's a little long, but I used to hate wearing a hat until like 2 years ago when an older lady told me that I should wear a hat because I look better with a hat on. So I started wearing a hat. But no, I still got a full head of hair. I mean, maybe
I mean, I've got a
somebody could say
receding hairline, but I have a full head of hair. And
yeah,
my
I would say
hair
maybe
is
my forehead is a little big, so maybe I have a little bit of a receding hairline, but
long.
I'm okay with it. I just like to wear a hat because I don't know. Somebody told me I should because I look better with a hat, and then I just got comfortable with the hat. I look better with a hat off. I'll take my hat off.
Yep.
To me, it throws off my persona, though. I guess I don't know. Granted, persona, I don't know what that is, but
Yeah. You were funny
no.
last week, dude. On Friday when you had when they had the crypto on the rocks,
Well, I also had how many
you were
drinks though?
wasted.
Yeah,
But you were funny.
I still got the
And you're
bottle.
welcome back.
Granted,
Oh,
it's a lot less empty, but
dude, I got some
no,
Bacardi pineapple. I've got
no,
some triple sec, blue
my
curacao.
neighbor. Ooh, triple sec. I haven't heard that term in a long time. I used to drink that as a teenager. But no,
That'll do
my
you.
neighbor gave me that bottle, and like a couple days
Peter, if it's
ago.
about Beachy, I don't want to hear it. Honestly, he can do his thing. I'm gonna do my thing. I have no animosities towards the man. He can do whatever he wants on his channel. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want to hear anything about it. So please just respect those wishes.
I'll say you must know Peter from his channel also,
I have
because
not
I would have
Swan.
never guessed. Have you tried Western Sun prickly pear vodka? Prickly pear?
Responsible
No.
for what, Peter?
Well, I can take my glasses off, but then I can't see the screen. So you get about 20, maybe 30 seconds.
Nice. Hopefully the Canada Dry Ginger Ale is the best one.
Yeah, I don't like my glasses, but I can't afford contacts anymore. And also, doctors won't prescribe me contacts because I have too many scars in my eyes. So
I used to mess with people.
it's hit or
I'd always
miss.
assume, can you take your glasses off? I want to see what you look like without your glasses. So I would go like this and I go, how's that? And then I put the glasses back on and they're like, good God, you're blind without them. Well, Peter, I mean, if you know you're responsible for the trolls, just be a little bit nicer to people, And if anything, I would say, and I know you're probably not going to want to do it, but check out my songs on one of my pages. There's one on there called Don't Judge. It's a very, very, very informative and very positive song. Give it a listen. It's a little slow, but it has a very good message to it. I don't have a problem with anybody. I try
And
not to have
Peter, I
problems with
believe
anybody.
that
I love all people, all walks of life.
American Maker has an email on his channel. If not, find him or I in Discord if you need somebody to talk to. So I'm pretty sure most of us or all of us are willing to talk to you and maybe help you out with whatever you have going on. Because I've been there, I've been down that dark, dirty road multiple times. And I've been that person that is the fucking troll that
Yeah, I
thinks
think
it's
everybody's been in
fun to
that
go on
position at
other
one
people's
time in their life,
channels and
especially in the
troll
younger
them
years.
and talk crap. I've done that to people many times, and I met them in real life, and then we've hung out and we partied and we enjoyed each other's company. And I just had to come out and be clean and be like, "Hey, man, sorry, but I did troll you a little bit." And he's like, "Yeah, I know it was you, but It's okay. So, man, to me, it just from what you're saying, I feel you just need somebody to talk to rather than doing all this on YouTube and feeling sorry for it. If you could just talk to somebody like close and personal, it would probably do you a lot of good.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome here. I mean, when you come in and talk, if you got something going on that's bugging you, say something. We're more than happy to give you information and help you out on whatever problem's bugging you. We'll probably help you in the right way and give you some advice on what we've done in our lives. I mean, back when I was in high school, we had the bullies, like normal, like every school does. And at my 10-year reunion, one of the guys that I knew that was a bully in there, I seen him standing by himself. Nobody was associating with him, but I remembered who he was. I walked up to him and said hi and everything. And the first thing out of his mouth, he's like, "I'm so sorry for treating you the way I did." And I turned around and I just looked at him. I was like, "Dude, that was in the past." I said, "We were teenagers." And he's like, "Yeah, but," he goes, "I came here and nobody wants to do anything. Nobody wants to say hi." He goes, "You're the first one." And I was like, "Well, I don't hold a grudge. I don't hate on people.
Yeah.
Sometimes people are just going through a rough time, a rough patch." And I found out after having a conversation with him, his parents were in a divorce situation and he was taking it out on everybody else because he thought it was his fault. And by the end of the night, I had a few other people that I had known from back then that he had tormented and got them to come over and talk to him. So by the end of the night, he had at least 8 people that were chatting with him. And he went from sitting in the corner by himself, afraid to talk to anybody, to actually having conversation, and left the party with a smile.
I've been there, I've done that. I mean, when my dad passed 14 years ago, it didn't really affect me. Then when my mom passed 6 years ago,
Captain,
I took all my money in the bank and I just kept going to the bar
Captain,
every day.
delete that message.
And and everybody was my friend because I would just buy him drinks, I would
Get
buy
rid
him
of it.
dinner,
Right, delete it.
and I just I went reckless after my mom died, and my girlfriend sees it now. Like I've had 2 deaths in the last 48 hours, and I bawl my eyes out every night. And
Yeah,
she's like, "How did you handle your mom's death?" I was like, "Not this bad," but that was like a turning point. I feel in my mind that after having no parents, no grandparents, nobody, like everybody's dead in my life, like that last death of my mom, that clicked something in my mind that now I don't like death. I don't. I hate it. I hate going to the funeral home. I hate hearing about people passing. I hate about this. I hate about that. And hate's a strong word because before death, murder, all that, it wasn't an issue. Like I got
yeah,
my youngest daughter talks about like watching like these scary movies and spiders and death, and she's 6 and she enjoys it, but my 7-year-old doesn't like that. And I'm like, okay, so my youngest is probably more like me at that time, and
when
I gotta muster up the courage as an adult and a parent that I gotta take my kids to see their grandmother that they've never met to the grave to see where grandmother is, and that's what like it brings tears to my eyes to even talk about it and to think about doing that. And
yeah,
that's the only time that they're gonna see or know grandmother or show her pictures, because they've never met her. And it sucks. But I used to be the complete opposite, like death, destruction, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, let's go. Like, whatever. But now I'm like, I'm the complete opposite. Why? Because
yeah. I mean, I
something
lost my
happened in my
mom.
life that my brain just flipped a switch.
when my mom passed away, she passed away August 21st, 2021. She collapsed in the hallway, and when she collapsed, we were all, under the COVID quarantine nonsense. I was sick as a dog. Had hardly no strength, no energy. Breathing was bad. My niece was in a restroom. My mom's like, she goes, I'm fine. She goes, just go ahead and do what you were getting ready to do and then come back out. So I ran to the bathroom real quick, went, used the restroom. Wasn't but 2 seconds. Came walking back out in the hallway and I heard, and I was like, Mom, you okay? And she didn't say nothing. So I shook her. Still didn't do anything. She didn't move. So I grabbed her, rolled her over onto her back, and her face was blue. I flipped her head back, tipped it up to do CPR, pulled her dentures out, pulled her tongue forward, got ready to do compressions, gave a couple of breaths, yelled to my niece to call 911, and just as I started the CPR stuff, my neighbor come in and took over. And then she died on her way to the hospital. And then March 22nd, 2022, my father passed away from cancer. But as far as the death goes, yes, it does hurt. It is a hard thing to deal with. But one thing that does help is rather than focusing on it as being a loss, think of this. You've known them your whole life. They made you the person you are. You haven't lost anything. You won't have more time with them, but all those memories that you have leading up to that moment are going to be with you for the rest of your life. All the good, all the bad, it's all made up what you are today. And honestly, it helped me really cope with the loss of my mom and my dad.
Yeah, and what I was saying, like, about my mom's death and how it, like, flipped a switch in my brain, it's for the better, because
Yeah.
I was on a bad path in my life, and then my mom died, and, I mean, I had a business, I was running a successful business for many years, and I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that, and then, like, my mom died, and then I fell into a little destructive pattern. And then after 2 or 3 years, because it was in end of 2019 when she passed, so it was, like, the beginning of COVID. So, like, I had my business going, and then I dealt with all the stupid people with COVID doing my business and this, that, and the other. I won't get into details, but it's like then it like, that's what made me go down, like, a dark dirt
Yeah.
road. And then, I don't know, 2 or 3 years later, I just was like, I had another family member die. I had another family member die. And it was like every year I was losing a family member, like every year. And I'm like, I don't want to keep burying family members, and then I looked and then something just happened. I was like, you know what? I bet I will be that next person that they're gonna bury. And then it
Yeah.
just flipped in my brain that, you know what? No, that's not me. I'm gonna do better. No, I mean,
Yeah.
I may not be doing
And
better, but I'm doing a lot better than I was.
one of the things that I picked up on later on in life with my family, the way we deal with a lot of bad things is we like to make jokes. We like to do comedy when things are south and sour. Um, some people would take it as being morbid or lame or crazy. My brother Joe, prime example. He took the time out of work when my mom passed away. And when he went back to work, everybody's like, "Where you been?" And he's like, "My mom passed away and I had to take care of everything and help out." And the guys that he worked with said, "I'm so sorry." And my brother turns around and he goes, "You're sorry?" She goes, "Hell, she was 400 pounds before they cremated her. They didn't tell me they were going to put her ashes in a 55-gallon drum. Try limping that out of a funeral home."
Wow, what a
That's the kind of
fucking
humor that
asshole.
he had. He had all the guys laughing, and he was laughing at the same time, but he was hurting inside. A bit morbid.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said what I said, but Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. I'm trying not to swear. I'm sorry, man. If you've seen
It
any of my
happens.
streams, you know I swear like a freaking
Yeah, it
sailor.
happens.
And
I'm just
but no, I
my
mean like
biggest
what he
thing is,
said, like
trying to keep it
that's
down to a
pretty
minimum,
bad. But
as low as I can.
yeah.
It's gonna happen. I mean, I've dropped the F bomb myself a couple times. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's something that I'm working on, trying to get a better grasp on it. I just don't want it coming out of every single sentence.
Yeah.
And I have it to where I've got the Nightbot thing in my channel, and I've got it to stop a lot of the racial slurs because I've seen it going on in other places. So I'm working on getting all that stuff, completely blocked out of the channel, so I don't need anybody coming in. I want people to feel comfortable when they come in, not, you know, anybody screaming at them, cussing them out, or yelling at them for being who they are. And yeah, Swan said it the best. Sadness don't bring them back. And she's right, it don't.
Oh, I
And
just
with
want to say, Captain, I'm
the way
sorry.
my family's been, they'd rather us laughing and having a celebration in their memory and in their honor than mourning over their death. Hell, for years, my dad always said throw them in a pine box and stick them in the backyard, or just throw them in a bonfire somewhere and leave.
I actually made a song, Pine Box in an Open Field, because that's how I want to be, is just throw me in a box or in a car in an open field somewhere.
Yeah,
But I haven't released it yet, but it was just a song and I love it. It sounds so good. I mean, it could use a little bit more perfection, but it was just AI, and I'm like, that's actually not bad.
yeah. AI is a little difficult, especially if you're trying to fine tune everything. I've learned a little bit of
Yeah.
tips and tricks from my neighbor because he does music himself. And from having a little bit of a music background, because I used to play trumpet when I was in elementary school, all the way up through my high school years, knowing music a little bit helps.
So my middle child, I was just talking to my girlfriend about this today. My middle child is like a spitting image of my mom. Is
Nice.
like tries to be organized, but is never organized. Like she'll sit down and make a calendar of like every day and then write down like what she has to do every day. And then like the next calendar will be like a day to day, like hour by hour of what she needs to do. But then when she wakes up, she don't follow it. But it's like she's got the weight, she's got the look. I'm like, God, I need to buy her a piano for her birthday. Because she's like the
Yeah.
spinning image of my mom. Because my mom was the
Well,
pianist.
even if not a piano, get her a small keyboard. They got them at Guitar Center for like $100.
Well, yeah, I
They
know,
can
but my
record you.
mom was like the choir director and did all that for the church, and she did it all for the funeral home and all this and all that. And it's like when she passed, the funeral home was like, "Hey, it's okay. We'll wait like 2 or 3 weeks for that insurance check to come in, and then you can pay us because your mom did so much for us." And they're like, "Oh, and by the way, we'll give you like all this extra for free, or we'll waive that fee or waive that fee." And I'm like, "Yeah, we didn't ask for anything. We're like, hey, we just know she did a lot of funerals at this funeral home."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, we'll just throw in all this or do that." And I'm like, okay. But no, I went to court for 4 years battling my older sister about all that. So
Yeah.
wild times. I'm just so glad that I put my foot down finally. I was like, look, let's have a meeting. Let's talk about it. At that meeting, I was like, you know what? Just write me a check. Let's be done.
Yep.
And still to this day, I think she's still paying on storage units and
Yeah.
storing stuff and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, you know what? I
Like I
said,
showed
give me a check.
Swan,
I'm done.
I found my family's photo album from when I was a baby. All our family members were in it, and I was showing Swan the different pictures that were in it. All my ancestors in one book. The only one that's missing is the photo from when I was a year and a half to 2 years old.
My mom was walking through the driveway apparently and fell, and when she did, my right leg was broken right on the femur. And they rushed me to the hospital, and I spent weeks in a cast. But according to what they said, that because the hospital at the time, there was no children's hospitals. You're talking in the 70s. So they brought me to the nearest place, and all the nurses fell in love with me as a baby. And they were saying that my bed was so filled up with stuffed animals they couldn't take them all. It was like everybody in the
Damn.
hospital was bringing me something.
Hey, nothing wrong with
I was
that
kind of a
though.
spoiled little.
It just shows love and kindness from
Yeah,
your family, strangers, your friends, all that.
yeah. And sometimes it's like I tell people all the time. I had a guy that was at a gas station. He was having a bad day, and he snapped at me when I asked him to turn his engine off. And he started cursing me out, and I turned around and told him, I said, well, sir, I said, I'm sorry, but if you don't want to turn the engine off, I am required by corporate policy. I have to turn off the pump. We are required to enforce it.
Well,
And
there's a sign on the pump that says
yeah,
no smoking, shut off your engine,
well, he cussed me out and he
stay
shut the
near the
car off.
pump. Yeah,
But
like there's
rather
a
than
sign
walking
that says
away,
that.
yeah, but rather than walking away, I asked him, I said, is everything all right, man? I was like, you seem frustrated about something. I said, I hope it's not just because I asked you that. And he's like, man, he goes, I'm having a freaking bad day. And I was like, you want to talk about it? He's like, ain't nobody gives a damn about me. And I was like, sir, I said, I'm the only one here right now. I said, if you want to vent and talk to me, I said, I'm more than happy to listen. He's like, what do you care? I said, well, honestly, I said, it's not a matter of whether I care or not. I said, but sometimes a stranger's ear, you can bend it a little bit and get your frustrations out to make your day feel a little bit better. And he went on
Yeah.
telling me about all the things that went wrong on him the night before, the day before, and that morning. And I turned around and says, well, just keep your chin up, take a deep breath, focus on your day, think a happy thought, think positive thoughts. And he took a deep breath at that point, and he's like, yeah. He goes, okay. He goes, I'll give it a try. And he says, I'm sorry I dumped it all on you. I was like, hey, no problem, man. Sometimes somebody needs somebody to listen, even if it's a complete stranger. Next day, the dude comes back, and instead of going to the gas pump, he pulled up to the kiosk, and he was looking for me. He grabbed a hold of me and gave me a big old hug. And he's like, thank you so much. I was like, for what? And he goes, for what you did yesterday. He goes, man, he goes, my day improved so much just from talking to you. He goes, I couldn't believe it. He goes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was like, don't worry about it, man. I says, just pay it forward. That
Yeah.
it's the kindness that helps.
Yeah,
And
and a
like
lot
I
of
tell
people don't
everybody,
know it.
don't judge. You don't know what somebody's going through at that time.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know it until it's too late. Like if
Yeah,
that guy would have realized it right then and there, he probably would have said thank you, gave you a hug, shaking your hand, and left. But he came back the next day and looked for you specifically and gave
yeah,
you a hug and told you thank you. And to me, like that's what I like to do is I like to help people too. And for him to do that speaks 1,000 words. Even though
yeah.
like it
It
may
was
not
all
mean
very
that
worth
much
it.
like anybody else listening or watching or whatever, but
But
man,
I mean, this all happened at Sam's Club when I was working there, and honestly, most of the members that knew me got to know me on a personal level in the store. And one of the guys that it started off as the weirdest thing. He come walking around the corner, and I was with one of the guys that I was working with. He looks at me and he goes, "Excuse me, do you work here?" And I looked right at him when my buddy's standing right on the side of me, a coworker. I said, "No, sir." I said, "I beat the heck out of a guy out in the parking lot and stole his uniform because I wanted to see what it would be like to work in Sam's Club." He started laughing. He goes, "Yeah, ask a stupid question." I said, "What can I do for you?" He he loved my freaking joke and everything like that. And then I had another one a few weeks later. I was in the hardline section by the vacuum cleaners and stuff, and he comes walking around the corner, and he's like, "Oh, there you are." He goes, "Excuse me." He goes, "I got a question to ask you." I says, "Well, hopefully I have an answer for you." And he's like, "You know much about vacuums?" I says, "Well, they pretty much all suck." He started
Yeah.
laughing. He's like, and he goes, "No, I mean beyond that." And he turned around and he's like, every time he'd come in, he'd look specifically for me because he loved the humor. He loved the kind of person that I was. And there was like 30, 40 members a week coming in specifically looking for me and asking where I was. And I'd hear this from other coworkers when I had the day off. They're like, we had members coming in asking for you yesterday. And then one of them literally turned around because I told him my job was on the line because of the injury I had. And he literally stood there and said, if they fire you or you lose this job, he goes, I am going to raise hell. He goes, I am going to call their corporate office. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. They have no right to treat you the way you are. You are one of the most helpful and the most kind people that I've ever met in here. He goes, you go out of your way to help people. And I'm like, sir, it's the job. I have to do what I got to do. He goes, I don't care. He goes, you're too nice. He goes, they deserve to treat you better than they do.
Yeah, but the problem is, sorry, my lighting sucks at the moment, but problem is companies only care about like productivity and not being nice or whatever like that. Like they want you to be productive, they want you to do your job, and that's
Yeah.
about it.
Well, the slip and fall prevented me from doing my job to the fullest of my abilities because my wrist was injured. And I didn't know it at the time, but I also damaged my neck in the slip and fall. But because their doctor didn't do a full, thorough checkup after the injury, they only allowed me to go for the wrist. And I ended up running into that guy a few months ago. I seen him at a 7-Eleven, and he saw me and he walks up to me and he's like, he goes, aren't you the one that used to work for Sam's Club? I was like, yeah, I used to work there. He goes, they fired you, didn't they? I says, yes, they did. He goes, I knew it. He goes, I'm so glad I canceled my membership and told all my family to cancel their memberships. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my God. I just started war on Walmart.
But it's Sam's Club. It's different. Granted, it's the same company, but
No, Captain,
a
he
lot of
actually had a
people
good
look
sense of
at it.
humor. He thought it was the funniest thing. He turned around and he's like, yeah, he goes, I know, ask a stupid question.
I didn't recognize myself at first. I was like, wait a minute, who's that other guy? No, it's me. Sorry. It's been a long night, long week.
I mean, I enjoyed working with a lot of the people that I work with. It was I had fun with the coworkers that I had. We had a couple in there that weren't very nice people, but they didn't last very long anyway.
There
One
we
of them actually got caught cussing out a customer, or sorry, a member is what they call them, and
Yeah, but
they don't tolerate it.
I'm not gonna say it's okay, but when you deal with enough customers, sometimes people will speak their mind, and yes, they will get fired or let go. But I mean, when you deal with hundreds, maybe thousands of people every day, one slip up, it feels okay. I
Yeah,
mean, I look at my company and they had an interview of a guy today that smelled like alcohol, was walking around like he was still on a hangover, couldn't pass any of the tests that they gave him, even though he did do machining, you know, eh, like he put on this application. He failed every test, smelled like
wow,
alcohol, looked like he was still hungover, and guess what?
they gave
They
him a
still gave
job.
him a, they still gave him a job, gave him a shot.
Yeah,
We had a guy that started yesterday. Today he called in because he didn't feel good. Guess what? He still has a job. They're still giving him a chance. And it's like, what's up with companies nowadays? Like, I mean, I don't want to go into the whole spiel about like whatever it is, say COVID or whatever. People don't want to work, but people don't want to work nowadays. Truth and honest, like people don't want to work nowadays.
no, they
They
don't.
apply for a job, they work for a couple days, and that's it. And then they're gonna go right back to the unemployment office and go, "Well, I didn't get my check. I didn't do this." Blah blah blah. And they're just like, got
Yeah,
this whole
and then
spiel, and it's like, well, dude, you had a job. All you had to do was show up. It's not that hard. Show up to work every day, plain and
yeah,
simple.
and
Well,
then you get
people
folks
can't do
like
that
me
nowadays.
who, I want to work. I was happy working. I got hurt, and now I'm stuck where I can't do anything because of the injuries that I sustained, and nobody will hire me because I'm a liability. I'm like, what the hell? There's got to be somebody out there that's willing to do something for me.
Hey, come
I
here.
figured,
My company will give you a job.
huh?
I said, come here to Illinois. My company will give you a job.
It's too cold up there for me.
It's in the low 70s, maybe mid 60s right now. It's okay. I mean, I'd prefer warmer, but
Yeah. Well, Captain, your job's a little bit different. I mean, not everybody belongs on a ship. When you're doing shrimping, you got to have. It's a 24/7 job. It's not one of them things where you can go work 8 hours and you're done. Once you step foot on that boat, you're out there for days and days and days, and your job is 24/7.
yeah, you
You're
can't call
sleeping.
in sick. You can't take a half a day. You
No, and if you're
can't
puking on deck
let
halfway out, you know what the captain says? Tough luck, suck it up.
Yeah, if not, there's a bathroom. That's where you can stay for the rest of the ship ride out. I mean, I don't know how they are. Like when you're out to sea and you're in the middle of your job, say catching shrimp. Gonna throw that out there, but you can't just quit your job in the middle and expect to go home. Like, what happens then?
You're walking the plank.
Yeah, you're either swimming, calling a National Guard to come get you,
No,
or
once
what?
you're
Like,
at sea, that's it. There's no turning the boat around. You're out there. You're out there. That's it.
well, I know I'm saying though, like the boat's not turning around, but if you quit that job,
You're
how do you
stuck
get
for
off
the
that
ride.
boat? Like, yeah, you're pretty much stuck. So you might as well just stick with it. But a lot of people that have that choice to go home every night and they get a new job and they're like, I don't like it because of this reason, whatever the reason is.
Hmm.
Like, whatever, I'll just quit the job and find another one. But then people, it's like
But see,
they,
the weird thing is you and I grew up at a different time. We have a different work ethic now. When they started the participation trophies, now all of a sudden everybody's got the mentality of, well, I'm here. When am I going to get paid? And if they don't get paid for a job they didn't do, they're like, why didn't I get paid? I showed up. Well, you showed up, but you didn't do the work.
right,
You actually have to earn that paycheck. I mean, I get why they did it because they didn't want a kid feeling left out, but it gave them the wrong kind of impression because they don't
yeah,
try
because
hard.
there's a lot of people that show up to work and they don't do their job and they still expect to get paid, which, okay, fine. Showing up is priority number one. Priority number two is at least doing half of your job. Like, do something. Then
Yeah,
no. People show up, they don't do anything, and they still expect to get paid.
yeah,
All because they showed up, and it's like,
yeah.
man, can I just slap the stupid out of you, please? Like, man, that's all. Because that's some of these people, that's the way I want to do, and that's the way I want to treat them. Like, can I slap the stupid out of you? Can I knock some sense into you? Because that
One
used to be
thing,
the saying. Like,
yeah,
let me knock some sense into you real quick.
one thing that used to drive me nuts is I'd be working for a company and like I'll give an example. Kidron. I started working there at $10 an hour. All right, my first 30 days, I got a 50-cent raise. Then 90 days went by, I got another 50-cent raise. And every time I turn around, I was getting raises left and right. Well, then they hired this guy in who was not a good welder, couldn't do half of what I was doing, and they gave him more money. I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. I was like,
This guy's sitting over here bragging that he's making $15, $16 an hour, and I'm only at 12. What's the issue here? And they're like, well, we've been giving you the raises. And I'm like, yeah, but this guy's over here screwing off and he's not doing anything. I'm over here busting my ass. I took their rear end tandem axles and built them frames out faster than anybody else in that place ever did. I was building 2 per day and everybody was doing 1 a day. And my supervisor comes over. He's like, how are you building these so fast? And I'm like, I'm just knocking them out. And he's like, wait a minute. He goes, you ain't got nobody over here helping you? I said, for what? He goes, well, you need somebody to help you square it off. I said, all you got to do is come off this edge, measure an inch, and then come all the way to the other side, measure 48 inches. Do the same thing on the other one, 1 inch, 48 inches, and then you cross measure. I said, and when they both measure the same distance on a cross measure, you're square. And he's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, I'm 100% sure about that. I said, do you want to check it? He's like, yeah, I do. I said, go right ahead. Every single one of them was square. I knocked it from an 8-hour job to a 4-hour job. And he's like, man, he goes, I can't believe you're doing them that quick. It didn't give me any extra benefits. It didn't give me any extra money. They gave
No.
a higher pay to somebody else that didn't even have half the qualifications I did.
So at my job last year, a new hire was making 50 cents less an hour than I was, and I've been there for 3 years. But I
Yeah,
also do the quarterly maintenance. I clean the floors every other Friday, and I get overtime, yes, but overtime's not allowed, except for in certain situations.
Yeah.
And I'm like, these people, I've been here for 3 years, almost 3 years, and at the time, and these people are making 50 cents less than me. And then they gave me like last year when the yearly rate came around, I'm like, hey, I need to be at this amount or I'm turning my 2 weeks. Cause like my buddy that comes over that gets on live with me sometimes on Friday, or well, not live, but he peeks his head in once in a while on Fridays. He's like the quality control guy. He's been there for like 15 years, maybe 13 years, somewhere around that area. And I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, if I don't hit this, I'm ready to turn in my 2 weeks because this is bullshit.
Yeah.
And then they
For
gave
sure.
me a raise, and I'm like, okay. And then like a few months after that, they're like, oh yeah, well this is why you got that raise because now you're this kind of operator, this, that, and the other. I'm like, whatever. It's all fucking just legal mumbo jumbo. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, well, let's see what my yearly raise is this year because that raise that I just got like a few months ago probably cancels out my yearly raise. And if it
Yeah.
cancels out my yearly raise, I'm like, dude, here's my 2 fucking weeks. Fuck you. I don't need you guys. But I go
The
above and beyond for the company, and I I don't get any respect.
yeah.
But I mean that's a
That's always
difference,
done that.
I guess, because I go above and beyond, and I would like a little bit more, but people can't even show up to fucking work. Sorry. People can't even show up to work most of the time every day and do their job.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I've been there for 3 years. I show up every day. Okay, I may be asking a little bit much, but it's not really that much when you keep hiring people that show up for 2 or 3 days and then don't even ever show up back again.
Yeah. Well, it was like when I was working at Sam's Club, I started out as a cart attendant. I was working part-time. I was getting maybe 20 hours a week as a cart attendant. And then it ran into a situation where they were like, calling me on the phone. Hey, can you come in? So and so called out today. Can you come in and make up their shift? I'm like, well, I'm already at my 20 hours for the week and you guys don't want me full time. They're like, come on in. We need you. We need you. We need you. And then I'd have days where I'd be in there and I'd do my 4-hour block shift that they had me set for. And they were like, hey, can you stay late? We're really getting packed here and we're trying to get other people to come in, but nobody wants to answer the phone. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll stay. I was there to make money. I was there to do a job. And I've even pulled double shifts. I worked 16 hours one weekend at the gas station. And then all of a sudden, they decided to call me in the office and make me a full-time employee of Sam's Club, which is almost impossible. And then right after that happened, people are getting mad at me that worked there for like 20 years or so. And they're like, well, how the hell do you rate? You know, I've been here 6 months and you're already getting full-time. I was like, well, do you come in when they call you? And they're like, hell no. I said, do you stay late when they ask you to stay late? They're like, no. I said, do you do anything extra to help yourself out or help the company out? And they're like, hell no, they don't pay me enough. I was like, well, that's why you're part-time and not full-time. If you
Yeah, but
don't
I
put
mean, like imagine if you did all that extra stuff for Sam's Club because you use that. So I'll go with Sam's Club, right? And
Yeah.
it's only a reference. It's not that's where you worked or whatever. But imagine you did all that and they just didn't really care.
Yeah. Well, it did get to that point eventually because once I had went from cart attendant, I ended up at the gas station, and I went from gas station. They decided to do a change of scheduling to make everybody on set hours instead of the rotating shifts that they did, which the rotating shifts were honestly better because everybody had a chance to get a weekend off. And when they changed the shift schedules, they were trying to push me out basically. And they gave me an ultimatum, either find another job or take maintenance. So I ended up in maintenance for over a year, and I kept trying to push out of that. And when I finally got out of it, I was in the merchandising department. But even though I was in merchandising, the manager kept calling me over to take the floor scrubber out on the floor because the current maintenance guy was, as she said, an idiot. And he couldn't figure things out. She's like, I want you to do me a favor and take the floor scrubber. She goes, just take it around that back corner there and see if you can do something with the floor because the floor is looking real dull. So I was like, okay. I said, but I got my stuff to do. And she's like, don't worry about it. She goes, just go ahead and do the floor scrubber. So I spent 2 hours scrubbing the back corner of the floor with the floor scrubber. And I had the floor shining like it was brand new concrete that just got placed down. And she turns around, she goes, now, how'd you do that? And I was like, simple. I ran the floor scrubber on one, water on one, and I went slow as a turtle. Snail's pace, which is what you got to do with these scrubbers. It was a tenant, one of them tenant floor scrubbers. And instead of having Scotch Brites on it, they had those diamond sanding blades, which basically takes a few mil scale off the top of the cement.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, how come he uses it all the time and he's constantly going through pads, but it's making the floors dull? I said, because he's going too fast, he's going too hard a pressure on it. And she's like, well, the people at the place that I had to go on 3 and the water had to go on 3. And I'm like, no. I said, basically those diamond brushes are wet sanding the floor and you're just trying to take off the top. You're not trying to grind into it. So if you bury it down, you're grinding into it and you're dulling it out. And you're going to go through more of it. No, actually, Captain, I didn't have to wax the floor. The floor scrubber had the diamond grit on it. And the way I did it with the soap and the dispenser and everything, instead of using straight water, I used a little bit of soap to keep the grit from it. And just like wet sanding, it kept the floors nice and shiny and clean. And then she's like, every time they had corporate coming down for a visit, I'd get pulled out of my job as a merchandiser and stuck on the floor scrubber. And she's like, go get the floor scrubber quick. We got people coming in today. I'm like, okay. I said, but I ain't cleaning toilets. She's like, that's fine. She goes, just need you to scrub the floor and then you can go back to merchandising. Like,
Yeah, so
okay.
that's how I am with my company right now is I do the floor scrubbing or clean the floors every other week.
Yeah.
But they keep adding stuff to what I do. So what used to be like a 4-hour job, now I've turned it into like a 2.5-hour job. They're like, well, how do you get it done so fast? I go, because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because by the time like we leave on Monday, oh, I'm sorry, I swore. But by the time like we leave on Monday, the floors look the way that they kind of did on Friday when we left.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like the floors really don't matter. I mean, yeah, they got cleaned, but they don't look much different after one shift worked.
Yeah, but you're working in a machine shop, so I mean, it's not like a grocery store where it has to have spotless
Yeah,
floors.
but I'm like, but you guys keep adding stuff to what I have to do, and it's like, dude, like it's Friday. I just want to go the f home, like,
Yeah.
and you guys keep adding all this to me. Like, no, you
Well,
get 2.5 hours of overtime, or I get 2.5 hours of overtime, and I will do the best that I can in that 2.5 hours. That's it. That's all you get.
here's the other funny thing: the tenant that they had, the dude that was using it ended up screwing it up, and he lost the bolt that was in there. He lost the damn retaining clip that goes in it. The keyway fell out, and he lost it. He couldn't find the bolt or the keyway. So I went over to it, and I took the keyway from the other pad and the bolt, and I brought it to my manager, and I was like, "Can you send somebody over to the hardware store, get another one of these bolts like this here, and get a piece of 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch square bar?" And then she turns around, she goes, "You know what you need to get?" And I was like, "Yeah, this bolt, a washer that's this size, and a keyway." She's like, "We don't have anybody in here that knows any of that stuff." She goes, Do you know what you need?" And I'm like, "Yes, I told you." She goes, "I tell you what," she goes, "go over and get it and bring the receipt back and I'll reimburse you." So I drove over to the hardware store. I picked up the keyway, I picked up the bolt, the washer, and came back. And she's like, "What it cost?" I was like, $7.82. She cashed it out and gave me my money back on it. I took it, went to the back, cut the keyway down to the size that I needed, put it all together, and had the thing back up and running in 5 minutes. And then she turns around and she goes, "I don't understand what you needed that stuff for." I said, "Well," I said, "for $7.82 and $10 an hour, you just paid me to fix the floor scrubber." And she's like, "You did what?" And I said, "Like, I fixed the floor scrubber. The other guy broke it." I'm trying not to name his name, but she turns
It's
around, she looks at it, she's like, "How?" I was like, "I know how to do things."
it's a lot of those people in the higher places that I will put air quotes on that they don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to fix anything,
Yeah,
and they just throw money like it's nothing. Oh, we need this fixed. Okay, well, what's it cost? Oh, okay, it's $1,000. Okay, yeah, let's just pay this person $1,000 to fix it when this person could fix it for like $30. You
yeah.
know, and
Well, I
I've
made a
had
joke
that.
about it too.
I've had that issue with my job a couple times. They're like, "Well, how can we do this better?" I go, "Get me this, get me that, or buy this or buy that."
Yeah,
And it's like, well, you guys spend money on stupid stuff all the time, like a brand new fridge. Like, okay, what's wrong with the old fridge? Oh, it didn't look right. It was rusty. It was rusted. Okay, did it keep the drinks cold? Yeah. So why'd you have to spend a couple $1,000s on a new fridge? It still did the same job. It just didn't look as pretty for what? The customers that come through like once in a great while? Like,
and
hey,
it was funny
us
though.
workers, we need, I'm not gonna say more pay, but um
More
more
respect.
tools. More tools. Like get us more tools.
Yeah,
Because people that are out here for 30 minutes every day searching for one tool that costs $25 is
yeah,
stupid. That's why I just buy my own shit. They're like, well, why do you have a $500 fucking pair of calipers? I go, because I got tired of fucking looking for one every day. So I just paid for it. Oh, why
yeah.
do you have this? I got tired of looking for it. It's $25 on Amazon, next day delivery. Boom,
And
done.
the funny
Now
thing
I don't
is,
have to look for it. Like I'm buying my own tools when your company should be supplying them. Like that's the problem with that company. And like they're like talking to me, they're like dumbfounded. I'm like, just buy fucking tools. Like, sorry, I swore again.
oh,
Just
you're
buy
fine.
freaking tools. Like if you if you guys were not NPCs and would actually talk to people, all of all of your employees would say the same thing. Buy tools. Buy tools. Buy tools. Go talk to anybody. Ask them what they would want.
Yeah.
It'd be tools. And I'm like, I'm just here buying my own tools because why? Because I got bigger and better plans. Like, I'm only here for the short term.
Yep. And it's like the whole thing with the business thing. You know, I've got my CNC, I've got my mini lathe, I've got my lasers. I'm trying to turn it into a business. And I've had somebody ask me, "Is like, well, what are you going to do if it grows and you can't do it by yourself?" I said, well, then at that point, I'll get to hiring in people. And if it gets to a point that it's that big enough where I've got to have a whole crew, I said, the people that I started out with are going to be the ones that are managers and supervisors because they know how it's supposed to be done. They know how I want it done. And then they're like, well, what about the people that have managerial degrees and stuff like that from college? I said, they can kiss it. I said, I'm not going to have somebody that working for me that doesn't know my materials, doesn't know my methods. They have to know it. If they don't know it, they can't be in it. It's just the way it is.
So I've said this for a long time, and it's either you're book smart or you're street smart. And it goes a long way because, yeah, somebody with a college degree that knows how to run a CNC machine and, has a CNC, I'm not going to say doctorate, but like a CNC degree. Yeah, they can run a CNC machine, but have they ever ran one? No. Okay. Go over here, run this. I want you to produce this in X amount of time. Go
Yeah.
ahead, go do it. And they're gonna
Well,
look at you and they were like, no, that's not possible. And you'll be like, well,
yeah.
why? Well, this guy that has worked here for 1 year can do it, but he doesn't have a college degree. He's not $40,000, $100,000 in debt, but he can do it. Why can't you?
Well, it brings me
You
to
know,
this fact. I mean, you know CNC machining, so you know all about the G code, the programming, and everything that's involved in it. I've tried stressing this to people all the time. If you don't know G code, don't be messing with CNC because you're going to screw something up. You've got to verify every step of the G code when you run that file to make sure that you're not jumping somewhere that's not supposed to be. Right?
so at my job, I'm pretty much labeled as a glorified button pusher
Oh, okay.
because that's all I do is I put parts in, take parts out, push buttons. But I have experience with the laser engraver, 3D printing, so I know the XYZ axis, and
Yeah.
now I'm dealing with parts that are like down to like 10 thousandths of an inch of
Yep.
good or bad within 10 thousandths of an inch, and I'm like, fuck, like I I keep swearing, I'm sorry, but it's like 10 thousandths of an inch, and you're really worried about like 10 thou of an inch, and they're like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, fine. Guess
Well,
what?
some people
Scrap,
don't realize.
scrap, 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 scrap. Get the setup guy over here. Tell him to fix it because you guys don't want to teach me. Like I
Yeah.
could go over there and hit X, Y, Z, whatever, escape, enter, open the door, whatever. But no, they don't. They don't want to teach me anything.
Yeah.
So I always got to go back to him, and he's like, "Oh, it's a long freaking day." Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Well, teach me. Show
So
me some
yeah, there's
simple
ways.
steps to ease your life." But nope, they just refuse to because they pay him not enough money. And he's already told me what he makes, and it's not much more
Yeah.
than I make. And I go, yeah, I wouldn't deal with this for what you make. I'm okay with what I make for doing what I do, but you doing
Well,
what
I'll be
you do
honest.
for a little bit more, I'm like, nope, I'm
I've
out.
had to deal with engineers, and one of the engineers happened to be the son of the former boss that was at a company I worked for. And he come out with a print, and I turned around and told him he's wrong. And then he's going to sit there and argue with me over it. And I turned around and told him, I says, well, I said, I can prove you wrong right here, right now, just by measuring it. And he's like, oh, it's not wrong. So I went to the owner of the company and turned around and told him, I says, you need to get your son out of the office, your son-in-law out of the office. I said, he might be your engineer. I said, he might have hired him as an engineer. I said, the boy don't know his ass from his elbow. Get him out. He's like, oh, he knows what he's doing. I said, okay. You think he knows what he's doing? I'll let him go ahead and do it. I took the part, brought it over to the guy on the brake press. He broke it by the prints, Measured it, wrong. 3/8 of an inch off. I turned around and told him, I says, subtract 3/8 of an inch from this side, you'll have it right. Oh no, there's a process you have to go through. Okay, buddy. Whatever. After the fourth screw up and fourth fucked up part, pardon the language, guys, I went
I
in
was
there
like,
and
war
started
too.
screaming him out. I literally chewed his ass out in the office. And then the owner comes down. He's like, what's the problem? I said, I'm tired of this dumbass doing what he thinks is right. I said, straight out, I said, he's an idiot when it comes to math. I said, he's an idiot when it comes to making parts. I said, I told him what to do. I told him what to fix. He refused to listen to me because he's the engineer. He knows better. I said, I'm the one out here putting these parts together. I know better. So then he finally got the part right. He took 3/8 of an inch off the side I told him to take it off of. We bent it on the brake press. The part was dead on. I said, now see, he just cost you 6 sheets of steel for this one part. And if he'd have listened to me right from the get-go instead of playing, I'm the engineer, I know more than you do, we wouldn't have had so much waste. And you know what? He gave the dumbass a promotion.
It's all the I always like to say there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Yep.
Or there's too many chiefs. I can't remember that saying. But it's like too many eyes at one project when one person does it, and
Yeah, it's a government job. 6 supervisors and one guy
it
digging the hole.
yeah.
They used to crack me up. How do we always, my dad and I would
But
drive
it's
by
so
and see.
true, though. It's so at least where I live, it's so true. You look at road work. There's 18 people watching one guy in an excavator dig a hole.
Yeah.
And you got like 6 cops to make sure that they're okay and they're not going to get hit. And I'm like, man, you got like 30 people out here now watching one guy dig a hole when it used to be 16 people watching a hole. When before that it was like 4 people watching one guy dig a hole.
Yeah.
It's like, man, like no wonder where all the tax paying dollars is going to, but that's a whole nother spiel and subject maybe for another time, but
I always said I'd love to have a government job. I could sit on a little scooter and ride it around while they're doing all the work. Yep, that looks good. Yep, that looks good. Keep digging that hole.
yeah. I was in the union for about a year, and I got fired right before Christmas, and then I got yelled at for looking for my own job because the BA said that was his job. And I go, well, dude, I got a family to feed. I got Christmas gifts coming up. Are you going to give me money? You know, I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to give me like a $5,000 or $10,000 check right here, right now, I'll stop looking for a job. Other
The
than
one
that,
thing,
do your freaking job and get me a paycheck, dude. 'Cause that's your job is to get me a paycheck. And you just
the
shut
one
up.
thing,
So I was like, you know what, dude? Like, I'm out. I'm done. Like, F this union crap job. Like,
yeah,
spent
most people,
years trying to get in. And then 8 months in, I was like, you know what? No, no. I'm done with this. Nope. I'm out. Fuck you. Forget you guys. Sorry.
yeah,
Try not to swear.
like I said, it's okay, dude. I mean, it's 1:30 in the morning here where I'm at, so most of the kids should be in bed by now.
Yeah, it's 12:30 here. I should be in bed too.
Technically,
I
they
got
shouldn't be. They shouldn't even be online on an 18 and over channel. So if they are, they're lying about their age.
You know, it happens a lot. My 13-year-old, my oldest daughter, she's got a Facebook, TikTok, whatnot, all that. And she literally just turned 13 like less than 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
But
I
those
just
are like
recently got Snapchat.
18 plus. Yeah, she's got Snapchat.
I just recently
But
got it because Juan told me to get it. She tells me, she goes,
it
I
happens,
want to talk to
but
you, but I'm not doing it unless you get Snapchat. So I was like, yes, ma'am. And I went ahead and got Snapchat. and I'm glad I did. She's wonderful to talk to. Now, if only I can get her on the live. She thinks she's going to be too boring, but she's not. She's got
Who?
a Swan Song CTG.
Oh, okay.
She's the one that's got her page. She's got all the old antiquity stuff on there. And I tell you what, them freaking antiques, dude. She's got some incredible stuff.
I will just say this right now. If anybody puts their page in the comments, if you're a mod, I will subscribe to you. Whether you subscribe to me or not, I don't care. But I've subscribed to a lot of people that I don't even like their stuff, but I'm still a sub, and every now and then I click on their videos and I hit the like. That's why it helps build the algorithm for those people.
Yeah. It was like Gator Squatch. He told me, he's like, you need to go on and join Crypto Bedell. And then when they're doing that Crypto on the Rocks on Fridays and stuff, he goes, man, it's so much fun. I was like, yeah, but that's their thing, and I don't think I'm going to be impressive like they are. I'm not a crypto junkie or anything like that. I've got my crypto and
Yeah, but it's crypto on the rocks. I mean, I get it, crypto's in the title, but we talk about anything and everything. He came on that one Friday, what, like week and a half, 2.5 weeks ago,
uh,
and he fell in love. And then the next day you messaged me, you're like, hey, how you feeling? I'm like, I'm good.
yeah, 'cause I saw you were wasted on live, but you were
Yeah.
funny.
Well, I was
You
pretty
weren't
wasted. I will not lie about that. I was pretty freaking wasted. But
you weren't one of those kind
it,
of guys that, when they're drunk, they're just turn into a complete total ass, and start yelling at people. You were just kind of stumbling and laughing and just, you're a fun drunk.
yeah,
You're not a mean, nasty
finally,
drunk.
I guess finally I was a fun drunk, but normally it's the opposite. But I mean, that's kind of like how Crypto on the Rocks is. It's like you just don't know what we're going to talk about, what we're going to do, what you're going to see, per se. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like this stream. I can't believe how long I've been on it. I started this stream at 8 o'clock. So it's what going on? Shit, 5.5 hours almost here. 5 hours, 15 minutes. But I had
well,
Duke
since
on.
I
I
came
had you
back, it's
on.
been an hour and 17 and a half minutes. And I think I was on for almost an hour before that. So it's been quite a while.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah,
sometimes you
I
just
just
don't know
kind of
what's
thing.
going to happen or where the topic's going to go or what you're going to talk about, what you're going to do. And
Yeah.
it's just kind of like the fun. It's like just getting a couple people together, kind of like me and you. Like, we're just sitting
Yeah.
here shooting the crap, chit chatting.
Reading comments from people, getting ideas, suggestions. It's just, I didn't really intend on my channel being like a talk show type thing where I'm just sitting, hanging, and chilling, but it seems like that's what people are into and it's what's working for people. So might as well stick with it. I still want to do my improv thing. I think that's going to be fun. But like I said, I'm going to look in a StreamYard and see what that does. Does it have rooms that connect automatically to it, or you guys use like the Video Ninja? Or
So you use StreamYard, but then you link like YouTube, TikTok, whatever you want to that. So like you go live on StreamYard on your like through StreamYard, but then it will broadcast to whatever you want it to or whatever you direct it to.
when you guys all hang out in the chat, when you brought Gator in, was that like a Video Ninja link or?
No, that was StreamYard.
Okay, so StreamYard actually has its own video server then.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, I'll take a look into it later on today anyway.
I just know like StreamYard it is kind of pricey depending on what you want.
Yeah.
So like CCM just joined up with Crypto Jar and CCM canceled his subscription to help Crypto Jar with his subscription. So now like all of our links are different. But I think Crypto Jar pays like $600 a year.
Ouch.
But
Yeah,
I
I'm trying
mean,
to do it for free.
but you can have like I think it's like 15 to 20 people at once. Plus, you can redirect and you can
Yeah.
stream like the
Well,
free version is free for a reason because you're limited. But he's got like the more upper plan that allows you almost like anything and everything that you want. But I know a lot of YouTubers that go live by themselves that use like OBS.
Yeah.
But I
No,
know
the guy
other
just
people
came
that have
in.
that use OBS and they say it's wonderful and it's cheaper, but I don't know. It's
Well,
something I haven't used ever. So I'm not gonna say don't use OBS, use StreamYards or
yeah.
Streamlabs, but I
Well,
don't
I'm
know.
kind of figuring out the OBS thing a little bit because I've got it set up to where I have my intro stream, like Joe does on his channel, and then I can transition from my intro into my live if I'm doing it by myself, or I can do it as a dual stream, or I can do it as multiple streams. So I can bring in a bunch of people depending on who's in the chat, but I have to redirect it through the Video Ninja website. Welcome in, Nasser.
Yeah,
You've
I
never
mean,
seen Nasser before. His channel, he's from Pakistan, I think it was, if I got that right, Nasser. And he's a chef over there, but some of the markets that he does, you got to see these markets, dude. They're incredible. There's so much produce in these places that he goes. It makes our flea markets looks like a corner store gas station.
yeah, I don't
You're
know.
welcome, Nasser.
I go to country markets and normally nowadays it's unfortunately it's like farm stand and it's like a plastic hut at the end of somebody's driveway and you're like putting money in a box to get stuff and it's like a big old sign saying smile you're on candid camera and I'm like well I'm not here to steal anything so you
Yeah,
know I'll take 2 plants. Here's your $5 plus a couple dollars for tip, thank you. But then it's like
yeah.
once a week you get somebody that steals stuff from them and it's like and that's the problem I feel is like people want everything but they don't want
Half
to
Arvin.
give.
Yeah, that's always been an issue that I've noticed around here, like the Auburndale flea market. Is I get people tell me, "Oh, I need to make stuff and set up a booth out there." Well, for one, I'm trying to figure out what to make. Most of the stuff that I was doing is custom, so it's kind of hard to make a custom-made product for somebody if I don't know what they want first.
Well, you could do some samples like business cards, coasters,
Yeah.
earrings per se, and
Well,
just have them out there for like whatever it costs to make them, a couple bucks or whatever. And then
yeah,
you could have like business cards that were laser etched on like a metal business card that's like kind of fancy, and then give those out to
look into
like
those.
people that are interested, not just
Look
like for
into
everybody.
Yeah,
Because
I looked into those metal ones. Don't get them. They'll slice your fingers off. No matter how smooth you make the edge, they're so thin of a metal, it's like a knife.
I don't
And
know. I haven't done them yet. I'm still dealing with basswood. I'm still trying to learn the basswood.
but they're so thin that when you go to laser engrave them, they warp because the heat from the laser. And it doesn't matter if you're using a 5-watt diode or if you're using the 40-watt CO2 laser. And I will say the CO2 laser, if you're not careful, it will blind you because you don't see the light coming out of it. You see it burn. That's it.
Well, I mean, even with the 5-watt diode, like just the reflection, I've noticed it in my
Yeah.
eyes that you
Yep.
lose blindness or not blindness, but you are blind for a little bit. Like you
Yeah.
just lose that
That's where the
eyesight
blue,
because
yeah, the blue light laser is notorious for that. But
yeah.
see, the CO2 comes out as an infrared spectrum. And the glass tube that I showed you in the back of that one laser that I showed you in there, that glass tube,
You can
Yeah.
literally see the electricity going through it, and that electricity that goes through it goes through the other end of it, turns it into a light that you can't see. And it literally can blind you to death, and you will not see it there. But those
But
CO2,
I've seen a lot of people with those like those tubes
yeah,
in like some Facebook groups that are like posting problems or how to clean it or whatever, blah blah blah. But I was like, my laser doesn't have that, so I'm thankful,
yeah.
I guess.
Just make sure you keep an eye on your lens. And I don't know if you're using an air assist or not. Is yours an air assist laser?
No, it doesn't have air assist, but I turn on an 8-inch fan on high when
Okay.
burning wood because it helps with the scorch marks.
Yes. I was gonna say that if you didn't have air assist, use a fan. But if you get a
Oh.
chance to, depending on the connection, if it's a 3-pin connection, look on Amazon. You might be able to find yourself an air assist laser head module, and you can just swap it. It should run on the same board because it runs the G code runs from 0 to 1,000, which basically tells the laser what power to go from 0 to 1,000 on the scale, even though it's a 1 to 100%.
So I don't know how much of the Crypt on the Rocks you've watched, but I don't know if you know Shuby.
Yeah.
So this was his first laser that he gave me last year. He upgraded, so he gave me this laser for my birthday.
Okay.
And he's like, dude, I've done shot glasses, I've done tumblers, I've done everything with that thing that you've seen up until I gave it to you. I've done it with that laser. So it's more than capable. I'm like, okay, I understand that, but I need to learn how to do all that. Like,
Yeah.
just because I have it doesn't mean I know how to use it.
Now, what
And he
software do
spoke
you
to me a
recommend?
lot.
What software do you recommend? Lightburn?
Yeah.
Good deal. Lightburn is freaking amazing. You can literally design right in Lightburn without having to worry about anything.
Well, he actually gave me, besides giving me the laser, he gave me a code for Lightburn that was good for like 2 months.
Yeah.
And then I bought like the 1 year, which I think is coming up soon that I have to renew.
Yeah.
But he's don't renew unless if it comes out with a new version. I go, what? I don't know. I just like always buying. I just always like having the newest firmware or updates.
Yeah, but the
So I
newest
get
stuff isn't always the best stuff. The
yeah,
new
I know.
original Lightburn, I think they actually cut some stuff out of it because I can't do half the stuff I used to do.
Well, it's like
But
everything he taught me for Lightburn over the last year. When once I upgraded to Lightburn 2.0, I feel like 90% of it went out the window.
yeah,
So I'm like, I had all these layers. I knew what they were. Well, now the layers are there, but now when I click on a layer, it's all like zeros. Like every layer is all nothing but zeros. And then people are like, oh, well, you got to import your old Lightburn software. And I go, why? Why didn't it just integrate it? Like,
yeah, it should integrate it. It should have. Because each laser has its own thing. Like the CO2 laser, it doesn't work with Lightburn because it operates in a different quadrant. And when I change the quadrant, it makes the laser hit the corner and try to go off grid. But if I use it without setting a homing feature on it and just set it up from start from origin point or start from where it's at, it'll burn in no problem.
yeah, but I can't even get my laser to go home nowadays. Once I upgraded to like Lightburn 2.0, when I click home, it doesn't know where home is at. Now it knows where its last position is at, but I always manually have to reset it back to the bottom left corner,
Right.
but it doesn't know where home is at. And I will put like an image out there and I'll hit frame because I just like to hit frame because I want to know where it's gonna burn.
Yeah.
And then it goes straight to the middle and then frames the middle. And I'm like, last known origin is bottom left corner. That's where it's at. Like, why are you going right back to the middle? So it's like a lot of what I was taught and told kind of went out the window with Lightburn 2.0. And I'm not say anything bad about Lightburn, but it's like the new update kind of just messed a lot of stuff up for a lot of people. And I've been seeing it on like Reddit and Facebook is a lot of people don't like Lightburn 2.0
Yeah, I don't like it
because,
either.
because
It's
they made simple changes, but it messed it up for a lot of the end users.
yeah.
But I
So
was having issues because I was watching a Louisiana hobby guy. I'm sure you watch him too. And I was getting like some of his files, and a lot of his files were like Lightburn 2.0 before Light point oh even came out.
yeah,
But I could still open them and I could still burn them. I could still run them. But then when I get Lightburn 2.0, it's like, oh, it doesn't. Now my laser doesn't even know where home is at, or
yeah.
my laser doesn't even
Machines.
know where its last origin is at. And it's like, now my laser's acting like a stupid person. Like, I'm telling it that it's here. I put it there, but it's like, no, I'm not there. I'm over here. And I'm like, no, you're not. It's almost like a little kid. Like, I trained you to be here. I told you this is where you're at. And then you're going to bicker and argue with me that, no, you're not here. You're over here. Like,
Right.
no.
Even as long as you behave yourself and you're not nasty and you're not trolling, you're more than welcome to stay and listen and participate in the chat. All I got to say is behave and just have a little bit of respect for people that come in. I don't care how old you are, as long as you respect other people and have the positive attitude.
I got to
No,
go grab some more drinks real quick.
yeah, I'll probably should cut the stream anyway. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning and I got to get some sleep.
Okay. I don't know what I don't like this camera. It makes my teeth look so much more yellow than they are, but I don't know. That's why I'm like trying to avoid smiling because my
I've
teeth
got
look so
teeth issues.
yellow. I don't know what it is.
Teeth issues myself, bro. My teeth are rotted from the inside out. I spent my entire childhood brushing every day. And one day I was eating an apple and one of my wisdom teeth exploded in the back of my mouth. And you want to talk about the worst taste ever? I went down to the dentist to have it taken care of, and he did an x-ray of all of my teeth. He's like, they look great on the surface. He goes, but inside, he goes, they're all rotted. And I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, no. I says, what the hell caused it? I was like, I brush 3 times a day. I was like, I brush after I eat breakfast. I brush after I eat my lunch. I brush after I eat my dinner before bed. And he's like, some people inherit a disease that their parents have. Both my parents lost their teeth. So I'm like, great.
But okay, so I was waiting to hear what you have to say about that. So bad teeth could be a gene or is a gene, right? That's kind of what you
Yeah,
were saying.
genetic
Like
disorder inherited.
you can inherit that gene of bad teeth. Okay, well, I went to like many dentists and they all said, no, bad teeth are just bad teeth. It's not an inherited gene. I go, bullshit.
I've had
I was
2
like,
dentists. Was
yeah. So I was like, if you look at my older sister, she's got bad teeth. You look at me, I got okay teeth, not that great, not that bad. My younger sister, she's got great teeth. But my younger sister got like the fat gene, short, wide, whatever. Okay,
yeah.
fine. Get that. That's inherited. And the dentists were like, no, teeth are not hereditary. They're not in your genes. And I go, well, what is it? Because we all grew up the same way. We're only 2 years apart, all of us. So why are everybody's teeth different? And they couldn't answer it. And I go, because it's hereditary. They're like, no, it's not. And I go, obviously it is.
The 2 dentists I talked to that told me that
I was just waiting for what you had to say about teeth, but it is
the
what it
last
is.
one that told me it was a genetic thing. I turned around and told him, I says, dude, I says, I'm here to get a couple back here pulled. I says, go ahead and remove them all. knock me out, take them out, be done with it. And he's like, oh, we can't do that. And I'm like, why can't you? He's like, well, he goes, we have this rule that if we can try to save the tooth, we got to try to save it because we'd rather have people with have teeth rather than dentures. Well, they did a lot of drilling, a lot of filling in every single freaking tooth. And I had one right here. It snapped off while I was eating pizza. So now I have a cap over it that I made as a temporary cap. And every once in a while, I have to pull the cap out and put another one in there to replace it because it'll get food up under it and it hurts. And now they want so much money for it. I don't have dental anymore like I had in the past, which if they'd have took care of it when I told them, just take them out and I'll get dentures, I wouldn't be in half the problems that I'm having with my mouth right now. And
Yeah,
the
but
guy said it's hereditary.
sometimes dentures aren't the answer. So like my two little kids' mom, she had all her teeth pulled out, had dentures put in, and they weren't comfortable. And it like hurt her gums and she was always in pain. So
Yeah.
all the dentists complain, say something like, hey, these hurt, when I wear them. Like, can you fix it? But instead she didn't call and didn't do anything. So now she just has like no teeth. And I'm like, so you went through all that pain and issues and money to still have like no teeth. Like,
Yeah.
you can't make a phone call and be like, hey, these just aren't comfortable. Like, can you fix them? Can you do something?
My mom went through
No,
porcelain
instead she just
uppers
did.
before she got a pair that were comfortable. Is because as you're wearing the dentures, your gums shift and change in shape when they're healing. Getting them right after you've had dental surgery, your gums are going to be swollen, so they're going to shrink when they, of course, heal. But then as you put
Yeah.
then they're going to shrink even more because you're pushing against the gums to flatten them out. It, she went through 4 pairs, and the last pair that she had was the most comfortable pair she had gotten because they finally fit her gums. But I
So
mean,
my
it took 4 years.
so my older sister and my aunt both went to a dentist near me that I went to, but they quoted me $70,000. But it's because my bone structure in my jaw isn't good enough for implants. Plus, my sinuses are like too low, so I'd need like a double sinus lift, plus like bone structure, strength, all this and all that, and this, that, and the other. And I was like, yeah, no. And then I went to another dentist, and he's like, you don't need dentures. Let me just pull like 2 or 3 teeth, give you like a couple bridges. You're fine. So, like,
Yeah.
these teeth right here, they're all fake, and it's just I think it's a 7 tooth bridge.
Yeah.
And
I mean, my grandfather, when we were growing up on my mom's side, he used to eat raw peanuts or dry roasted peanuts without dentures. He'd do it with his gums. He'd literally
yeah.
sit there, eat peanuts, he'd eat steak. He didn't have any teeth. 20 minutes to chew everything up pretty good.
Well, it depends on how they're formed and how much strength you have. I mean, I'm sure he went through probably a lot of pain trying to chew, but that after a year or so, he was like, maybe it was a couple months. He was like, you know what, whatever, forget the pain. I like steak. I'll eat steak. And it's mind over matter. I feel sometimes at that point.
Yeah, I used to tell
But
people, no, it don't matter.
older people, older people, I feel honestly were like built different. Like me and you. Granted, there's probably an age difference between us, but we still have that understanding of like, hey, we have to wake up, we have to go to work every day, we got to do this, we got to do that. Because why? We have bills to pay.
Yeah.
My kids, my oldest just turned 13. Guess what? I had a job when I was 12.
Yeah.
Does she show any ambition to have a job at 13? No.
I tried getting a paper out when I was 13. And my mom and dad were like, no, no, no. I'm like, why not? Give me some extra money I can use in the arcade. And they said,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
If
You
you,
don't need
if
to be
you look
getting
at
up early.
if you like look at kids nowadays that are around that age, 13, say, basic general area, none of them want to know what a job is. None of them want to work. None of them want to do anything except for play on their phone all day.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
I will
I
say,
was that troublemaker at 8, 9 years old, maybe 10, that I didn't want to graduate high school. I wanted to go out and get a job. I wanted to make money. I wanted to do this and do that for my own self, not I want to say not to help anybody, but I also wanted to help people. But I wanted to go out there and do that for my own self. So I was like, what's the point of high school? It's teaching me stuff that I don't care about. And a lot of the stuff that I was taught in high school,
yeah,
I
it
don't use.
doesn't apply in the real world.
I went to college for a couple of years. I still owe a bunch of money to well, I did owe a bunch of money to college, but I just dropped out because I was like, what is this doing for me? It's doing nothing.
Well, Swan, I can honestly answer that question. It's the simplest thing. It's because if you look at what we did when we were kids growing up in the 80s, our parents were strict with us. We were given a set of rules to follow. And if we didn't follow the rules, our parents would knock us in the next week. Today's kids, you give them a set of rules and they tell you to go stick it up your, you know what? There's nothing you can do because DCF or CPS or whatever it is sticks their nose in and says you can't do that to the child. The child gets to do what they want. So they've taken the discipline out. They've given participation trophies for just showing up to an activity that they don't have to do anything for. Yeah.
I mean,
Well, your son that's almost 31 probably has the same mentality we do, where it was a different time. He grew up with a set of rules that he followed, and he's got to do what he's got to do to make the money. Whereas the 17-year-old has the idea of, you know what, I'm here. I showed up. Why do I have to do anything now? I didn't have to do anything before. Why do I got to start now? And a lot of it's got to do with, the discipline. As like Dell said, he agreed with me. If we goofed up when we were kids, we were knocked in the next week. If we dropped the F bomb in front of our parents, we got a backhand. It was
I'll be
it was
honest.
discipline.
I just turned 41 a couple weeks ago, the day after Merican Maker's birthday. And growing up, I had the paddle, I had the whip, I had the belt, the leather belt with holes drilled in it. I had the wood paddle that had holes drilled into it. I had all that. Eating a bar of soap, liquid soap. I had all that as a kid because I was a troublemaker as a kid, but I can't
Yeah,
do any of that to my kids. Like, if I spank my child, I risk going to jail. Like, it's
yep,
sad. Like, I grew up, I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to remember, like, to say, like, hey, back in the day, this is how I grew up. Like, when I would swear as a child, I'd get the bar of soap. When I kept swearing, I'd get the liquid soap because I got immune to that bar of soap in my mouth from swearing. So then my
mhm,
parents went to the, or my mom at the time, went to the liquid bar of soap. And yeah, try to do that with kids nowadays. Guess what?
yeah.
You might as well just put your hands behind your back and say, take me to jail. If you do that with kids nowadays. I mean, I remember being beat on the behind so bad that you couldn't sit down for almost a week. And you can't even spank a child nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, when you got that red ass when you were a kid, you knew you did something wrong. You knew not to do that again unless you were wanting to plan on getting another red ass. And
Yeah, but like I said, though, I was also the kind of the troublemaker that.
well, my brother was a troublemaker. I'm the oldest of three. The middle child, I don't want to name his name. He used to do things that would cause problems, and I get him his whooping just because I was in proximity. So it was basically like, you're the oldest, you knew better, you're getting punished too. I'm like, for what? What am I supposed to do with a guy that's a year younger than me? can't control them from
I was
listening.
a middle child, but my oldest is a female and my youngest is a female. So I was like the only male, but I was probably the most problematic child.
Yeah, the middle child usually is the most problematic.
Yeah, because the older one got everything she wanted. The younger one kind of got whatever she wanted. I was just kind of there, and I was like, "Why can't
Yeah,
I have the same?"
especially the oldest one. I know you're not the oldest, but the oldest one usually had to be the leader, the example setter. So the oldest one usually ended up being either the smart one or the one that had to achieve or had to watch out for the next younger ones. I,
Yeah.
I, I loved being the oldest, but hated being the oldest because everything fell on my head. If something went wrong, I was blamed. Even if I had nothing to do with it, I was still blamed because, it was the association, guilty
Your
by association.
role model for the other two
Yeah.
is kind of like back in the day parents' idea.
Yep.
I feel. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be right.
And the rules were simple when we were kids. We were 10 years old, left in the house alone to play. We were told, door gets locked, don't answer the phone. And that was the rule. Door stays locked, don't answer the phone. Well, one day my dad decides to call the house. And my dumbass younger brother answers the phone. Well, guess what happened? My dad came home, I got an ass whooping, he got an ass whooping, and my younger brother Joe got an ass whooping. And I'm like, we didn't even answer the phone, it was Chris.
No matter.
Yep. We all three got it.
But I'm not gonna say it was like my side of the story because I know you said your side of the story, but it was like kids nowadays, you can't do that the same. Like I'm sure you remember prank calling people and accidentally
Yeah.
calling your neighbors and they just knew your voice and they were like, "Oh, this is so and so," and it's like, click.
Oh, dude. When I was
And
with
then
my brother,
the phone would ring, and then your parents would answer, and they'd be like, "Hey, yeah, your kids just tried to prank call me," and it's like, dang it.
in the summertime in the 80s, we used to ride our bicycles and we'd go all over the state of Rhode Island. It was such a small state, we could drive everywhere with the bicycles. And my brother would screw up somewhere across town. We'd get home, my dad's standing in the doorway. Snatched him off his bicycle, gave him an ass whoop, and then I got snatched into the house and I got an ass whoop. And I was like, what the hell did I do? He was like, oh, we got a phone call about what happened over there. We know what you guys done. I'm like, I didn't do anything. It was all him. You should have known better. You should have stopped him from doing it. I'm like, I had no control over a guy that's a year younger than me. And it was one of the ones where if you were getting your punishment and you talk back, you got it even worse.
Yep.
So it's like, take your lickings, sit down, do what you got to do, keep your mouth shut, don't talk back.
I think that's how a lot of us were raised back in the day is like, take your licking and shut your mouth. Like,
But we learned a lot about discipline and respect too.
'cause, like, the more you say, the more in trouble you are as a kid.
Yeah.
It kind of goes with stuff nowadays, I feel is like the more you talk, the more you get in trouble.
Yep. And my mom used to do this thing where the apartments that we lived in, she would do the stucco on the walls. That stuff gets real hard. Well, she'd sit there after she'd do the scroll marks and then she'd go like this here and just put peaks in the walls that would freeze and lock into points. And my brother got mouthy with her one day, so she took and she went right into the freaking wall, and he's like, "Ow, ow, ow!" And she goes, "You going to mouth off again?" Bounced his head right into the points on that wall, and it's like, whew. Yeah, she didn't have to spank him; she just smacked his head into the wall, and that was enough to stop him.
Good luck even trying to spank a kid nowadays. You'll end up in jail probably.
Yeah. Well,
I
that
mean,
was the thing I had to go through with the courts because my ex she turned my daughter against me. And one of the biggest things in the thing was she kept trying to say that I was an abusive person, that I was nasty, that I was evil and doing this and doing that. And the judge asked me, he's like, have you ever spanked your daughter? And I says, when she's mouthy and she's not listening, yes, I gave her a spank on the butt and then I sent her to her room. And I said, an hour after she's spent time in her room to think on what she did wrong, I go in and I have a conversation with her about why she's being punished. And he's like, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. And they're like, what are you saying he's doing? He's like, well, he's literally beating her. I'm like, spank on the butt is not beating a child. And even the judge agreed with it. He's like, no, that's not abuse. You know, I'm not leaving bruises. I'm not leaving marks. I'm not, hurting her to hurt her. I'm giving her a spank on the butt to let her know she did wrong. Yes, it's going to pinch, but, and then all of a sudden I'm getting served a domestic violence injunction for telling my ex no that she couldn't claim our daughter on income taxes. And when I had to go to court for that, she blew it on her own testimony.
Yeah, I'm kind of dealing with that similar situation right now.
So it's
We got
like,
we got court in a month, and my baby mama is putting so much stuff in my daughter's head and things that have happened in the past that I wasn't even aware about that are terrible.
yeah,
And she just hands me this piece of paper from the cops about what happened. And I'm like, you withheld this from me for 7 months and said it was a big deal, but you didn't tell me what it was. And now you want to slide me this piece of paper and act like it's okay. I'm like, no, it's not okay. Like, so now we're going to court, and I already paid mediation, cost me over $1,000 already in the last couple of months.
I
Over
went
what?
through all that.
Because she can't talk to me. She says that we can't talk, but I go, well, we can talk. I just want to know what you want to talk about. Like we went to mediation. I go, okay, what do you want? Let's start there. What do you want? Let's figure it out. Because I'm not asking for anything. I
Yeah,
paid $1,000. I'm here for the third time. What do you want? Because every time we meet, you change your mind. So what do you want? Let's figure this out. We have 1 hour. Tell me what you want. Let's meet in the middle.
yeah.
And
And
then she's,
the thing that
I
made it
don't know what
worse.
I want. I'm like, then how can we make this work if you don't even know what you want? Like, oh,
Yeah.
thanks for just wasting my time.
And well, the thing that made it worse on my situation is with my ex. She was listening to family members and people that had no idea what situation was going on. And then after she did the injunction crap, she called the cops, lied to the police, said that I was making faces at her passing in traffic, had me arrested, thrown in jail. And then when I'm going through the state attorney's office and the prosecution and doing all this stuff that they had me do, everybody's sitting there telling me, "So well, you should have never been arrested. That's not a violation of an injunction." And I'm like, well, you freaking people are charging me with the shit. And
Well,
then they
because
found out the witness statements.
you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent.
Well, that's the thing. They said there was nothing to prove innocence on because it wasn't a violation. The
But you
cops
still
were
got
literally
arrested though,
idiots.
didn't you?
Huh?
But you still got arrested though, didn't you?
Yeah, because the cops were dumbasses.
Yeah, but so
They arrested
that's
me
still
based on
on
that
that's still on
Marquis
your
law.
record though, because you got arrested for
Yeah,
that reason. Whether
but
you
it's
get
the thing
dismissed
that
of the charges or it's injustice or whatever, it's still on your record.
yeah, but the thing that irritates me the most is what they should have done was looked into it and put her in jail for perjury,
Yeah,
but they wouldn't
but
do
they
it.
don't, because that's not their job. Their job is to arrest you and put you in handcuffs or torture cuffs, put you in a jail cell and detain you, and then it's other people's jobs to figure out what you did and how to
Yeah.
prosecute you if you even did the crime.
Well, that's the
But
thing. I didn't
because
do anything.
you're already in the torture cuffs and in a jail cell, they're gonna find something to charge you with, regardless. So then they have that leeway that, well, you know what, we at least charged him with something. We didn't just put him in torture cuffs and detain him for 18 hours and put him in a torture cell for no reason. We got to at least charge him with something. Whether we dismiss it or not, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. We still have to charge him. Then it's going to be on the record for the rest of his life. And then after that, fine, we can let him go. Nothing
Here's the
ever
worst
happened.
part of it all. I actually had a motorcycle accident the week that she served me with the injunction. And I was laid up in bed, unable to move, unable to do anything. And they came in the house and arrested me. And I'm like, I haven't even done anything. I can't even get out of bed because I can't walk. I have no ACL in my knee. They didn't care. They
No,
did not
I
care.
don't.
They didn't even understand the fact that I couldn't get out of bed. And how am I supposed to do anything if I can't leave my bed?
Yep.
I mean, that's the cops themselves should have been fired. Or at least, allowed me to sue them for false arrest.
I've had a couple cops here in my town fired over false bullshit that they've done to me. Excuse my language, that's poor again, but
Oh, I've got an uncle who's gay, and they harass him all the time just because he's gay, because he's got a rainbow sticker on his back window. And I'm like, where's the justice in that? I mean, he's showing a symbol of his pride. He's a really nice guy.
look at all these other police departments that have rainbow flags and that support the pride movement and this, that, and the other. But they're all out there doing the same thing that so and so is doing. But they're not getting arrested. Why? Because blue lives matter until it happens to you. And I'm sorry if anybody takes it that I hate cops. I really don't. I just have a very bad taste in my mouth of them.
Oh, I'll be honest, I don't like cops at all. I think they're useless. They don't know their ass from their elbow, and I think each one of them needs to go through some kind of a humanities training course and actually wake up and realize what the real world is like before the law gets pushed into it. They really do. Because
I
most of them, they don't even go based off the law, they go by personal feeling. And that ain't
oh yeah,
right.
because of that they have that qualified immunity that backs them up, so they feel that no matter what they do, it's okay. Whether it's good or bad or negative, they don't care because they got that qualified immunity. I mean, I've seen so many cases where cops have done stuff wrong and it's clear as freaking day in the body cam, in the reports from the sergeant and everything, but they get cleared of all charges. And it's like, really?
I literally just seen a video a couple weeks ago about a cop that was in New York City who was planting drugs on people just so he could make busts. And they caught him on body cam, and the news media snuck around behind him while he was digging through and saw the man reach in his pocket like this, drop something in the center console, reach in and pull it out and say, "Oh, we got drugs here." It's like,
So
really?
there was a news article this morning that I was reading about that there was a barricaded subject with a knife with kids and his family. So I think it was like the father. The cops raided the house, guns drawn, shot the guy that had a knife, but missed the guy and killed a 3-year-old child. So the only person that got injured in this whole incident was a 3-year-old child, and he lost his life. But the guy was
Yes.
armed with a knife, but the police went in with SWAT, full tactical gear, ARs, pistols, all that for a guy with a knife. And I'm like, okay, I understand like going in full preparedness, but if you have a gun and he has a knife,
Yeah.
why are you firing? Is my question. Okay, I get it, the whole cop thing, like, oh, I feared for my life, so I pulled the trigger. But you didn't even hit the motherfucker. You killed a kid. Like a
Yeah.
3-year-old innocent bystanding kid that couldn't hurt you even if he tried. But that's the only person that got injured, and unfortunately, he lost his life. But you didn't even hit the actual suspect that you were going after. But yet you're trained
Yep.
on all this, and it's like, dude, come on, like,
But you know what Swan
oh,
was
but
saying? There's a few good ones. There are a few good ones. I've got a couple cousins that are on police forces.
yeah, and
And
that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't hate all cops. I just the mentality of most cops, in my opinion, is bad because I've had a lot of bad incidences with the police. Even though I'm innocent, I still feel I'm guilty until I prove myself innocent.
yeah, and that's the sad part about this country is there is no more innocence until proven guilty. You're guilty until you're proven innocent.
Yeah. And that's how it is,
And
and that's the way I feel. And like I've been charged with crimes that I've never even committed, and I've gone to court with the evidence in hand, and I provided it as evidence, and the judge just goes, "Oh well, we'll continue this." And I'm like,
that's
"Well,
still enough with that one.
here's all my evidence. Why continue it? Here's all my evidence. He's here. He's got his evidence. Let's talk about it." No,
Yeah,
continue. You go there again. Continue. 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 And it's like, well, that's why the court system is so backed up because you guys don't fucking deal with shit. All you do is just push it off, push it off, push it off.
yeah,
And it's like, no, deal with the situation at hand when it's there.
yeah. And
Or
that's the problem. They
make
don't even look at the laws half the time either.
yeah, or make the cops that arrest people accountable of certain actions. I mean, every situation's different, so I can't say anything about everything, but
Yeah,
like a cop comes up to my door and he's like, "Hey, you got a warrant for your arrest." I go, "Okay, here." I'll put my hands behind my back. You know, can we at least go upstairs, put my cell phone in my pocket? They're like, "Yeah, cool." But then there's other situations where they're like, "Oh, blah blah, like you did this, you did that. Are you so and so?" Blah blah blah. I'm like,
yeah.
"Who the fuck are you?" Like,
I mean, the worst part is when you show evidence that you didn't do something and they still want to arrest you. You know, it's like when
oh,
they come and arrested me, I showed them receipts from the times that I was out. One day I was out with my dad, and the next day I was out with my niece, but I had a receipt from the pizza place at 11 o'clock in the morning. And my ex was saying that I was out at 3 o'clock that afternoon making faces at her passing in traffic when she was on her way home from work. And I showed the cop the receipt. I'm like, I was out at 11 o'clock this morning. Well, you're under arrest. For what? Making faces at her passing in traffic. I didn't do anything. And I still got arrested. And I found out a lot of this stuff because of domestic violence nonsense that's been going on. They've got this law that California adopted because they had a guy out there who was a known criminal, known convict. He assaulted his girlfriend. They put him in jail. He got out, and then he went and killed her. So they had a law to prevent that from happening in the future. So now, anytime there's a domestic violence dispute anywhere, one person's going to jail. Whether you're guilty of it or not, you're going to jail. Okay, fine, I got that. But while I was in there, they treated me like I was a criminal.
yeah, but that's bullshit. That just because of a domestic violence DV, that one person has to go to jail.
Well, they're doing it basically to protect the life of somebody else because there's so many psychopaths out there nowadays. They just don't care. They'd rather not take the chance on somebody getting hurt. But at least, if you're going to put somebody in jail, don't treat them like they're a convict or a criminal. Treat them like a human being.
Everybody is once you go in the back of a cop car, you're treated the same as a fucking murderer or a rapist or a pedophile or whatever you want to say. You are the same as them. It doesn't matter whether you did it or not, you are still treated the same.
And the worst part about this whole thing is they posted my bail early in the morning. I didn't get released till the following morning because they decided to keep me one extra night because every night they have somebody in jail, they get paid for it.
Yeah. I think in Illinois it's $375 every day that somebody's in jail.
Yep.
And you know what it costs them to feed me and house me, or them?
Probably
Less than
$2.
less than like $5.
Yeah.
So they're making bank just by having people in a jail cell for one night.
Yep.
Whether they're guilty or innocent, it don't matter. It all comes down to whoever makes the most money.
Here's the worst part. My dad tried to find a way of suing the police department because they actually did an illegal search of the property before they knocked on the door. 3 officers jumped the fence. My neighbor caught them. They were going around every building on the property, every vehicle, shining flashlights around everything. They walked around the backyard, shining flashlights all around the backyard. They shined a flashlight into my dad's window, and that was a mistake because my dad grabbed his gun and was getting ready to fire a shot through the window when all of a sudden somebody knocks on the side door and identified himself as Polk County Sheriff. And my dad literally told me, he says, "You just shine your damn flashlight in my window." He says, "I could have shot your ass." And I think that probably had something to do with it too. But it's just the fact that they're breaking the law, they're doing illegal stuff, and then they want to treat somebody like a criminal when they're the criminals themselves.
I just want to say I don't have any problems with most police officers. There are some bad, there are some good. That's it. But I have so many stories about police that
My dad had one pull him over while he was on his motorcycle. My dad wasn't speeding or nothing, and you'll never guess the reason why the cop pulled him over. He wanted to get a closer look at the bike.
I need to go get more drinks. So if you can give me
Yeah,
like 30 seconds.
I actually really need to end this. It's 2:30. I was supposed to end it an hour ago. We can pick it up again tomorrow night, though, or later tonight if you want.
So
I'm
you
up
want to hear
for it.
you want to hear a quick funny story? I hit a cop with a bat and got him fired in the same day
Oh, wow.
because my motorcycle was parked on my side of my garage up by my window when I was living with my mom.
Right?
So I was in the basement and I heard some rustling in the bushes and it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. I walk out, I see somebody looking at my bike and I hit a bat and it fucking swung and hit him like right above the shoulder and the bottom lower portion of the neck, knocked him the fuck out. And then I saw he had a police fucking vest on. So I called 911. I go, hey, yeah, one of your officers is over here laying on the ground. I just fucking knocked the shit out of him with a baseball bat. I don't know what to do. So they sent the sergeant, they sent the county, they sent the paramedics, they sent the fire department, and yeah. All because he was looking for a village sticker on my bike. But he was also past, I forgot what it's called. It's like a police officer can go up to your front door, but they can't go
Yeah.
after that.
Yeah.
It's like,
They have to go to the first entrance they can come to at the
yeah,
easiest access point, which is usually through
but
the driveway or through the front gate.
yeah, but he went past that, and at the time of the day, because it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, so he was already. Granted, he tried to say that he was told by his sergeant to go there, and the sergeant was like, "No, I never told him." So it was like a bunch of bullshit. And then guess what? That cop was still on the force and did not like me at all and had other things to do for me that he had planned in the back of his head. So yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Oh,
bad.
I get that. But I mean, yeah, I mean, not all people out there are bad. Not all cops are bad. I will say that much. Some are just out there to do their job. But when you have a bunch of them that are doing the wrong things to the wrong people, especially innocent people, it's not a good thing, and it doesn't make the police force look very good.
No, I mean, I will say like 20, 30 years ago, I used to get pulled over for weed every day. And they would just take it, they'd dump it out on the ground. They'd take whatever I had. No tickets, no warnings, no nothing. They just knew I had it. They didn't care. They just wanted me to learn a lesson.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you get caught with a little bit of marijuana or paraphernalia. It's like jail immediately, 5, 10 years, and it's like, dude, this shit's legal in the state. Like, get the fuck out of here. Sorry, keep swearing, but
It's not something I do. I have done it in the past. I don't like the way it makes me feel. The last time I did it, I puked. So I'm like, no, I ain't doing it no more. It didn't do anything for me. It didn't make me feel any better. It just made me throw up. So
so
I don't
we
bother
we
with
went into a little discussion about this on Crypto on the Rocks a couple of weeks ago. Because then might say it's legal, but to grow, you have to have a medical card. And I was like, well, my question is, with a medical card, how much can you have?
it varies by
And according to my state,
state.
you can have an unlimited amount as long as it's homegrown. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that sounds like complete BS to me, because there's got to be a limit. There's always a limit on everything. And it's like multiple people used AI, and I know people that are cops, and they're like, yeah, it's to a certain amount. But I'm like,
Yeah. Well, if you
what
go by federal law, it's not legal anywhere. The thing.
oh, I know. But I mean,
It's still
I had,
illegal.
so I had a funny incident. I don't know, right before fall of last year. This lady pulled up right in front of a no parking sign, and we got out of the car, and I was having a good day. Granted, it was a bad day, but I was just trying to have some fun. So I took a picture of her parked in front of a no parking sign. This lady gets out of the car, starts swearing at me, this, that, how she's gonna call the cops on me for taking a picture. I'm like, ma'am, here's the picture. It's you parked in front of a no parking sign. Like, you want to call the cops? Go ahead. She ended up calling the cops. So then I walked around the car, I took a video, and I was like, this lady is just crazy. I started calling her Karen. She was like crying profusely while she was calling the cops on me, because I was on the sidewalk and I took a picture of her car. And this lady's just like freaking out. And we were walking into a bar, and the guy's like, "Do I smell alcohol on your breath?" Because after the cops showed up, they're like, "Do I smell alcohol on your breath?" I'm like, "Well, we're standing in front of a bar, so I'm sure you smell alcohol. It's not coming from me, because I haven't even made it inside." I was like, "There's 3 bartenders right there that can say that I have never been inside." And I'm like, "What about her illegally tinted windows in the front? Unless if it's because of her handicap placard." He's like, "Well, we don't have the capability of testing window tint." I go, "Well, how is that a law if you guys don't have the capability?" I was like, "You're a county sheriff. Get somebody out here with a tint meter to verify the illegal or legalness of her window tint."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, well, we'll just do with that as we will." I go, "It's either legal or not. Like, where's your fucking meter?" He's like, "Well,
Yeah.
we don't have meters." I was like, "Well, get your sergeant out here." He's like, "I am the sergeant." I'm like, "Well, get your boss out here then, because you can't enforce a law when you don't have a way to test the law."
Yeah.
Like, if a cop just says that you're speeding and gives you a speeding ticket, how's that going to hold up in court?
Yep.
It's your word versus his, but yet, because he's a police officer, his word will speak louder than yours. But if you say you're not speeding, he says you're speeding, then the judge should just say, "You know what? Where's the where's the proof?" It's
Yeah.
not he said, she said. But the judges nowadays are more or less biased on the cops, I feel. That the judge would take the cop's voice and say, "Oh yeah, he was speeding. Okay, here's your speeding ticket."
Yeah.
Now it's going to be multiplied by like 55x, because now you're in court. Now you wasted all of our time. Now this, now that, blah 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 blah. And it's like,
Right.
There's no proof.
Shit. Sorry. Yeah, as far as taking a picture of somebody though, watch out. I don't know if it's in your state, but like Florida, if I snap a picture of somebody out in public, I can go to jail for that.
In public?
Yes, Florida is a two-party consent state. You're not allowed to record anybody or take pictures of anybody in public without their consent.
Well, then, so how do security cameras work then?
They have to be
I
inside,
mean,
like the
so
stores
they
and
don't,
stuff.
so they don't have security cameras that look outside at all?
They're not supposed to, but they have the flock cameras and all that stuff that law enforcement use.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother. The flock
Yeah.
cameras are, but but that's public. So if they don't have your, but you know what? You know how they get around that? Because you have an ID, you automatically agree to be recorded by those cameras. That's how they do that.
Driver's license, yep. But
Because
for
I
somebody
went to go get my ID, and the lady was like, "Sir, can you take off your glasses?" I go, "No." She's like, "Well, we need it for facial recognition for the government software." I go, "Well, then I can't see." And she's like, "Sir, you need to take off your glasses to renew your ID." So I took off my glasses and I just kept turning my head all the way around in like different directions. She's like, "Well, I guess this one's not gonna work." I go, "Oh, I don't agree to be facial recognized by the government.
yeah,
Like you can take my photo with my glasses on. I mean, if the
sounds to
camera
me like
can't see it, then it is
yeah,
what it is."
they're overstepping on stuff like that. I mean, like I get it if you want to do like your concealed carry, you gotta have thumbprints, fingerprints. I'm fine with that. You want my ass print, you want my footprints too. You want me? I'll whip it out on the table. You can measure the length of it. That way, there if you're arresting somebody for the crime, you got the right person.
Right. But I'm just trying to get an ID. And they want
Yeah,
to scan my face and put it into a government database for what? I didn't agree to that shit. But I have to legally have an ID to do anything.
yeah. Well, it's like the driver's license thing. It used to be if you were selected for jury, you were a voter registration. They went by your voter registration. Florida does
Right.
no longer do that. Now they go by your driver's license and say, "Well, you took the choice of driving. Now you're going to vote. You're going to be in a jury." I don't believe in jury duty. I don't believe that anybody should have a right to make a judgment based on hypothetical facts that aren't probably true, made up crap. And I wouldn't feel right if I put somebody in jail based off of my own opinion. I'd feel guilty. And the same thing if I released a guilty person. I wouldn't want that on my conscience. And I've told them that, and they turn around and says, "Well, you're going to have to sit here all day long." I've lost jobs, $100 a day job, just because I had to sit in a freaking jury room waiting for them to decide whether or not I had to be picked.
Yeah, and they'll send you like a check for like $18, like 3 or 6 months.
Yeah,
And it's like, what a fucking joke. Sorry. I keep swearing.
yeah. Well, 2:30 in the morning. And thank you guys for helping out. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you for chatting with us, Bedell.
Yeah,
Anybody
no
want to check
problem.
out Crypto Bedell's channel?
Sorry it was been so long, or it took so long tonight. But no, we're not
It's
all
all right.
hating on cops. We're just giving out our experiences with them. That's about it.
Oh, Farbin. Here's the thing. Back when I ended up having to do jury duty, I was working 68 hours a week. So with the overtime, it balanced out to about $100 a day. Because that 1 day shift that I lost from having to serve jury duty cost me $100 worth of overtime. That was time and a half. So I was
I went
making
for
$20 an hour
jury,
overtime.
I went for jury duty one time when I had my own company, and I was charging clients $500 a day Plus, I was paying my employee $250 a day, so it was costing me $750 a day, and they wrote me a check for $18. And I wasn't even in the right county, but I still had to sit there for 4 or 5 hours just to say, like, "Hey, I'm not even in the right county." And they're like, "Oh, well, you coulda left hours ago." I was like, "There's nobody here to talk to. You told us all to go in this room." And I sat in the room patiently waiting. And I was like, "Well, now you cost me $750." And they're like, "Well, we'll send you your $18 check in like 3 to 6 weeks." And I'm like, $18? That's it? Like, I lost out on $750. Like, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, they don't care either.
No, they
And
don't.
I wouldn't have a problem sitting there if they'd look at my paycheck and say, "How much do you normally gross a week?" And then they broke that down, that gross amount, to the daily wage for the day. Then I wouldn't mind it so much. But $15 for an entire day wasted, that's a little bit underpaid, especially when they
Yeah.
have a minimum wage set.
I lost $500 that day and I paid my driver $250. So I lost out on $750 and they paid me $18.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not even about the money at that point. It's just the pure principle of like it.
You know?
The system is effed up majorly, needs a major overhaul.
Yeah.
Because it's like I haven't lived in that county in 15 years. I've changed my license, I've changed my ID, I've changed my address, and you guys still can't understand that I don't live in that county anymore?
Yeah.
And 15 years later, you're gonna come after me for jury duty in that county? Then you're gonna make me waste a day to waste a bunch of money and lose money on top of it that for what? To tell me, "Oh, okay, it's okay. You prove
Yeah.
that you don't live in this county. Have a good day." And it's like, I haven't lived in this county in 15 years. Like,
Yep.
you guys should have already known that before we even sent the summons for jury duty selection. I mean, I wouldn't mind jury duty, but that money is trash. Like,
Yeah. It's not worth the time. It's not.
no,
But
I mean,
anyway,
if you had like a legit job and they paid you the legit money that you're missing out on, I could understand that. Make it fair on both sides. Like, hey, we're gonna take up your time, but we're gonna pay you for your time that you would normally make. Cool, fine. But no, they don't.
yeah.
They're like, oh, you normally make X amount, so we're gonna give you like 10% of that, maybe 5% if you're lucky. Like, no.
Well, much as I hate to say it, I'm gonna have to cut it short. Hope you have a great night. Sleep well or whatever it is you're getting ready
Yeah,
to do.
I
I'm
got I
gonna
gotta
get
get up for work in less than 4 hours. So
yeah, I gotta take one of the pain pills the doctor gave me. It's not even pain pill, it's naproxen sodium. Just to get the swelling down in my knee, my wrist. But I'll check
I can't
check in
even
tomorrow.
enjoy a gummy at this point because I'll still wake up feeling like a gummy.
Yeah, no,
I
I
mean,
don't
I
blame
don't know. Most of your chat probably doesn't know me in gummies, but I like gummies, and it's
you. I
way
know
too
you're
late to
gonna
eat a
from
gummy.
JR's chat,
Yeah.
but thanks for stopping by, everybody. Showing one person here, but I doubt that's right. But everybody have a wonderful day. Have a blessed night if you're getting ready to go to bed like I am. And maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Won't know, at least till I make a decision. Take care,
All
y'all.
right. Have a
Later,
good
Vidal.
night.
Thanks for streaming.
Oh, no problem.